Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area, pay respect to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. Members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. I give the call to the Chief Government Whip.
I declare that unless otherwise ordered, the following bills stand referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration. 1. Migration Amendment, Strengthening Sponsorship and Nomination Processes Bill 2024, and 2. Better and Fairer Schools Funding and Reform Bill 2024, Aged Care Legislation Amendment Bill 2024, Sydney Airport Demand Management Amendment Bill 2024, Oversight Legislation Amendment, Robo-Debt Royal Commission Response and Other Measures Bill 2024, and Treasury Laws Amendment, Mergers and Acquisitions Reform Bill 2024, at the adjournment of the debate on the motion for the second reading of each bill.
I give the call to the honourable member for Moreton.
Thank you very much, Speaker. On behalf of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works, I present the committee's report number 7 of 2024, Department of Defence Explosive Ordnance Facilities Northern New South Wales Redevelopment Project and other works, and ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted? The member for Banks?
Leave is granted.
I thank the member for Banks.
Thank you, member for Banks. Sorry I didn't get a chance to go in and give you a heads up.
The member for Moreton may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works, I present the committee's 7th report for 2024. This report considers 2 proposals referred to the committee from the Department of Defence. Both are for public works at the Defence Establishment Orchard Hills in Western Sydney. In total, these works have a combined value of $614 million. In the first proposal, Defence is seeking to spend $360 million to provide new and upgraded infrastructure to manage, store and maintain munitions and for related workforce training. This will include new and upgraded water, electrical, ICT and wastewater infrastructure, administration and working accommodation, facilities for the training school, living in accommodation, a small gymnasium and multi-use sports court. The committee did not identify any concerns with the proposal. However, the committee recommended that the budget be increased to allow additional living in accommodation to be built. The second proposal would allow Defence to build additional storage facilities for guided weapons and explosive ordnance. The storage facilities and associated infrastructure upgrades are budgeted at $240 million. The committee notes that there are some concerns from the community about safety and bushfire hazards. Overall, the committee was very satisfied by the risk management protocols that Defence has in place. However, the committee urges Defence to maintain a high standard of community consultation about these works and all upcoming activities related to guided weapons and explosive ordnance. The committee also encourages Defence to think long-term about the practicality of this location and the impact of increasing urban development in southwestern Sydney. The committee noted that Defence would build additional earth-covered buildings if there were savings made, but otherwise does not have the budget in the current project. Considering the efficiency of doing these works together, the committee recommends that the budget be increased so that additional earth-covered buildings can be constructed at the same time as the rest of the project. The committee would like to extend its thanks to all those who provided written and oral evidence in support of these inquiries. For both projects, the committee recommends that it is expedient that the proposed works be carried out. And Speaker, I commend the report to the House.
I give the call to the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Better and Fairer Schools Funding and Reform Bill 2024. Resumption of debate on second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise today to speak on the Better and Fairer Schools Funding and Reform Bill 2024. The primary purpose of the bill is to amend the Australian Education Act 2013 to enable the Commonwealth's share of funding for government schools to be increased. The government says this is all about delivering its election commitment to, quotes, put every school on a path to its full and fair funding, close quotes, under its so-called Better and Fairer Schools Agreement, formerly known as the National School Reform Agreement. The Albanese Labor government is very enthusiastic about applying slogans in the names of agreements and bills like this one. It is not so good, however, at delivering on its commitments. After 2.5 years, there is still no national school funding agreement, and time is running out. The Commonwealth has reached bilateral agreements with the Tasmanian and Western Australian governments to lift its contribution to government schools from 20% of the schooling resource standard to 22.5%. For government schools in the Northern Territory, the Commonwealth's share will be a much more significant 40% from 2029, recognising the dire challenges facing Territory schools, particularly in remote communities. But there is no funding deal with the other states, New South Wales, Queensland, Victoria and South Australia, or with the ACT. And there are no national school reforms, as the member for Blaxland had promised, to ensure that every child reaches his or her best potential. What we have instead is a full-blown school funding war. Mr Speaker, it can only be described as a fiasco. There is nothing better or fairer about leaving more than 5,500 schools across the nation, government schools across the nation, 83% of government schools in limbo. With 1 in 3 students failing NAPLAN, there is nothing better or fairer about failing to deliver the national school reforms which are critical to ensuring every child can reach his or her best potential. It is of deep concern that the member for Blaxland was not able to conclude by his self-imposed deadline of 30 September, now very rapidly receding in the rearview mirror, a funding and reform agreement with the State and Territory Labor Education Ministers. Instead, on 21 August this year, the State and Territory Labor Education Ministers came to Canberra to protest against the Albanese government, with the Victorian Education Minister Ben Carroll, the Victorian Labor Education Minister Ben Carroll, even declaring on ABC radio that morning that the Liberals did a better job funding public schools when in power than the current government. You couldn't find a more objective witness. And, of course, he spoke the truth. Over 9 years, the former coalition government nearly doubled annual school funding from $13 billion in 2013 to $25.3 billion in 2022. Our Quality Schools package drove record funding of $318.9 billion to all schools between 2018-19. We also strengthened the curriculum with stronger evidence-based content, including teaching phonics and the science of reading, improved teacher training. We backed our high-achieving teachers and delivered best practice literacy and numeracy programs designed to close the gap. Under the Gonski funding model, it is important to reiterate that while the Commonwealth is currently meeting its agreed 20% schooling resource standard share, it is the states and the Northern Territory which have fallen short to varying degrees. Queensland's contribution as a percentage of the schooling resource standard to government schools is just 69%, well below the 80% requirement, and Victoria is not much better at 70%. Northern Territory is just 59%. So it was always misleading for the Albanese government to claim that it would, quotes, fully fund, close quotes, government schools, when the Commonwealth was fully meeting its agreed obligations. The current National School Reform Agreement, extended by a year, is due to expire on 31 December 2024. While the government is proposing in its draft Heads of Agreement a number of important reforms, including evidence-based teaching interventions, screening tests such as the Year 1 phonics and numeracy check, and improved student attendance and performance targets, the reforms are both light on detail and inadequate. Evidence-based teaching methods such as explicit instruction must be mandated in every classroom. This is now starting to happen in some states, but it needs to happen across the country. The draft agreement contains plenty of motherhood statements, but says nothing about the need to further improve the national curriculum or deliver crucial reforms to combat classroom disruption, such as a national behaviour curriculum, particularly as Australia has some of the unruliest classrooms in the world. This bill permits, but does not require, the Commonwealth to increase its share of government school funding beyond 20%, with the exception of the Northern Territory, which would receive a 40% share from 2029. These provisions grant the Commonwealth new flexibility in funding arrangements with states and territories, principally because of the member for Blaxland's threats that government schools in the 4 biggest states will miss out on any increase if they don't sign up to a 22.5% share from the Commonwealth and agree to contribute 77.5%. This is no reflection on the newly elected Crisafulli government in Queensland, of course, which is still getting its feet under the table after an overwhelming vote of no confidence in Queensland Labor. For students, teachers, principals and parents, this funding fiasco must be resolved. In many respects, this situation is not surprising. Whether it's school funding, evidence-based teaching reforms, the gross mismanagement of international students, or Labor's economically reckless and profoundly unfair HECS debt policy, much is going wrong in the education portfolio. Let's not forget those on the front line, our hard-working teachers, principals and other educators. Without better training from our universities, evidence-based teaching materials such as lesson plans and ongoing professional development, teachers cannot excel if they do not receive the support they deserve. That's why it's so important to deliver a back-to-basics education sharply focused on literacy and numeracy, underpinned by explicit teaching and a knowledge-rich, common-sense curriculum. This is critical to turning around declining school standards. This is critical to the next generation of Australians. Mr Speaker, the Coalition supports this bill. We do note that there is a Senate inquiry into the bill, which will report on 18 November, hence providing all stakeholders with an important opportunity to raise any concerns. We urge the government to get on with the critical job of finalising school funding and reform agreements with every state and territory.
Call to the Assistant Minister.
I move that debate on this bill be adjourned to a later hour this day.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for a later hour this day. I'll put the question. Those opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 2. Aged Care Legislation Amendment Bill 2024. Resumption of debate on second reading.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This legislation seeks to change 3 aspects of the current Aged Care Act of 1997 to achieve 3 key outcomes. 2, allow for the Department of Health and Aged Care to conduct residential care data assurance reviews, allow for the variation or revocation of income and asset determinations, and clarify the maximum accommodation payment arrangements that may apply for voluntary moves within a residential aged care facility. It's interesting that this government, having known about the constitutional issues addressed in this bill since the ANAO delivered their report in January 2023, have decided to introduce this bill in the final stages of this parliamentary year. It leads to the question of what, again, is the government trying to hide? Now, we are concerned that the government's current aged care strategy appears to be focused on increasing red and green tape for providers, leading to greater complexity and burdensome compliance. Far too often we hear that these requirements can hinder effective service delivery, which is providing quality care to older Australians. This bill, the Aged Care Legislation Amendment Bill 2024, grants the Secretary of the Department of Health and Aged Care the authority to conduct residential care data assurance reviews. These reviews are designed to improve the completeness, accuracy and reliability of residential care data, which can further increase the power of the department and the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission in their oversight roles. By implementing these assurance reviews, this legislation aims to mitigate risks associated with data breaches and to support voluntary room transitions within residential aged care services. However, this raises questions about the implications for smaller and regional providers who often operate under constraint and may not have the same resources as larger organisations. We know that it is the smaller, rural and regional and remote aged care providers who are most impacted by this government. We've seen this already with the government's stringent care minute requirements in the midst of a serious workforce crisis. Although we acknowledge some provisions that this government has recently made for rural, regional and remote Australians, including the provision for 10% of care minutes to be delivered by enrolled nurses and the $300 million aged care capital assistance round, which we forced the government to deliver during aged care negotiations, it is still clear that this government makes city-centric policies. And as the Coalition, we will always stand up for older Australians living in the bush to ensure that they're not forced to move thousands of kilometres away, leaving their loved ones behind because of this government's rigid regulations. Sadly, this is the reality for many older Australians under this government, as we heard over the past month during the Aged Care Bill's Senate inquiry. People in the bush are being forced away from home as more and more aged care homes are forced to close, and we don't want to see this continue to happen. That's why we need flexibility in legislation to ensure it's appropriate for aged care right across Australia, not just for those in the inner city suburbs. But we do know that transparency in data collection and reporting is critical. Reliable data ensures that older Australians can make informed choices about their care options. Reliable data also enhances the integrity of residential care subsidy payments and allows for effective evaluation of how additional funding provided in response to the Royal Commission into Aged Care Quality and Safety impacts service delivery. Additionally, the bill proposes stronger foundations for income and asset determinations, which will be administered by Services Australia, the Department of Veterans Affairs. This move further centralises authority and processes, potentially complicating operations for providers who must navigate these changes. Ensuring that care recipients can easily update their financial information and that calculations for aged care fees are accurate is crucial. But the processes must remain flexible to the unique circumstances of different providers. This legislation needs a clear communications campaign, which again this government has failed to deliver so far. The government must ensure changes are not stressful for the community and are easily understood by the residents within aged care. It is important we always bring our older Australians into the conversation about any changes to their journey of ageing. Given the diverse landscape of the aged care sector, it's vital that policy decisions reflect the realities faced by all types of providers, particularly those in regional areas that may experience unique challenges. In response to the escalating administrative demands, the Coalition will propose an amendment focused on reviewing existing red and green tape. We will move an amendment which aims to ensure that the reporting burdens imposed on providers do not outweigh the necessary information being collected, thereby promoting a more balanced approach to regulation. It is essential that the data collected reflects the diversity of care models and practices across different providers. In summary, While the intention behind the Aged Care Legislation Amendment Bill may be to improve data integrity and oversight, the implications of increased regulation and centralised power must be carefully considered. There is a pressing need for a regulatory framework that recognises and supports the unique operations of small, individual and regional providers, ensuring they can thrive while maintaining high standards of care. We will be carefully scrutinising this bill to ensure that it does not have any further unintended consequences on an already reform-fatigued sector. Ultimately, the Coalition supports a strong aged care system now and into the future, and I now move the amendment circulated in my name, that the government must ensure that the reporting burden imposed on providers does not outweigh the necessary information being collected. The government must ensure all aged care providers are focused on delivering high-quality care for our older Australians. And I move my amendment.
And I give the call to the Assistant Minister.
I move that debate on this bill be adjourned to a later hour this day.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of debate be in order of the day for a later hour this day. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. Yep. I'll just state the question. All those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I'll call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 3. Sydney Airport Demand Management Amendment Bill 2024. Resumption of debate on second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the Leader of the Nationals.
Speaker, I rise to speak on the Sydney Airport Demand Management Amendment Bill 2024 on behalf of the opposition. In opening, I want to state the Coalition wants to see for a more affordable, reliable and competitive aviation sector for all Australians who rely on our aviation sector, the travelling public, small business and exporters. The aviation sector plays an integral role in connecting families with loved ones, move for work, education and healthcare and for movement of freight. The Coalition are the only parties consistently standing up for Australian travellers who have long suffered from high prices, delays and cancellations under the Albanese government. We sought to examine the reasons why the government blocked Qatar Airways from adding additional international services last year at a time of high demand and high prices, noting aviation experts believe the additional flights would have lowered prices on international fares by up to 30%. We prosecuted the government in the Senate over that ministerial decision on behalf of Australians travelling who rightfully questioned why the government was not in favour of lower airfares, particularly after it was revealed the department recommended the minister approve a negotiating mandate for the requested additional flights. The Coalition has also shone a light on high rates of flight cancellation and delays during the post-COVID period, which has undermined public confidence in the reliability of the aviation sector. Under this government, the cost of airfares has increased by 53.1%, according to the department. The Sydney Airport Demand Management Amendment Bill 2024 is a response to work commenced under the former Coalition government to enhance the productivity and competitiveness of Sydney Airport. The bill's provisions, while moderate, still represent the most significant proposed changes to Sydney Airport's demand management system in 30 years, and the bill therefore deserves a considered review by Parliament. Sydney Airport is Australia's premier aviation gateway. The airport's operations are undertaken within restrictions of the curfew between 11 p.m. and 6 a.m, as well as a cap on aircraft movements of no greater than 1,360 movements per day, represented by a cap of 80 movements per hour. The demand management scheme provides for an ordered system of allocating access to Sydney Airport by airlines, commonly referred to as airline slots. Slots are granted to airlines and govern the timing of allocated flights. For some years, there have been concerns airlines may be using the slot system to restrict access to and competition at Sydney Airport. There have also long been productivity concerns at Sydney Airport, including the flow of impact on the entire national aviation network of storms and severe weather events that result in the temporary closure of Sydney Airport airspace. the grounding and cancellation of flights and diversion of flights already en route to Sydney to other locations including Canberra, Melbourne and Brisbane. The former Coalition Government commissioned former Productivity Commission Chairman Peter Harris AO to undertake a review of the Sydney Airport Demand Management System, commonly known as the Harris Review. The report of the review was presented to the government in February 2021 and made 17 recommendations to enhance airport operations by amending the demand management scheme. The Coalition established a task group of Sydney Airport stakeholders to develop practical recommendations to give effect to the Harris Review recommendations. This work was undertaken despite the significant impacts on our aviation industry of the COVID-19 pandemic. The Albanese government inherited this work upon election in May 2022. The Coalition has been encouraging the government to act on this important body of work over the past 2 years. It's been argued these reforms did not need to wait for the Albanese government to go through its aviation green and white paper process before making a decision on the future management of flights and airline slots at Sydney Airport. The bill is the Albanese government's attempt to provide a basic response to the Harris report, which has sat on Minister King's desk for more than 2 years. In February this year, the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport and Regional Development issued a media statement promising to address the findings of the Harris Review of the Sydney Airport Demand Management Scheme, but there were no specifics. Since then, we have seen not one but 2 airlines enter administration. Both airlines delivered regional services that, just by their very presence, has lowered prices. Regional travellers now face higher airfares and less services as a result. We know from the government's own Treasury modelling that the more carriers that service a route, the lower the airfares. Until it entered administration, Regional Express, or REX, provided additional competition on intercity routes. The government's own data shows economy airfares have increased by 16.3% in the 3 months since REX exited capital city routes. Best discount airfares have increased by 21.9% over the same period. This is data from the Bureau of Infrastructure, Transport, Research Economics within the Minister's own department. The Coalition welcomes the government finally presenting legislation to the Parliament, but we have some concerns which we want to examine via the Senate committee inquiry process. It's concerning the government has waited so late in the parliamentary calendar to bring this measure forward and that the government has sought to limit scrutiny on the bill. As stated, the bill is modest in its aspirations, but is underpinned by regulations. The regulations have not yet been drafted and therefore the government's full legislative intent is unable to be determined. It would be hoped that the government could provide greater clarity regarding the content of the proposed regulations. The bill seeks to introduce a new recovery framework which is intended to limit the delays, cancellations and redirections of flights that occur during significant weather events in the Sydney Airport airspace. Under the framework, there would be capacity to operate an additional 5 flights above the hourly cap for a limited 2-hour recovery period following a declared significant event. The bill also seeks to improve the governance of the Slot Compliance Committee, harmonise the rules of underpinning the demand management scheme with the internationally recognised World Airport Slot Guidelines, and it provides the Minister with the ability to determine the demand management scheme and provide directions to the slot manager. While the detail will be covered in the proposed regulations, it's critical the improvements to the Sydney Airport Demand Management Scheme are effective at addressing long-standing concerns about slot allocations and compliance at Sydney Airport to ensure good performance by airlines is rewarded, anti-competitive behaviour is prevented, and new entrants are able to get access on fair terms to provide the competition Australian travellers and business deserve and desire. It's also claimed by the government that the regulations will improve access to Sydney Airport by regional services. It's noted that government has not consulted the community on the provisions in this bill, nor the regulations which have not yet been drafted. Labor sought to prevent the bill being referred to a Senate committee and, when pushed to, restricted the time available to conduct the inquiry. The outcome of this obstruction by the government has been that only one public hearing will be held, and that will occur in Canberra, not in Sydney, where it should have been held. This is disappointing because the introduction of successful reforms should be underpinned by effective community consultation. Sydney Airport is a critical hub for our national and international trade and connectivity. We will look to the Senate inquiry to see to what extent the bill addresses the productivity and competition challenges which the recommendations of the Harris Review sought to resolve. The Albanese government's failure to respond to the Harris Review in a timely manner has meant more Australians have endured increased rates of cancellations and delays, higher airfares and reduced aviation network reliability for longer than they should have. We know Australians want an aviation industry that simply gets the basics right, and for too long it hasn't. They want planes to take off and land on time. They want their bags to actually arrive at the same place and the same time that they do, and they want to actually be able to afford a ticket. The Sydney Airport Demand Management Act of 1997 was enacted amidst the aviation realities of the 20th century and in response to the community concerns. However, the scheme has gradually become less fit for purpose in managing the complex ecosystem of modern air transport demands and competition. The management of slots at a major hub like Sydney Airport is a critical factor in determining the competitive landscape of the entire Australian aviation industry. The Coalition has spoken to a large number of stakeholders about the legislation, and I thank them for providing their feedback to the opposition. Stakeholders consulted include airlines, airports, travel agents and other travel industry representatives. We've also heard the evidence of competition experts through the Commonwealth Bilateral Air Services Agreement Senate inquiry last year. The Coalition wants to see a more reliable and competitive aviation sector. As stated earlier, the Coalition has concerns and issues in relation to the government's bill, which we believe should be raised and examined through the Senate inquiry process. This inquiry process will inform our final position on the government's bill.
Give a call to the Assistant Minister.
I move that debate on this bill be adjourned to a later hour this day.
The question is the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in an order of the day for a later hour this day. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. With the House's agreement, we're just going to go back to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition when she moved the amendment to the Aged Care Legislation Amendment Bill 2024. I'm just going to formally seek the House have a seconder for the amendment. Give the call to the member for Banks.
I'll second the motion, Mr Speaker.
I thank the member for Banks. So I'll state the question. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time, that the Honourable Member for Farrer had moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. I'll state the question to the House formally now. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to. Now I'll just get the Minister to adjourn this item up to the Federation Chamber.
I move that debate on this bill be adjourned to a later hour this day.
The question is now that this debate be adjourned and the resumption of the date be made in order of the day for a later hour this day. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 4, Oversight Legislation Amendment, Robo-Debt Royal Commission Response and Other Measures Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
I rise to speak on the Oversight Legislation Amendment, Robo-Debt Royal Commission Response and Other Measures Bill 2024. This bill implements 2 recommendations of the Royal Commission. Recommendation 2.1 is about imposing a statutory duty on agency heads and departmental secretaries, requiring them to assist the Ombudsman with investigations. Our understanding is that as a matter of general practice, departmental secretaries and agency heads already do this. This bill would, however, implement the Royal Commission's recommendation by entrenching the obligation in legislation. Recommendation 21.2 is about giving the Ombudsman another power to obtain information in equivalent terms to that of subsection 33(3) of the Auditor-General Act. In practice, this would confer the power to enter premises of Commonwealth agencies and obtain documents and be entitled to reasonable facilities while doing so. Again, the Coalition understands that the Commonwealth Ombudsman is seen as a respected and senior figure in the public service, and the kinds of information typically sought under this power are generally provided as a matter of practice. As a rule, departments and agencies across the public service engage with the Ombudsman in good faith recognising the importance of the role that he plays. Nevertheless, this bill entrenches the power in law and implements the recommendation of the Royal Commission. There are 3 additional points to note. First, the bill implements analogous changes in respect of the Inspector-General of Taxation and Taxation Ombudsman. The Inspector-General exercises functions equivalent to those of the Commonwealth Ombudsman with respect to the taxation system. It is appropriate that their powers also be equivalent. Secondly, the bill makes changes which go beyond the specific recommendations of the Royal Commission by conferring a power to obtain documents remotely. While this was not a recommendation of the Royal Commission, it appears in principle to be unproblematic. In many cases, it would allow the Ombudsman to access information that he or she would be able to access anyway, but without the need to attend the premises in person. Thirdly, the bill also extends the duties and powers in the bill to all of the statutory offices that are created under the Ombudsman Act. This means that the obligations imposed on public servants and the investigative powers conferred by this bill also apply in relation to the functions exercised by the Private Health Insurance Ombudsman, the Postal Industry Ombudsman and the other statutory offices established by the Ombudsman Act. Again, this does not appear in principle to be problematic. Nevertheless, the Coalition's position is that it is appropriate to scrutinise the legislation through a brief committee process. On too many recent occasions, the Coalition has found that legislation which appears to be straightforward and uncontentious has, on closer examination, either contained errors or not operated as intended. A routine scrutiny process will provide stakeholders the opportunity to identify issues and potential improvements to the relevant parliamentary committee. It is appropriate that stakeholders have that opportunity. It is worth making one additional comment. This legislation continues a trend which seems particularly prevalent in the Attorney-General's portfolio of asking the Parliament to pass contingent amendments. An example of this type of contingent legislation is found in Division 2 of Part 4 of Schedule 1 to this bill. Those provisions make amendments that are contingent on the passage of the Intelligence Services Legislation Amendment Bill 2023, or the ISLA Bill for short. The ISLA Bill has not yet passed the Parliament. It has not even passed the House of Representatives. It is currently before the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. However, the ISLA Bill, if enacted, will introduce an error into the Ombudsman Act. This is because the ISLA Bill, as introduced, did not properly take account of changes to the Ombudsman Act that took effect when the National Anti-Corruption Commission legislation passed this Parliament. Even though the ISLA Bill was introduced some 6 months after the National Anti-Corruption Commission became law. Rather than putting forward amendments to the ISLA Bill to fix the error directly, the Attorney-General wishes to fix the error through contingent amendments in this completely separate bill. This is not good practice. It is unnecessarily complex. It introduces uncertainty. It has the potential to leave dead letters in our statute book. What is the status of these contingent amendments if the ISLA Bill does not pass in this term of Parliament? Presumably, they simply have no effect, and this will serve only to puzzle future generations of government lawyers. More importantly, this approach speaks volumes about the mismanagement of legislation in the Attorney-General's portfolio. Why did legislation introduced in June 2023 not take account of changes made in December 2022? Legislation that was introduced in the same portfolio and by the same minister. why does the Attorney-General not fix errors in a bill by making amendments to that same bill? Why rely on a second bill to fix the first one? Why does the Attorney-General take passage of both pieces of legislation for granted? The subsequence of these contingent changes is inconsequential, but the approach is obtuse and high-handed, and sadly, all too characteristic of this Attorney-General's approach to legislation. I conclude my remarks on that sobering point.
I thank the Leader of Opposition Business and I call the Minister.
I move that debate on this bill be adjourned to a later hour this day.
Order. The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for a later hour this day. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 5, Treasury Laws Amendment, Mergers and Acquisitions Reform Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Honourable Shadow Treasurer.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, today I address the Treasury Laws Amendment, Mergers and Acquisitions Reform Bill of 2024 and move the second reader's amendment circulated in my name. Which should have.
I give the call.
I'll sign it at the end.
That's right. You have the call.
Yeah. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Coalition will not oppose this bill, but we do have grave concerns about the risks of its implementation if poorly handled. Australians and Australian businesses have good reason to doubt this government's ability to implement complex policy. Under Labor, the price of almost everything has gone up. The Prime Minister, of course, famously promised that life would be cheaper under Labor, but nothing could be further from the truth. After 2 years of Labor, inflation is still too high. It's been persistent, stubborn. Indeed, we are at the back of the pack in bringing it back to heel. Interest rates have increased 12 times, and unlike other countries, we're not seeing reductions. And families' real disposable incomes have collapsed. We are in a per capita recession, a household recession. 18 months indeed. For the majority of the time Labor has been in power, they have seen a household recession with the economy going backwards on a per-person basis. Now, we have, as I said a moment ago, we're at the back of the pack in terms of interest rates coming down. We've seen them coming down in the United States, Canada, the UK, New Zealand, but here, no relief in sight. Indeed, in a very short while, the Reserve Bank will again be making another decision, and it will be important to look at what they have to say. But at the same time that mortgage payments have increased, families are paying more on their energy bills, more on the checkout, more for insurance, and more for just about everything, Deputy Speaker. And for many families, the weekly shop, going to the supermarket, has been a source of enormous stress. Food banks and charities across the nation have seen their demand for services skyrocketing. I make a point of visiting food banks and charities when I go to many electorates, and I have seen this, Deputy Speaker, time and time again. While families are struggling with the cost of essential items, it's more important than ever that customers can have faith in the businesses that serve them, including, of course, the supermarkets. And in recent weeks, we've seen concerning findings from the ACCC in relation to supermarket conduct. It's clear that the announcement of legal action against Coles and Woolworths by the ACCC should be of concern to all Australian consumers. The allegations in this case relate to practices around discounting, and if they are true, if indeed there has been misleading and deceptive conduct in discounting practices by the supermarkets, it's a damning indictment on a market sector that Australian families and farmers rely on. They rely on for their livelihoods, and they need that sector to act in good faith. It's not what we expect, it's not what families expect, and yet we believe this Labor government has been way too slow to act on competition policy. And that's not just true in our supermarket sector, it's across the economy, whether it's the News Bargaining Code, the Consumer Data Right, and the support for open banking, which can open up financial services to far more competition. The serious cartel allegations against the CFMEU, and indeed this is an area where competition can act as a disinfectant, but no interest from those opposite. We've been leading the way on the issue since the start of this term, and indeed since before that, and we've seen examples of this in the package of bills introduced excuse me, Mr. Deputy Speaker, introduced by myself and the member for Maranoa yesterday. I can do with a bit of a drop of water. And in the coalition, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
I wouldn't be attentive there, sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. And in the acceleration of the passage of the Consumer Data Right legislation after Labor let it sit in the Senate for 2 years. Our approach is about getting the balance right, strengthening the Food and Grocery Code, introducing a targeted divestiture penalty to put businesses in this sector on notice that we expect them to act in the interest of their customers. The best regulator of any industry is a customer, a well-informed customer with genuine competition to provide goods and services to them. And that's what we want to see more of, Deputy Speaker. Now, as Shadow Treasurer, I approach this bill with a recognition of the need for, as I said, effective competition policy, but also with a commitment to practical reform that enhances the strength of our economy without imposing unnecessary burdens. Australia's current voluntary merger clearance system has provided flexibility, encouraging businesses to innovate and grow, while the ACCC addresses anti-competitive conduct for established channels. The bill's shift to a mandatory pre-authorisation framework for mergers and acquisitions aligns with the UK and the US and marks a significant departure from our tradition with its voluntary pre-authorisation framework. And whilst we believe this is well-intentioned, we do have real concerns about some of the details of the approach, and particularly the risks in implementation, not least because we do believe it imposes a whole-of-economy compliance burden on businesses both large and small. The model may address competition issues in concentrated sectors, and we certainly hope it does. But it does risk, if not carefully implemented, becoming an undue burden on sectors where competition is healthy and thriving. The government must consider whether this blanket approach serves the intended purpose or simply entangles our economy in red tape and implementation. This is why I say implementation, and the way it's done by the ACCC and the government will be absolutely crucial. Just to go into a little bit more detail on the bill, it does introduce mandatory notification requirements for mergers and acquisitions, with compliance costs estimated by Treasury to reach between $50,000 and $100,000 per transaction, potentially generating up to $50 million in new annual compliance costs. And whilst it is true that good regulation can make a difference, we don't want a system that simply feeds more lawyers, consultants and the rest, and not deliver a better outcome for consumers at the same time. These sorts of costs may seem manageable for large corporations, but for smaller businesses, startups, innovators, they risk being prohibitive and risk dampening the entrepreneurial drive that powers our economy. And we worry that the compliance burden will weigh heaviest on the businesses least equipped to bear it, and that's particularly small to medium-sized enterprises, as I said, that already face a lot of red tape right now in doing business. These companies need the flexibility to thrive, not a policy framework that treats them as if they're the same as market-dominant giants. Imposing these additional costs and regulatory steps on all businesses rather than targeting specific sectors where there are competition concerns does risk damaging the very sectors that drive growth and innovation. And the discretion around that will be left to the ACCC, so it's absolutely essential that the ACCC gets that implementation right. The ACCC's expanded role under this bill will require considerable resources, with phase 2 reviews alone estimated to cost upwards of $500,000 per transaction, keeping in mind phase 1 is a 30-day process which is designed to clear the vast majority of transactions. Phase 2 is the much more detailed reviews going up to 90 days, and they are estimated to cost upwards of $500,000. With this bill, the regulator's capacity will be tested further, there's no doubt about that. Implementation, as I say, will be crucial, and with the ACCC already experiencing a significant increase in both budget and headcount, there are serious questions about whether the case has been properly worked through for further resourcing. Indeed, since in the last 5 years, we've seen the ACCC grow with an extra 400 staff and over $200 million in increased funding. And whilst if that's delivering better competition outcomes, we absolutely support it, we can't create a behemoth where every dollar of public spending is crucial in a time like today. Stakeholders suggest that transaction volumes may well exceed the government's projections, potentially resulting in costs of well above $100 billion annually. And these additional regulatory expenses must be justified, and the Coalition questions whether this cost-intensive approach is the most effective use of taxpayers' money. While there is great value in a good regulatory and well-targeted regulatory framework, a balance must be struck that avoids placing excessive burdens on the private sector while ensuring the ACCC's focus is effective and resource efficient. The impact of the bill on SMEs and startups, as I mentioned earlier, does warrant close scrutiny. The compliance costs involved could stifle growth in the very sectors where we need more of it. Startups, by their very nature, rely on timely market entry, flexibility and often rapid strategic changes in a company's direction. Imposing universal pre-authorisation requirements risks inhibiting these businesses, which are critical to the future of our competitiveness as an economy and as a country. The Coalition, of course, has long championed competition policy that does enable innovation and support small business, which are typically much more agile, adaptable and resilient than larger businesses can ever be. In the end, it will be consumers that lose out if the target is wrong. Now, our competition challenges aren't evenly distributed across the economy. They're particularly concentrated in some sectors, and I've talked already about supermarkets, where the major two players have about 2/3 of the market. Hardware, aviation, energy, our digital economy, there is all, in each of those sectors, very serious market concentration. And the ACCC rightly has highlighted this. These are the sectors where competition could be strengthened, and we certainly don't want to see it weakened. We do believe that if the ACCC gets the focus right, then those sectors are the ones where they should be showing more scepticism towards transactions that might enhance or increase market power or substantially reduce competition. By focusing on those sectors, I think we stand our best chance of getting the balance right. Deputy Speaker, the Coalition stands committed for competition reform that enhances growth, delivers real benefits for Australian consumers and businesses, and most important of all, puts the customer in charge. Puts the customer in charge. That's what we believe in. The customer is the best regulator of any industry. And, you know, there's a simple reason for that, Deputy Speaker. Ultimately, the customer knows what they want. They know in a way, no central planner, no bureaucrat can ever know. They know what they want. But they can only do that if they have competition and they have choice. And if they have those things, they become the regulator that we need most. And in doing so, in making choices, they help every other consumer. This is the wonderful thing about competition and choice, is that consumers help each other. When they decide that a product is too expensive, they're sending a signal which others benefit from, and businesses have to respond to that. And it's a wonderful thing that we can see competition providing that sort of benefit to all Australians. So that's why a robust competition framework is essential, but it can't become sludge and red tape. As I say, this will be a challenge for the ACCC. We praise the fact that there will be a review after 1 year to see if it is delivering and it's being implemented correctly. And it's incredibly important that review be done well and get the balance right in assessing whether the costs of this framework are in line with the benefits, or hopefully the benefits will be substantially more. We'll continue to examine this closely through the Senate inquiry and Senate estimates processes. And there's an opportunity there to look at whether this can be made to work better and indeed whether the costs are going to be outweighed by the benefits. But we always stand ready to work towards balanced, targeted solutions that will strengthen competition where it is most needed, supporting growth, innovation and most of all the prosperity and choices of all Australians.
Order. Is the amendment seconded? I call the honourable member for Banks.
Yes, Deputy Speaker, I second the amendment.
I thank the honourable member for Banks and I call the Minister.
I move the debate on this bill be adjourned to a later hour this day.
Order. The question is that that this bill be now read a second time to this. The honourable member for Hume has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question now is the amendment be agreed to. Call the honourable Minister and I'll put the question. All of those of that opinion say aye. Yes. Adjourned. Yep. Yeah. Moving of the adjournment be, but yes. All of those of that opinion say aye. Yes. Yes, that's right. Adjourning. All of those opinions say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 6, National Broadband Network Companies Amendment, Commitment to Public Ownership Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time and I call the honourable member for Ryan.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. In 2024, access to the internet should be a universal basic right. Access to the technology and infrastructure that enables every person in Australia to work, to study and to stay connected. But unfortunately, here in Australia, we're falling woefully short of that standard. Decades of government cost-cutting, privatisation and corporatisation of our essential services have degraded our internet infrastructure. In Ryan, my electorate, many people are still dealing with the fallout of the botched NBN upgrades, frustrated that they can't watch a movie with their family, they can't work or study from home or play games with their friends, despite paying some of the highest prices in the world for home internet. What's really frustrating is that it didn't have to be like this. The NBN could have been affordable and accessible for everyone, providing gold standard internet access right across Australia. So how did we get here in this almighty mess? It started with previous governments' disastrous decisions that led to the privatisation of Telstra in the 90s. This left us without the basic bones to deliver high-speed broadband. It's such a common and such a sad story. The government selling off yet another essential public asset and good to a for-profit corporation, setting the stage for cost blowouts, for delays and the chaotic rollout we've been stuck with ever since. This was compounded by the government's decision to set up the NBN as a public corporation that had to turn a profit early in the rollout. So what we got was higher consumer prices and poorly prioritised rollout strategies. Then, in 2013, the LNP slashed funding and gave us a multi-technology mix, a kind of a Frankenstein's monster, a network of copper wires and outdated hybrid fibre coaxial, that's HFC, completely inadequate for meeting modern internet demands. And here we are with unreliable, subpar internet in too many homes in Ryan and in so many places throughout Australia. Take the Gap or Mitchelton. Residents there still stuck with the HFC, dealing with absolutely abysmal speeds. A recent survey I ran in Ryan showed that over 60% of respondents are unhappy with their internet, with nearly 20% saying it's very, very slow. To make matters worse, 40% of respondents aren't even getting the speeds they're paying for, so they're stuck paying high prices for a subpar service in the middle of a cost of living crisis. We're stuck relying on outdated technology that simply cannot deliver. Half of Ryan is reporting unreliable internet with frequent dropouts. Australia is falling behind. While other nations are embracing fibre to the premise, the gold standard we should have had right from the start. And it's not just speed and reliability, it's the cost. Over 74% of the respondents to my survey said that their internet is just too expensive. That's a huge number of people in my community being ripped off, while, to rub salt in those wounds, corporate executives line their pockets. Telstra CEO Vicky Brady made $5.25 million. Optus CEO Kelly Bayer Rosmarin over $5 million, and former NBN boss Stephen Rue $3 million. All this during a cost of living crisis, while people in Kenmore and the Gap just can't even hold a simple Zoom call without the internet absolutely dropping out on them. Internet access is essential infrastructure. Just like roads or public transport, it should be affordable and accessible for everyone. That's why we fought to keep the NBN in public hands. It was the Greens who protected the NBN from being sold off. We secured the amendments to keep it public because we know that internet access is far too important to leave in the hands of for-profit corporate giants. The NBN should serve all Australians, not become a cash cow for a select few. So the Greens will consider this bill and move for a Senate inquiry to make sure all Australians have access to an affordable and functioning NBN. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Ryan. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm so pleased to be speaking to a bill that is all about making sure the NBN stays in public hands. We do not want to repeat the mistakes that were made with Telstra, which has led to my community really having to fight for what should be a right, and that is decent quality communications. And it's the same with the NBN. Now, I want to take everybody back a few decades, actually, to the 1990s and Paul Keating's Creative Nation, because Creative Nation turned out to be my awakening to why we need high-speed broadband. And I'll tell you why. Creative Nation had one aspect to it which was all about encouraging people to create digital content. The language might have been slightly different. I think we called it multimedia, but it was all about creating things that would be delivered through the internet at a time when the internet was still a very, very new beast. And there were several multimedia enterprise centres, and one of those was in Everleigh. And I had the privilege of working with IT people, first time really that I'd worked with IT people. My business partner and I, we were the content, our media training content, and we worked with artists and designers to create a multimedia program that would be delivered through the internet. And in fact, it was a long process and we all learnt a lot, but at the culmination of it was that my business was named as the creator of the best multimedia education product in the country. And I'm very proud of that, but this was the early 2000s by the time we got to this point, and it was not possible to commercialise the product that we'd spent several years creating because there was no way of delivering it to people through the internet. The speeds were not fast enough. We were still dialing up or had just switched across to ADSL. And so that was the first time, as a business person, I hit a wall, and that was a failure to have invested at that point into high-speed broadband. So that was, for me, a real wake-up. And I don't profess to be a savvy IT person, but I do know that when my business is constrained by something, I want to see solutions to it. It took some time before a solution was presented. And when Kevin Rudd announced that there would be this national broadband network of high-speed broadband, where video and audio, where you could have interactivity, where animations could be
accommodated, I knew exactly the sort of people he was talking about it benefiting, and that was businesses like mine, with great IP and no method of delivering it effectively through the internet. So I have been a convert to the NBN from those very, very early days. And I knew very strongly what it was to be able to turn that NBN on. I was lucky enough that in the electorate, I had lost an election, but my community was one of the early beneficiaries. And I remember with the Prime Minister, now Prime Minister, pushing the button in Windsor to turn on, metaphorically, the NBN in the Hawkesbury, one of the first places that it was rolled out to parts of the Hawkesbury. So I have followed really closely the rolling out of NBN. I have despaired at some of the pace of it. And when the Liberal government came to power and they turned a 21st century technology into a historic copper-led technology, I was really concerned about what the economic impacts that would have and the social impacts that would have for people. I was also horrified to hear the Liberal government declare that the NBN was done, the rollout was done, it was completed, it was finished. And because to hear that said, to declare it complete was really a signal that our job's done and there's no need for us to try and continue to improve the NBN that's available for people. Now, I know that in spite of a significant number of people having fibre, many people only had it to the curb, or they only had it to a node, or even worse, they had satellite or wireless. So to hear the Liberal government say it was complete, that was certainly not my experience in the Blue Mountains and the Hawkesbury, that this thing had been finished. And it's not finished yet. There is still more to do. What that decision by those opposite did was really signal their intent that it was ready to sell off. That this essential infrastructure, sometimes the only infrastructure still standing when natural disasters hit, that infrastructure could be sold off to the highest bidder. So let's just think about how essential the national broadband network is. Well, if you didn't realise beforehand how essential it was, you certainly realised during COVID. What we all recognised then was that we needed this, whether we were a child studying with a bunch of 10-year-olds, whether we were a teenager or in our early 20s at university, whether we were adults working from home and trying to keep connected with our colleagues, for every demographic. And that includes people like my mum who really rely on access to data, not just as Prime Minister Turnbull once said, to watch lots of movies, and she certainly doesn't have 5 movies playing in her house at the one time, which was, I think, we were told the only reason you need high-speed broadband is if that was happening. But she needs secure, reliable, trustworthy technology that's not going to go out in a storm. And I think that for people in the lower Blue Mountains in particular, we faced at the issue of having boxes that when there was a storm, they would just self-combust, essentially. Sometimes they literally left little burn trails, other times they just died. And it took a long time for the previous government to acknowledge that this was a problem, partly because the lower Blue Mountains community is one of the most storm-prone in the country. When you look at the geology, that explains it, I'm told. So to have systems for people to be told that's good enough, that is all you deserve, that'll do you. Well, my community very clearly said no, it is not good enough. I think as we go forward, from there we've seen the benefits of high-speed broadband for health and telehealth, and those benefits will continue to be experienced as we go forward. And small business, I think small business now would wonder how it would survive without a decent broadband service. So the gold star is obviously fibre to the home. And in the Blue Mountains and the Hawkesbury, we are, and even parts of a lot of other parts of Western Sydney, there are still places where we're having to fix up the mess of fibre to the curb and fibre to the node. I recently was up in Blackheath, and it has been a really long, slow wait for Blackheath and other areas. Back in 2017, the Minister for Communications, before we were in government, she and I were up there, and we heard why they felt they were being shortchanged by the Liberals' fibre to the node rollout, which relied on that old copper to do the connection from a box somewhere down your street into your home. But finally, there is a rollout happening that is shifting that fibre to the node to fibre to the curb. And I have never been so delighted to see streets being dug up as I was in Blackheath watching that rollout happen. And what I also noticed, having followed the rollout from its very first days around Bligh Park, is that the degree of skill that's involved. You know, we've learned so much, and our operators have learned so much about how to do this neatly, how to do it effectively, and how to do it quickly. And that was a real delight to see. The upgrading that we are doing of the NBN, because we believe people should continue to see improvements in their service if they don't have a gold plate service, will mean that around 3,000 people living homes in the Hawkesbury, everywhere from McGrath's Hill, Currajong Heights, North Richmond, Pitttown, Vineyard and Freeman's Reach, about 3,000 people across those areas will shift from fibre to the node to fibre to the premises, fibre coming all the way into their home. And in the Blue Mountains, it's about 14,000 more households who will have access to what they should have had in the first place, quality fibre. And that's everywhere from Hazelbrook right up the mountains to Mount Victoria. But there is still work to be done, and that's why it's so important that the NBN is kept in public hands. There's more to do to make sure it stays in the future affordable for people. The consequence of privatisation, as we know, is that shareholders' needs are put ahead of everybody else's. And that has terrible consequences for us as a society, as a community, and as an economy. I think in an electorate like mine, where we have areas that are not just peri-urban, but the equivalent of regional, the equivalent of rural, and even the equivalent of remote, that there are ongoing challenges in getting the very best standard of NBN. I've got people on satellite and wireless. And my view is that we should continue to be looking to deliver a higher quality of service to those people, and that will only happen if the NBN stays in public hands. From my perspective, it is not over for those people. I am never one to shy away from advocating for my community, and I absolutely understand the needs that people have in those areas, where particularly where fibre comes down a street but stops halfway down just because someone drew a line on the map in the original design. So there are lots of areas where I will continue fighting and advocating for an expansion of fibre for my community. Deputy Speaker, Labor founded the National Broadband Network. We founded it to provide fast, reliable, affordable broadband to all Australians, not just to some, not just to the lucky ones who live in a densely populated area, but to all Australians. And we are delivering our vision for a world-class fibre network, and the difference between a couple of years ago and now is stark in my community. For a start, I get to have fibre to my premises. My entire street, the entire suburb of Winmalee, the entire lower Blue Mountains can now say, yes, I'd like to get that fibre to the curb to come all the way into my home. And it only happens when you have a government that has a commitment to genuinely trying to level the playing field for every Australian business, for every Australian, no matter where they live. And only by keeping the NBN in government ownership can we continue to deliver on that vision. And that's why this legislation is here. That's why we're here on our side arguing that we need to secure in legislation the future of the NBN and make sure it remains in public ownership. This is a critical infrastructure. It reaches to over 12.4 million premises across Australia. Currently, more than 8.6 million homes and businesses are connected. That's a lot of people whose lives are affected. Keeping NBN in public hands will ensure that the company itself has the certainty necessary for its investment planning and for all that operational decision-making needed to maximise the economic and social benefits of the NBN. And ongoing government ownership of the NBN will help keep those wholesale broadband prices more affordable for consumers than if the company was in private ownership. What we should have going forward is the opposite of what happened to my business in the early 2000s. We should not have businesses who say, I can't do my business because I'm constrained by the NBN, or I'm constrained by a lack of capacity to be able to send things through this magic thing of the internet. Every business, every home, every older person, every child should have the same access and the same ability to use this infrastructure. It is crucial public infrastructure and should never be sold off. Just as telephones should never have been sold off, particularly when we didn't know how technology was going to evolve and we end up with a situation where there's inequity in that system now, nor should the NBN. The NBN should stay in public hands now and forever.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Macquarie. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the National Broadband Network Companies Amendment Commitment to Public Ownership Bill of 2024. And I've been in the House for most of the member for Macquarie's speech, and I must say large parts of her speech I really agree with. The NBN, the importance of it, it's very important for infrastructure, its importance in emergencies, the fact that we need to, quote, secure reliable technology, particularly in storm-prone communities. I am really glad that the Minister for Communications and the member for Macquarie have been able to get fibre to the premises within your electorate. Perhaps the member for Macquarie would be able to explain to me why the Minister for Communications won't assist me in my electorate of Hughes to get fibre to the premises in the suburb of Bundeena. This is a suburb which is far more isolated than the Blue Mountains. I note the interjections over there. Could it be that assistance was given from the minister to those on that side of the chamber with the same assistance has not been provided on this side of the chamber? And as I hear more interjections, I will read directly from a letter that the minister wrote back to me refusing my community, but she's obviously been very helpful for communities on your side of the chamber. So, Deputy Speaker, I will return to the issue of Bundeena, and I am appreciating these interjections because I'd be very interested to hear whether or not other members on that side have been given the NBN upgrades that have not been afforded to those in my electorate. So the purpose of this bill, the stated purpose of this bill when this was introduced, Deputy Speaker—
The member for Hughes has the call.
The stated purpose from the Minister for Communications was that this will amend original Labor legislation to remove conditions enabling a future government to privatise NBN. The bill provides certainty to stakeholders, including broadband consumers, the wider telecommunications industry, broadband retailers and NBN Co, that the Commonwealth will continue to retain ownership of NBN Co. Well, Deputy Speaker, unless I've missed something over the last few weeks, there has been no conversation about NBN about changing the public ownership, except from those on that side of the chamber. And why is this? This is legislation that is in fact amending the government's previous legislation. So I'll just by way of background, Deputy Speaker, the Rudd Labor government, we all remember that Labor government, announced the establishment of a new NBN Co to build and operate a new fast national broadband network. And in that, when the legislation was introduced, it was anticipated that the government would be the NBN Co's major shareholder, but there would also be significant private investment in the company. Quote, the government will make an initial investment in the company, but intends to sell down its interest in the company within 5 years after the network is built and fully operational, consistent with market conditions and national identity security considerations. Then we have the introduction of the NBN Companies Bill 2011, passed in March 2011, and in the second reading speech, the then Minister for Infrastructure and Transport, who is, I believe, the current Prime Minister, Mr Albanese, stated, the first bill in the package, the NBN Companies Bill, also sets out, and this is important, Deputy Speaker, and I quote, arrangements for the eventual sale of the Commonwealth stake in the company once the NBN rollout is complete, including provisions for independent and parliamentary reviews prior to any privatisation, and for the Parliament to have the final say on the sale. As such, the bill deals with arrangements for both today and into the future. And that is a direct quote, Deputy Speaker, from the then Minister for Transport and Infrastructure, who now holds the highest political office in the land. Then, if we come to the actual nature of NBN Co, it's an unlisted public company limited by shares incorporated under the Corporations Act and is a Commonwealth company for the purposes of various other acts. It was established in 2009 as a government business enterprise by the federal government, which is its sole shareholder. So if we now come to 2022, Deputy Speaker, as I've said before, this bill is nothing but a sad stunt. This is designed to create confected debate that somehow those on our side, or perhaps their friends in the Greens, somewhere, somebody has some intention to sell off the NBN. There is no intention on our side. Nobody's talking about changing the ownership of the NBN, not the Coalition and not anyone else that I've heard in this place. This is just a shambolic attempt by a government that is really frightened to address the real issues that are affecting Australians, which is cost of living. And also in my electorate, there are plenty of Australians very upset with the NBN service that has been delivered under this Communications Minister, under this government, and even more upset. No, I'd ask the honourable member, you are very welcome to come to Bundeena, as I have done, seen the sort of internet coverage that they have down there, made representations to the Minister, who was, I'll quote that in a minute. Look, Labor has done this before, Deputy Speaker. They are the party of Mediscare. Now it's nothing but NBN scare. This is done to simply distract from the issues that they know. They've been back in their electorates for weeks, those on that side. Their constituents are telling them exactly the same thing that our constituents are telling us. They are not happy with this government. This government is not addressing their cost of living issues. They are a party known for making up fake election campaigns. So, Deputy Speaker, when we see a government that's getting hammered on all fronts, what happens? Oh, let's quickly. I wonder how this transpired in the party room. Hey, Bing, I've got a really good idea today. Let's pretend that the Coalition are going to sell off the NBN. Oh, yes, that sounds like a really good idea. So at a time when Australians are desperate for help with cost of living crisis, This Labor Party is more focused on political games than fixing the problems facing everyday families. We know it on our side, and my electorate knows it, and your electorates know it as well. They are now seeing it. They're seeing it. They are seeing what we have seen sitting here for 2.5 years. Probably a government that will go down as the worst government in history. My parents, who are old enough to remember Whitlam, always said to me, "We'll never see a government worse than Whitlam." Then we had Rudd. We'll never see a government worse than Rudd. We are now seeing a government far worse than either of those two former failed Labor governments. And Deputy Speaker, I just want to touch on what has happened with the NBN under this minister and under the watch of this Prime Minister. There's been a major decline in the NBN. They have essentially hammered Australians with massive NBN price increases. We've seen 6 million families smashed by NBN prices of up to 14% since October last year. 14%. And over the same time period, the NBN's brownfields business, meaning existing homes, has lost almost 100,000 customers. So how on earth can this be lauded as some great success of the Prime Minister and the Minister for Communications? It's not. This is just a lame stunt from a lame government. And they could instead, the Minister for Communications particularly, and the Prime Minister, could be talking about an issue that is of concern in the community, which is the need for gambling advertising reform. I asked the question 3 weeks ago to the Minister for Communications, and she couldn't answer it. My friend, the member for Casey, also Menzies, apologies, Deputy Speaker, also asked the question. We were the two from this side that were on that inquiry. It was chaired by the former member for Dunkley, Peter Murphy, and at the time there were commitments made. After Ms Murphy passed away, there were commitments made from a whole lot of us that we would continue with the work that was done on that inquiry. And what has happened since? It was presented to the Minister in June 2023. Where is it? She still can't answer questions. The Minister cannot answer questions in question time as to when she's going to whether she's going to adopt the recommendations and when. In 1996, Deputy Speaker, John Howard had been admitted for a couple of weeks and we had the tragic massacre down in Port Arthur. John Howard at the time had to stare down members of his own party, members of his coalition party, and a lot of the Liberal Party's base, because he knew in his heart that Australia needed gun reform. That changed the nature of Australia. Why is it then that full bipartisan support, thank you, Minister, full bipartisan support, and that report that was given to the Minister had bipartisan support. It was unanimous, yes? So then the Prime Minister, I would suggest that the Prime Minister can take something from the John Howard playbook and actually think, I'm going to act in the nation's interests here. I'm going to act in the nation's interest and not those in the interests of some of his friends and allies, because he has missed an opportunity to demonstrate strong leadership, moral courage and political conviction on a national social and health epidemic. Ms Murphy's husband has asked what is going on. What are you doing about this report? The Reverend Tim Costello has been asking about it. Anna Bardsley contacted the Prime Minister 3 weeks ago and said, I am coming to Canberra this week because I need to speak to the Prime Minister about gambling reform and about gambling harm. She couldn't get an audience with the Prime Minister, but she got an audience with me, and the stories from her and her colleagues about the devastation of gambling harm on them, on their families, was heartbreaking. Women who have served time in prison for theft to simply feed their gambling habits. Another spoke about first gambling at the age of 7, as well as the social impacts online gambling has had on his Asian Australian community. Australians love a punt Deputy Speaker, today is Melbourne Cup Day. Most Australians gamble responsibly. They do it with friends. They do it as a social activity. They gamble with money they know that they can afford to lose. That is fine, but there are, for a number of Australians, gambling harm causes a massive problem for them. Bundeena. I've been asked about Bundeena from somebody over on that side. I went to the Minister. After April, I went to the Minister and said, can you please assist this community of mine? They need fibre to the premises or fibre to the curb. Minister wrote back to me, and I quote, NBN Co has advised that there have never been any plans to provide fibre to the curb services to Bundeena. However, parts of Bundeena have been included in the project to eventually deliver fibre to the premises upgrades. That was supposed to have occurred in 2023. The Minister has now changed the date to 2025 and then indicated at the end of the letter, unfortunately, this process is lengthy and has significantly delayed the delivery of upgrades to the Bundeena area. Deputy Speaker, nobody on this side is talking about privatising or selling off NBN.
Sorry, in accordance with Standing Order 43, the debate will be resumed at a later hour and the member will have permission to continue when the debate's resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I give the call to the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, the consultation process continues on the redevelopment options that the state government in South Australia are considering for the University of South Australia campus in my electorate of Sturt in the Magill area. And I've certainly already made it very clear that this is an enormous opportunity for a significant recreational precinct in the heart of my electorate, because we have so many sporting clubs in particular that are desperately short of appropriate venues so that they can continue their excellent growth and also have appropriate sporting facilities, recreational facilities, and particularly with the excellent increase in female participation in so many sports in my electorate, like is happening across the country, ensuring that we've got proper change room facilities and the like to cater for that increasing participation. So I take at face value the suggestion from the agency Renewal SA that they are genuinely interested in community feedback, but I also put them on notice that we hope this doesn't turn out to be just a case of going through the motions to pretend there's an interest in the view of the community and still flog this land off for the highest amount of dense housing that they possibly can. That would belie the process. It would also turn the merger of the two universities into something that was really driven by a property deal rather than more reasonable and serious objectives. And so I hope that we get the outcome we're looking for.
Member for Solomon.
Speaker, last week I was down in Adelaide for the ADF Reserve's National Employer Support Awards. The awards celebrate civilian employers who go above and beyond in supporting their employees' ADF Reserve service. We know there are unique challenges in balancing military service, the civilian job, study and family commitments, and therefore support of their civilian employer is crucial. I know a little bit about these challenges, having served in reserve units, the 13th Brigade in Perth, Norforce in Darwin and the 1st Commando Regiment in Sydney. With 6 awards on offer, Territorians took out the award or received an honourable mention in 4 categories. So keep up the great work. North Star North, also We Fix It IT, the Patrol Boat Group Headquarters, Alice Springs Hospital's Pharmacy Department, Lockheed Martin and St Joseph's Catholic Colleges, outstanding employers of reservists. And it's no surprise really when our very own Territory Regional Engagement Manager Judith Carson was awarded a Silver ADF Commendation for her dedication and exemplary efforts supporting Territory Reserve employers. Territory Reservists have civilian careers and they will be much better off into the future under the Albanese Labor government's cutting of student debt and making fee-free TAFE courses permanent. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Leichhardt.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to again be taking part in the Raise Our Voice in Parliament campaign. The following is a speech written by Ava, a 10-year-old student from the Caravonica State School. By 2034, I'd like to see in my community of Cairns with more protection of our environmental space, more renewable energy and more education of science and technology in the schools. The next Parliament can support this by investing in protecting our important environmental spaces, our animals, land, sea, waterways and culture. Recycling materials and reusing what we have. By doing this, it will limit our need for creating new resources and our pollution into the fragile environment. Investing in technology to make more renewable energy will help the impact we are having on our country with more wind, sea and solar farms. Investing in education and schools to improve science and technology for students like me to create the ideas for the future. Better classrooms and facilities will ensure all children can learn no matter their location. My 2034 goal is important. To look to the future, we need to be looking at what we can address now in 2024. Investing in our environment and our education will help to achieve these goals. My mum and dad invest their hopes in me. Will you? Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Member for Werriwa.
Hear, hear.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. 60 years ago, the electorate of Werriwa was growing exponentially, with families moving into the new estates being built by the government to address the lack of housing. Little has changed. We again find ourselves hosting growing suburbs in Austral and Leppington, with the new city of Bradfield also being planned. An integral part of life of many of my constituents is faith. Recently, 2 parishes in my electorate celebrated 60-year milestones. On Sunday, I was honoured to join the parishioners and the Anglican Archbishop of Sydney, Kanishka Raphael, his wife Kaylee, Reverend Dave Morgan and his wife Priya at St Mark's Sadleir. The occasion was to celebrate the issuing of a warrant for St Mark's to become a full parish and to celebrate 60 years of worship, hope and support of the Sadleir community. Earlier in the month, I also attended All Saints Catholic Church in Liverpool. On this occasion, I celebrated with Archbishop Anthony Fisher and Father Paul Moncred 60 years of worship in that building, but 200 years of Catholic worship in Liverpool. All Saints has a prominent position in the Liverpool CBD and has been the focal point of thousands of family and community events over the decades. Both occasions were wonderful celebrations, and I extend my thanks to both for their kind welcome and hospitality.
Member for Clare.
I wish to draw the attention of this House to the sad recent passing of World War II veteran Marion Donnett. She was a much-loved and highly respected member of our local community. Marion was born in Baramble, New South Wales, and when the Second World War broke out, she enlisted in the Australian Women's Army Service, serving for over 3 years and attaining the rank of corporal before discharging in 1946. Marion was based in Sydney and helped facilitate the logistics of material being delivered to salvage depots at various locations around the city. It was in the Army that Marion met the love of her life, Alan. Alan was a highly decorated veteran of the Kokoda Track and New Guinea campaigns, earning his Gallantry Award for distinguished conduct and leadership during an attack on a Japanese-held village. One of Marion's cherished memories was the victory celebrations in Sydney's CBD. After the war, Marion worked in aged care nursing. She married Alan and together they purchased a mixed farm in the central west of New South Wales, raising 4 children with 13 grandchildren, 31 great-grandchildren and 2 great-great-grandchildren. Together, they made an enormous contribution to our region and country. I was honoured to attend Marion's 100th birthday celebrations in 2022. Marion passed away in May, aged 102, having lived a rich and full life. She was part of an extraordinary generation that stood up to defend Australia when our country was threatened during the Second World War. I know I join all members of this House in offering our sincere condolences to Marion's family and friends on the loss of a great Australian.
Member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. I know how important education is to my wonderful community in Chisholm, and it's important to me too. I've always been an advocate for accessible and affordable pathways to higher and vocational education and the opportunities that they deliver for people, communities and our nation. In fact, I spoke about access and affordability of higher education in my very first speech in this place. Constituents of mine are passionate about reforming higher education and making it more affordable too. I undertook a survey in my community about higher education, and I was absolutely blown away by the response. Hundreds and hundreds of people contacted me and said they thought debts should be lower and that younger people should have better access to education pathways. So I'm really pleased to be part of a government that is taking action to reform higher education. A re-elected Albanese Labor government will cut student debt by 20% for everyone. We'll also reduce the amount graduates have to repay every year, and we'll make fee-free TAFE courses permanent. This is the start of our positive plan for a second term, helping with the cost of living and building Australia's future. We'll cut around $5,500 from an average uni student's debt, and we'll make the repayment system fairer. This will boost take-home pay for people repaying student debts. Together, we can keep building Australia's future. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Fowler.
Speaker, this is a speech from my local students' representatives as part of the Raise Your Voice campaign. Lisa, Tina, Kathy and Mary are from Canleyvale High School, and they're in the gallery today, actually. They ask about the quality of our education system. These young people are the future generation of our community in Fowler. As the future generation, we want our community, city and country to thrive. And to do this, people need a good education. While we commend Australian education, it has fallen short on quality. We've been heavily impacted by the lack of resources, staff and inadequate educational facilities. This has caused limitations and pauses in our education and potential, which then translates into socioeconomic disadvantage, as the quality of our education is a large determining factor of the quality of our futures. With this, only the wealthy can afford a boost, while the rest of the public system are left behind and underfunded, limiting their potential to the little resources they have. To help public schools like the one we and so many attend, more funds need to be contributed to our education. Resources like further support for teachers and other staff members, assistance programs and better quality and infrastructure could make all the difference between a high or low education. We need to ensure that the disadvantaged receive the attention they need, not performativity, but real action to be followed through. To speak out to our nation, to our country, to raise our voices is to be one step closer to change. Thank you to the students and to the teacher to travel all the way from Canleyvale to come here and listen to their Raise Your Voice campaign message.
Thank you. Member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Avoca Beach Public School in my electorate of Robertson celebrated its biennial school fair on September 8, 2024. This year's theme was Australiana, with a Year 6 student, Carter Rogers, artwork selected to promote the event. Carter is a budding creative who took inspiration from all around Australia to create his winning design. This includes two hands in the shape of a love heart, symbolising unity and representing all Australians, especially our First Nations Australians. In the centre of the love sits Uluru, the very heart of our nation. Carter's overarching message is one of shared community and love for this big, beautiful country, Australia. Carter is rightfully proud of his design and its messages and is very excited to be representing Avoca Beach Public School through his love of art. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate Carter Rogers on his brilliant design and wish him all the very best in high school next year and beyond. Keep up your marvellous interest in the arts and keep making your community proud, and a special commendation to Avoca Beach Public School P&C on its work putting together another tremendous fair and for cultivating an inclusive and caring community. And, Deputy Speaker, can I just make quick mention that a re-elected Labor government will be wiping 20% off all student debt, and that's right, everyone in Australia. And on top of that, we're also reducing the amount you need to repay from your student debt each year. That means smaller debts and more money in the pocket of more Australians.
Member for Mitchell.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It was a privilege to host 150 student leaders from across my electorate, the 16 public and private high schools, at the 23rd Mitchell Youth Leadership Forum. The forum, held on 17 to 19 October at the YMCA Yarramundi, was an incredible success. The forum is a 2.5-day live program for New Year 11 students based on the values of integrity, service and courage. The energy and enthusiasm of the students this year was truly remarkable. I look forward to seeing their growth reflected in their new friendships they've made across schools and in our local community. I want to express my gratitude to our dedicated volunteer of 65 leaders who are former students who attended the program in the past, whose tireless efforts made this forum possible again this year. I commend and thank our committee members, Tristan Smith, our CEO, Ronnie Quinn, Jan Cox, Jed Lewis, Thomas Kelly, Jesse Peake, Ken Shaw, Daniel Ridley, Marcus Cannon, Vanita Webster, Jane Porto, Laura Nawaka, Simon Tay and Renee Selicic. I extend my thanks to all of the principals for their ongoing participation in the Mitchell Youth Leadership Forum, which I've run every year since I'm the member, and indeed attending the principals' workshop with the students who were delighted to see them over the 2.5-day program. During the forum, students engaged in team building activities, their small group discussions, and the community service projects were well received this year at Aminya Aged Care Village, McCall Gardens, Riding for the Disabled, at the Tall Timber Centre. They painted fences, they washed cars, they did community service. They thoroughly had a great time getting to know new friends across school communities. I want to acknowledge our major sponsors and thank them for their support.
Time. Member for Bean.
Deputy Speaker, boosting higher education and training and tackling the cost of living are critical issues for the people of Bean. I welcome the announcements by the Prime Minister on the weekend that a re-elected Labor government will cut $5,500 from an average university student debt and lock in free TAFE permanently. This plan will benefit the residents of Bean and throughout Australia to make ends meet and get ahead. It will put money back in the pockets of residents who are often facing a host of financial pressures starting out in their working lives. And it will increase the attractiveness of pursuing higher education and training, which is essential not just to the future of the ACT, but our nation. Deputy Speaker, we know that education is the most powerful weapon we have against disadvantage, and it's the best investment we can make in building Australia's future. So, Deputy Speaker, with the new Canberra Institute of Technology being built by the ACT government in the heart of Bean, and the Prime Minister's plan to cut the costs faced by those pursuing higher education and training, Labor governments, both at state, territory and federal levels, are rightly putting students and trainees centre stage in a future built in Australia, and I'll continue to advocate for them in this parliament and in the next.
Member for Petrie.
I want to congratulate David Crisafulli, the new Premier in Queensland, and the Liberal National Party on a successful state election on October 26. With a majority LNP government, the future looks brighter for Queensland. I want to highlight to the Australian people what was occurring throughout the election campaign. Verbal abuse, name-calling and mocking is what Ariana Doolan experienced, the 22-year-old LNP candidate that won the seat of Palmerston. She had to deal with this for 2 weeks on pre-poll from the former Labor MP Ali King. She stated to this 22-year-old woman daily, "You are nothing. You stand for nothing and have no values. You should be ashamed of yourself." This is what this 22-year-old woman experienced by a so-called leader, Labor MP. You're selling women's bodies by joining the LNP. You're too inexperienced and young. And Terry Young, MP, the member for Longman, witnessed this pack mentality by the Labor MP and her supporters, saying that you don't deserve to be here. This is what the former state Labor member, Ali King, said to Ariana, and it was a disgrace. Personal nasty abuse in life or politics is unacceptable and shows what hypocrites some Labor MPs are when it comes to the treatment of young women and other candidates. And I'm deeply sorry that Ariana had to experience this. However, she has won the seat of Palmerston and will be the youngest woman ever elected in Queensland.
Member for Lawler.
I thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, Deputy Speaker, to build Australia's future, there's nothing more important than education. Nothing more important than a Labor government to deliver equity and access to that education. That's what Labor governments are about. That's what the Albanese Labor government's about. Post-school education is critically important, and we're going to need our young people to commit to post-school education more and more as we move across the next decade. It's why a re-elected Labor government's commitment to reduce HECS debt by 20% and lock in fee-free TAFE for 100,000 places a year is so important. This will build Australia. This will give our young people the opportunity to build their capacity, to take up the positions we need to take for them to take up. It will also help, undoubtedly, in the cost of living. It will help young people reduce their debt to allow them to get into that rental market or to buy a home. These are important things. It will allow young people the opportunity to access fee-free TAFE so that they can get the jobs of the future, so that they can join other people in aged care, in childcare, in construction, building and construction, in an apprenticeship. These are important initiatives and only a Labor government, a re-elected Labor government, will deliver them.
Member for New England.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Listened to it the other day, the winged monkeys are fed, the green goggles are on, and we're off to an election. I listened to the Prime Minister. It was like an alternate universe. He said, the inflation crisis is fixed. Has he spoken to anybody trying to pay for fuel? Has he spoken to anybody trying to pay for their groceries? Has he had a yarn to anybody trying to pay for their power bill? Has he actually talked to someone who's trying to pay for their rent or buy a house? I mean, it is the most distracted, disconnected statement I have heard in a long while from a person who must have a dartboard with one of those sucky darts with all the Labor Party members on it, because everything he's done in the last month is been completely within his control to try and remove his colleagues from office. And it's been an absolute cartwheeling disaster. And then the Labor Party comes up and says, oh, well, what's your plan? And we have one of the biggest plans for Australia, the nuclear plan. And we're looking through all the countries, the United States, Canada, Mexico, Brazil, Argentina, throughout Europe, using nuclear power. Everyone, if we're lucky, we might catch up to Ghana and Bangladesh, who are also going down the path of developing nuclear power. But oh no, we're going to hang around there with there's two countries, notable countries, who don't want nuclear power: Australia and New Zealand.
Member for Corangamite.
Deputy Speaker, our children are growing up in a digital world full of incredible opportunities, with virtual places to learn, to make friends and to explore new interests. But just as in the real world, children face risks. As a former teacher, I know just how important it is to guide children safely through these virtual platforms, helping them to build confidence and act responsibly online. And that's why, together with the Minister for Communication, I held a forum on child online safety at Clifton Springs Primary School. It was a valuable discussion about the challenges and dangers children face online and the skills children need to protect themselves. The forum also gave parents useful tools to help guide children through the ever-changing digital landscape. We also launched Australia's first free digital literacy program at St Aloysius Primary School in Queenscliff. This program, designed by the Alana and Madeline Foundation, includes the groundbreaking digital e-smart licence, a kind of pen licence for the online world. Just as children learn the right to use a pen in school, this licence equips children with the knowledge to safely navigate the internet. Thanks to the Albanese government, children as young as 4 will now learn to recognise online risks, protect their safety and communicate respectfully.
Member for Cook.
Last Sunday, my community celebrated the 41st Gymea Village Festival. My family and I walked along Gymea Village with around 50,000 others from my community. There was around 200 quality stores from local vendors like tailor-made teas, lots of rides for the kids, show bags and perfect weather. Many great local businesses are permanently in Gymea, such as the Gymea Lily, Nina's Chocolates, OMG Decadent Donuts, Sutherland Shire, C3 Training Gymea and Chapman Lane, just to name a few. I'd like to recognise the organisers and sponsors of the Cambridge Markets, Gymea Village and Chamber of Commerce, Tynan Hyundai, Stone Real Estate, Gymea Bay Hotel and the Sutherland Shire Council. I would also like to recognise and thank our local councillors, Councillor Melanie Gibbons and Councillor Joanne Nichols, for their support of this great community. I spoke with the community members also about the dismal state of Gymea baths. I've raised a petition that has attracted hundreds of signatures to clean up this asset and clean out that water. This petition can be found on my website. Locals are pitching in. Baycare Gymea Bay exemplifies what's great about our local community. Locals pitching in every week, families down there cleaning up rubbish and working to keep the water clean. It's time for government to do its part too.
Member for Hawke.
Deputy Speaker, today is Melbourne Cup Day, the third running of the Cup since we took the reins of government. 2.5 years ago, when the Albanese Labor government entered this race, we knew those opposite had left Australia in a tough spot. A quick look at the form guide revealed a Liberal track record of rising inflation, a crumbling Medicare, a decade of deliberate wage suppression and $1 trillion of Liberal debt. However, despite the heavy handicap left by the Coalition, the Albanese Labor government did not stumble out of the gates, instead setting a clear path to deliver for Australians doing it tough. From the very start, our government has kept a strong pace, delivering cheaper medicines, more bulk billing, energy bill relief and a tax cut for every Australian taxpayer. As inflation falls and real wages rise, we're gaining ground, proving that careful planning and a strong stride forward can achieve what the Liberals could not. The race is not over yet, though. Looking ahead, the Albanese Labor government is committed to giving every Australian a fair start out of the gates. Our promise of permanent fee-free TAFE will open up clear pathways for young people and those looking to reskill, ensuring they're saddled with skills, not debt. And for those already burdened by student debt, we're easing the load, letting them ride with confidence into the future. Deputy Speaker, while the Melbourne Cup is the race that stops the nation, the Albanese Labor government is powering ahead without pause. We're committed to building Australia's future.
Member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On Saturday, October 26, the Emu Park community came together to celebrate an extraordinary milestone. The Emu Park Jetty, a cherished landmark, reached its 100-year anniversary, a century of memories and stories woven into the heart of this seaside town. Over 1,800 locals gathered to honour the jetty, which has become so much more than a structure. It's an enduring symbol of Emu Park's spirit and heritage. The story behind the jetty's inception is truly inspiring. Without any government support at the time, the determined women of the Emu Park Ladies Improvement Guild raised the funds to bring the jetty to life. Incredibly, the jetty was built in just 3 months using sand, oyster shells and concrete and was officially opened by Prime Minister Stanley Bruce. Throughout the years, it has withstood the pounding of south-easterly swells. While many modern constructions might struggle to last even a decade, this jetty has stood strong for a century. However, the relentless waves have taken their toll, and now it's in need of restoration. Once again, the Emu Park community has rallied to raise funds to restore this beloved landmark to its former glory. It was an honour to join the community in celebrating the centenary and to support these fundraising efforts. I wholeheartedly wish the committee every success and look forward to continuing to work alongside them in preserving this iconic piece of the Emu Park's heritage.
The call to the honourable member for Bennelong. Speaker, when it comes to supporting young people, there is daylight between the approach of the government and that of the Liberals. In their 9 long years in government, the Liberals dropped the ball on the housing crisis. They did nothing to address housing supply, wasted billions on home builder, and their grand plan today is to allow young people to empty their super for housing. On this side, we reject that approach. We want the cities and the regions to be places where young people can afford to live and thrive. The government's Homes for Australia plan allocates $32 billion to housing supply and will deliver a better deal for renters, get more market and non-market housing built to address demand. And Speaker, unlike those opposite, we support young people who study because we know that education is a springboard to better wages and a better life. It is a Labor government that will legislate to make fee-free TAFE permanent. It is a Labor government that will slash 20% off student debt, and it is only a Labor government that will reform HECS to make student debts fairer and more affordable. Because, Speaker, we know that for young people, renting or buying a house or studying at university is harder than it has ever been. I want Bennelong to be a place where young people study, where young people can rent and where young people can buy their first home, and it's only a Labor government that will have the plans to make that vision a reality. With some anticipation, I give the call to the honourable member for Riverina.
Starters locked away for the 2024 Melbourne Cup of politics. Election promises scratched. The Greens fractious in the stalls and appear unwilling to race. Field now settled. The gates crash back and they're off. The Greens head sharp left, burst through the fence and right off the course. The Teals, still awaiting collective instructions from stable owner Simon Holmes-Court, have not left the barriers. Punters had faith in Labor, but in the early stages, living up to the name of the former Cup winner, Windbag. The punters' former favourite, the Prime Minister, is losing ground with the cost of living rising fast. The Treasurer, who only thinks of his might and power, is proving what a nuisance he can be. He's all over the track. Anyone can win from here. It's a real media puzzle. Australians are starting to vow and declare Labor is giving up without a fight. Shocking. Around the home turn, it's the coalition making just a dash. Labor's gone for the whip, but to no avail. In the straight, flights upgrades now being called upon. You can't rely on interest rates. New homes nowhere to be seen. Immigration in a mighty rush. High energy costs charging ahead. Grocery prices can't continue. Economic confidence has fallen. And just listen to the crowd. The coalition now has its nose in front. How terrific is that? Labor has given up. In the shadows of the post, the Speaker looms down the outside, and here comes question time. Neck and neck, stride for stride. The fast finishing coalition. Question time. Speaker, photo finish. The Speaker.
And I give the call to the honourable member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Usually people relish spot number 10 on this side of the House, but I do say it's a bit hard after member for Riverina's contribution. Nevertheless, what I have to say is important. Those opposite love to bring up rhetoric about cost of living, but that's where it ends, rhetoric. On this side of the House, we actually have a plan on how we're going to tackle the cost of living pressures that so many in Australia are facing right now, in particular those with a HECS or a help debt. That's about 3 million Australians who will benefit from Labor's plan to cut HECS debts by 20%, wiping $16 billion off the national bill for HECS debts. That's about $5,000 per person with a HECS debt. Now, these 3 million Australians live in all of our electorates. That's about 20,000 in each of our electorates, 20,000 people in seats like Menzies and Deakin, 20,000 people in seats like Longman, 20,000 people in seats like Bowman. These are electorates where people care about their HECS debt and want to see action.
That's right. Order in accordance with Standing 43, the time for members' statements has concluded. Are there any questions without notice? I give the call to the Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister's reckless spending means Australian families face higher prices, higher taxes and higher mortgage repayments for longer. And despite 3 budgets, Labor's homegrown cost of living crisis worsens for families by the day. Prime Minister, our country is off track and this Labor government is damaging the economy and in so doing hurting everyday Australians. Why are Australian families paying the price for the Albanese Labor government's reckless spending, and when will this reckless spending stop?
The call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I'm asked a question about spending by the Leader of the Opposition, who was a Cabinet Minister and before that was, of course, Assistant Treasurer. And in the entire time that they were in office, they didn't deliver a single surplus. They promised one in the first year and didn't deliver one for the next 9 years. We turned a $78 billion deficit into a $22 billion surplus. And I'm asked about spending, Mr Speaker, so I'll give you some examples of the reckless spending of those opposite. $4 billion to cancel the French submarine deal. $1.8 billion paid out to victims of robo-debt. $444 million to the Great Barrier Reef Foundation without a tender process or even consulting the foundation. $660 million on commuter car parks where there was no train station. No train station. $423 million for an offshore processing contract awarded to a firm registered to a shack on Kangaroo Island. A shack on Kangaroo Island.
The member for Herbert.
$100 million on sports rorts, funding based on a colour-coded spreadsheet. $70 million on a COVID-safe app that only found 2 unique positive COVID cases. And speaking of COVID, remember the $10 million on a new Australian-made logo that looked like a COVID molecule. $10 million they spent on it. never to be seen again. Never to be seen again. Then there was the land at Western Sydney for the airport. The old Leppington land scandal.
Order.
10 times its value
Member
they
for
paid.
Bennelong.
And that's before you get to the $20
Treasurer
billion
will cease
that
rejecting.
JobKeeper paid to companies that were increasing their profits. That's before you get to the $29 billion in NBN cost blowouts. The $31 billion cost blowout in one project, Inland Rail. $31 billion blowout. Mr. Speaker, it takes some gumption to come in here and ask about spending. What we're doing is investing in education and training. We're investing in Australia's future whilst we are delivering responsible economic management, which is why we've cut inflation in half.
No, order. The Minister for Infrastructure and the member for New England were going for continually interjecting during those answers. They are now both warned. If you wish to have a conversation, I can make that happen, and you can do it outside. We'll hear from the member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. How will cutting student debt and making free TAFE permanent impact the lives of young Australians?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Hasluck for her question and for her passionate advocacy of the rights of young people in her electorate to get access to education, which is the most powerful weapon that we have against disadvantage. And we know that education is one of the best investments that we can make. It's an investment in individuals, an investment so that they can get a job that they love and to build the life that they deserve. But for our nation as well, it's an investment in the creativity and innovation that Australia needs to grow and thrive. And that's why on Sunday we announced three-stage policies. One, to cut student debt by 20%. A typical university graduate will benefit to the tune of $5,500. We're also reforming the student debt repayment system, increasing the first payment threshold from $54,000 to $67,000 and lowering the repayment rate. If you're earning $70,000, you will save $1,300 a year in repayments. But we understand it's not just about university education, it's also about vocational education. It's also about TAFE, which is why we will make free TAFE for 100,000 students every year. People doing apprenticeships for the jobs that we need, the skills that we need to fill. 100,000 each and every year. Under this Labor government, free TAFE is here to stay, Mr. Speaker. And I met students yesterday who told me about the real meaningful difference that this will make in their lives. I met an ANU student who said, as someone who's looking at close to $60,000 of debt by the time I finish my degree, having this wiped from it will make such a big difference in the future, buying a house. And I'm also a really big fan of making the repayment salary later. It's really, really helpful. This is structural reform to boost take-home pay of young Australians, but also to support those Australians who are retraining as the economy shifts to make sure that they're not left behind. This is a positive initiative, but of course those opposite declared their opposition to this policy before it had even been announced. Sound familiar? A bit like tax cuts. And I'm amazed that Senator Sarah Henderson actually said this: it's a tax cut targeted to the big end of town.
People earning 60.
Those opposite who wanted to exclude low-income earners from any tax cut at all are now calling a policy that will help the motor mechanic apprentices who I met yesterday with the debt that they owe.
Give the call to the Honourable, the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. We now know that just 13% of fee-free TAFE enrolments have resulted in a qualification being completed. At a cost of $1.5 billion, all of which has been paid for by taxpayers.
No. The Minister for Environment and Water is warned. I don't know how many times I have to remind members, but we'll keep reminding people till we get it right. When members on any side of the chamber have the supremacy, they have earned the respect to ask their question in silence. After that, the House is in control of its own destiny. But the Deputy Leader is going to begin her question again, and if there is any interjections on this side of the chamber, people will be removed, and I don't care how many people I remove. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition will begin her question again.
My question is to the Prime Minister. We now know that just 13% of fee-free TAFE enrolments have resulted in a qualification being completed at a cost of $1.5 billion, all of which has to be paid for by taxpayers. Can the Prime Minister confirm how much of the $1.5 billion spent has gone to courses that will never be completed? Why is this Prime Minister addicted to reckless spending?
Order. Members on my right, the Prime Minister has the call.
I thank not just the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, I thank their entire Tactics Committee for that question. We have been asked, why is it that 4-year apprenticeships or 3-year apprenticeships haven't been completed? We have 3-year terms in this country. I support 4. But we have 3-year terms in this country. Therefore, fee-free TAFE didn't begin years and years ago. It began when we came in last year.
Order.
And as
the
a direct result,
will cease interjecting.
As a direct result, there are more than 500,000 Australians have benefited from fee-free TAFE. 35,000 construction sector enrolments, 36,000 early childhood educators, 49,000 technology and digital sector enrolments, 131,000 care sector enrolments. 35% of the enrolments have been in regional Australia, making sure that they get access. For those opposite who never did anything for TAFE whatsoever, who indeed called fee-free TAFE wasteful spending. I'll tell you what's a waste. The waste of potential when people are held back from a job because they can't get the qualification that they need. The waste of experience when an older worker loses their job.
The Prime Minister is talking and being directly relevant around the numbers and about the free fee TAFE. So in any objection he would say that he's being directly relevant. If he wasn't talking about TAFE, he was talking about other topics. So we're going to just listen to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, just with that caveat that I have guided the House with. So she'll have the call, of course.
The point of order is on relevance, Mr Speaker. My question included how much of the $1.5 billion has gone to courses that will never be completed.
Yep. The Prime Minister was asked a question about spending, and there was a specific figure that obviously the Deputy Leader is after, and I understand that and I respect that, but whilst he's talking about free fee TAFE and the numbers, he is being directly relevant to the question. If he strays off the topic, I'll make sure he returns to the question. The Prime Minister has the call.
Yes, Mr Speaker. I was interrupted when I was speaking about older workers retraining. For people who lose their job, you can either just leave them behind or you can give them a helping hand to retrain for the jobs as our economy changes. And that's why this is so important. That is a waste, to waste that experience and to say to those workers when things like the car industry was shut down because those opposite told them to leave from this dispatch box. We think those people should not be left behind. I tell you what's a waste as well, when housing projects can't get off the ground because there aren't the skilled workers to deal with them. I'll tell you what's a waste as well. When businesses have to look overseas, as a number of business leaders have lobbied and said, to have imported labour because we can't provide the skilled workers here. What we're about is matching up the jobs of the future with the skills and training of today and the future. That's the right thing to do, and it is astonishing that those opposite don't get it.
We'll hear from the member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to take the pressure off young Australians, and what has been the response?
Call to the Minister for Education.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the cracking member for Corangamite for the question. On the weekend, the Prime Minister announced that if we win the next election, the first piece of legislation that we'll introduce will cut all student debts by 20%. And if you're somebody that today is earning about $75,000 a year with an average student debt of about 27 grand, this is what it means for you. It means we're going to cut your debt by more than $5,000, and we're going to cut the amount of repayments you have to make every year by more than $1,000. And I spoke to some uni students yesterday about what this means, what this really means for them. And this is what Sam said, quote, "This makes a big difference to how quickly I pay it off, but also not having to pay as much week in, week out. It's going to really make a difference when I'm trying to get on my feet straight out of uni." This is what Georgia said. "When I want to buy a house, having the amount of money that I'm going to have taken off by 20% is going to be huge." And this is what Adam said. "It's going to make me be able to buy a house sooner and to do all the things that I want to do." That's what it means for so many young Australians right across the country. The Liberal Party want them to burn through their superannuation to buy a house. They want them to have to cut into their retirement savings. We want to cut their debt. Remember, Mr Speaker, when most of us were at university back last century, university was a lot cheaper than it is today. Even in the early 2000s it was cheaper. Back then students contributed on average about 30% to the cost of a degree. Now students contribute more than 40%. And this fixes this for a generation of Australians who got a uni degree in the last decade or so. 3 million Australians. And that includes 18,000 people in the electorate of Corangamite, 20,000 in the member for Lindsay's electorate, 20,000 in the electorate of Deakin, 20,000 in the member for Bradfield's electorate, 22,000 people in the electorate of Blair, 23,000 in Fadden, more than 23,000 in the electorate of Chifley, and more than 26,000 people in Werriwa. And, Mr Speaker, they all now know that if Labor wins, they win, and if the Liberals win, they won't.
Before I call the honourable member for Warringah, I'm pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today is a delegation of members of the Sovereignty Military Order of Malta, led by Grand Master Frajon Dullop. And I'm also pleased to advise that we have students from Canley Vale High School from the electorate from the member for Fowler. Welcome to you all. Can I give the call to the honourable member for Warringah?
Thank you. To the Prime Minister, the State of the Climate Report identifies climate risk is escalating, extreme weather events are intensifying, and gross emissions remain far too high to keep to the temperatures of the Paris Agreement. What is missing is political will to reduce gross emissions. We've seen in Spain, communities are paying the price with their lives. Voters are entitled to know the government's position before the next election. Will you announce and commit to an ambitious 2035 emissions reduction target?
The call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Warringah for her question and acknowledge her genuine commitment to acting on climate change and the fact that she has been such a strong advocate on these issues. I share the concern that is identified by the work that the CSIRO have done. The science has told us for some time that Australia not only is, because we're part of the globe, is vulnerable to increased temperatures. The science is telling us the temperature rise here is higher than the international one, higher, because we are particularly vulnerable. It also shows, this report says, that there will be a decrease in rain but more intense. So if you have drier areas and then you have an extreme rain event, then you'll have more flooding. And I don't know why this is funny.
Order.
For those people who deal with natural disasters in this country, and I've been in a range of electorates dealing with that.
Order. No, the Prime Minister's going to pause. The member for Mitchell is not helping the situation and is now warned. We're just going to reduce the level. It's far too high. I just want to hear what the Prime Minister is saying. The member for Warringah has asked her question. She deserves a response, as every member does who asks their question. So for the remainder of this answer, we'll just listen, hopefully in silence.
In the relatively short time that I've had the privilege of being Prime Minister of this country, I've been to Fitzroy Crossing in Western Australia, looking at the devastation that was there, and then that whole region cut off because of the bridge being washed away. I've been to the Riverland in South Australia, looking at the devastating impacts that have occurred there. I've been with the member for Riverina and the member for Calare, having a look at the damage that was there in Western New South Wales and the area just to the north of us here in Canberra. I've been to far north Queensland, including with the member for Leichhardt, with the devastating impact that it had in places like Wujal, as well as in the northern beach areas of Cairns in particular. I've been to the Gold Coast hinterland and had a look at the impact there. What that tells us is that we are particularly vulnerable to these extreme weather events. Now, we have a very strong target that is legislated. For the first time, we legislated net zero by 2050. We legislated for a 43% reduction by 2030, and I thank the member for Warringah and others who supported that decision. We will, of course, take advice based upon the science, but we remain absolutely committed to acting on climate change, to not just listening to the science, but also being a part of global action on this issue, because one thing that is correct is that no country in isolation can solve this. We need to work as part of the global community to make a difference for this generation, but more importantly as well for the generations to come.
The call to the member for Canberra.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. How is the Albanese Labor government helping young people with the cost of living, and what obstacles need to be overcome?
The call to the Treasurer.
Speaker, I want to acknowledge that the member for Canberra is a powerful and persistent advocate for students and young people, not just here in the capital, but right around our country. And on this side of the House, we take the intergenerational issues in our economy very seriously. We know that people are under pressure right around our communities, but often that pressure is felt disproportionately by young people and by people who are carrying a lot of student debt. These are some of the motivations for the changes that we made to the tax cuts, to make sure that more young people actually got a tax cut, on top of what we're doing on wages and rent assistance and building more homes as well. Because we are all about making sure that more Australians, including young Australians, can earn more and keep more of what they earn. And that's what our changes to student debt are all about as well, keeping more now to help with the cost of living and paying less back, trying to ease the burden where we can do that in a responsible way. And I wanted to confess, Mr Speaker, that I was a bit surprised when those opposite came out against it, but I shouldn't have been. I shouldn't have been, because they've got form when it comes to the cost of living. Every time we've tried to help people doing it tough, Those opposite have opposed our efforts, Mr Speaker. There is always room in Liberal budgets for waste and rorts, but never room to help people who are doing it tough. And this goes to a big defining difference here in this parliament, Mr Speaker. We want to slash inflation and student debt. They want to slash Medicare and funding for housing in our communities. And in government, they gave us much more public debt, and now in opposition, they want much more student debt for people to contend with. Now, on their watch, gross debt more than tripled, and even before COVID, it had more than doubled. And we've been doing what we can to clean up the mess that we inherited: banking revenue, finding savings, delivering 2 surpluses for the first time in almost 2 decades, a $172 billion turnaround in 2 years, $150 billion less debt, $80 billion less interest on that debt. And that's because responsible economic management is not anathema to helping people doing it tough, it's central to it. It's about making room for the things that really matter in our economy and in our society. And this side of the House, under this Prime Minister, has found a way to repair the budget and deliver cost of living relief. Those opposite found excuses to do neither of those things, Mr Speaker. They want students to pay more debt. They want people doing it tough because they think it will serve their political purposes. And that's why the opposition leaders' reckless arrogance poses such a risk and comes at such a cost to Australians who are doing it tough, and especially in this instance, young people.
The call to the Honourable the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. The government's own question time brief says that the most enrolled fee-free TAFE courses include early childhood, cybersecurity, individual care and support, courses that take at most 6 to 12 months to complete. Can the Prime Minister confirm that the completion rate for these courses is as low as 13%?
Order. 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 When the House comes to order, the member for Bendigo, the Minister for Climate Change and Energy will cease objecting. The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And I thank again the Deputy Leader of the Opposition for her question. I'm not sure whether it's the idea of giving people the opportunity to achieve their aspirations, to get a better life, which is so offensive, or the fact that TAFE often comes with a word in front of it that they find offensive, public, that it's part of the public system, that opens up opportunities for everyone. We know it's a triggering word for those opposite. But we've had a range of criticisms put. The fact is 35,000 of these places have been construction sector. 131,000 are in the care sector. 49,000 are technology and digital enrolments. And the course has been around, Free TAFE has been operating for less than 2 years. For less than 2 years. We know that that is the case. And in terms of, to give the big tip, because many courses, and 89% of fee-free TAFE courses, 89% are Certificate 3 and above. Certificate 3 and above, require courses up to 3 years with full-time study. Something that's beyond those opposite. Now, fee-free TAFE was introduced in Victoria in 2019. The 4-year completion rate for free TAFE in Victoria is higher than the 4-year national average for university students in the same time period. That's just a fact. And those opposite not only want to stop students getting less debt, they now want to denigrate them on the way through. And we know why. It's incredible that Senator Sarah Henderson said it's a tax cut targeted to the big end of town. She also said Labor's policy reeks of unfairness and elitism. The leader of the Nats said, "There's a lot of nice to haves, but we're in a cost of living crisis where we can't just look after 3 million people." This is the same bloke who said that we can't change the tax cuts to look after every taxpayer. That was a disaster. So they're all over the shop, Mr. Speaker.
The Prime Minister will conclude
Free
his answer.
tape is here to stay, and it's a good thing, and I encourage you to continue to oppose it.
Concluded. We'll hear from the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to turn around recruitment and retention of our Australian Defence Force personnel after a lost decade?
Call to the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister for Defence.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I acknowledge and thank the member for his question and acknowledge his distinguished service in the Australian Army. When this government came to power, we inherited a Defence Force that was shrinking. Indeed, when the Leader of the Opposition was the Minister for Defence, the ADF shrunk by 1,400 personnel. Now, over the last 2.5 years, we've taken some really important steps to start to turn this around. We've improved the offering around defence housing for defence families. We've increased their access to defence health. We have widened the number of courses that our Defence Force personnel can study, and we've increased defence wages. And because of all of this, we've now seen the separation rates in defence drop from 11% down to the long-term average of 9%, and for the first time in 3 years, the Defence Force is now growing. But there's a theme here: housing, health, education, wages. Just as in the wider community, these are the issues which matter to our Defence Force personnel. And in each of these areas, in defence, but really across the country, the Albanese government is making a difference. Now, Mr. Speaker, today the government released its 2024 Defence Workforce Plan, and it includes an expansion of the continuation bonus such that we will be offering a second bonus to those in that 7 to 9 year service band, which will bolster our middle ranks, which is where we need people the most. We are improving retention, we are increasing recruitment, and we are now growing the Defence Force of the future. Now, when those opposite were in power, they talked a big game about growing the Defence Force. They promised to increase it by 18,500 Defence Force personnel, but in truth there was nothing behind that. They didn't remotely properly fund that. It really was just a couple of press releases, and the fact is that when they governed, the Defence Force shrunk. The gap between their promises and their reality could not have been more stark. The Liberals have no credibility when it comes to defence, nor the welfare of our Defence Force personnel. But on this side of the House, the Albanese government is making the difficult decisions, but most importantly, we are funding them to build the Defence Force of our future to keep Australians safe.
Call to the honourable member for Hume.
Prime Minister, the Albanese Labor government is writing off $16 billion of taxpayers' money on HEX policy. Respected economist Chris Richardson has called this dumb and a fairness fail. Prime Minister, our country is off track and this Labor government is damaging the economy, hurting everyday Australians. Why are Australian families paying the price for the Albanese Labor government's reckless spending?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Those opposite gave Australia much higher public debt and much higher student debt. And this side of the House is giving Australia much lower public debt and much lower student debt. We think lower public debt and lower student debt is a good thing. We know now from the reaction to our announcement on the weekend that you think that lower student debt is a bad thing. And so let every young person and everyone in Australia with student debt understand this side of the House is trying to cut your student debt. That side of the House wants you to have more student debt. Millions of Australians. He wants to have more student debt. Now, Mr Speaker, I can hardly believe my luck being asked by the Shadow Treasurer about public debt, because since we've come to office, there has been $150 billion less public debt because of our responsible economic management. And because of that $150 billion in less debt, Australians will pay $80 billion less interest on that debt. And if those opposite were still sitting over here, Australians would still be copping it in the neck when it comes to those higher debt interest repayments, Mr Speaker. Now, because we've been able to deliver two surpluses, not an outcome that those opposite are familiar with, because we've been able to improve the underlying cash balance by $172 billion in 2 years, the biggest nominal improvement in history, because we've been able to do that, we've been able to see much less debt than what was forecast by those opposite. And what that has meant, as I said a moment ago, is when you manage the budget responsibly, when you manage the economy responsibly, you can make room to support people who genuinely need our help and genuinely need our support. And on this side of the House, our Labor values tell us that responsible economic management is important. It is the bedrock of a good government like this one that this Prime Minister leads. But it's not an end in itself. Responsible economic management is not anathema to helping people who are doing it tough. It's central to it. It's crucial to it. Because by cleaning up the mess that those opposite left behind, we've been able to give a tax cut to every taxpayer, an energy bill relief to every household, and cheaper medicines, cheaper early childhood education, wages growth, rent assistance, cracking down on the supermarkets, and most importantly, in the context of the last couple of days, making sure that Australian young people, and particularly students and graduates carrying student debt, that they can earn more and keep more of what they earn. We know that you don't want them to do that. We know that you want Australian students to have more debt and graduates to have more debt. We're getting public debt down, we're getting student debt down, two things that you are either unable or unwilling to do.
Just remind the Treasurer to direct his remarks through the Chair. The call to the honourable member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Speaker. My question's to the Treasurer. What does the decision taken today by the Reserve Bank mean for Australians? And what progress is being made in the fight against inflation, and how does this compare to other approaches?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and to the member for Macquarie for her very timely question, because the Reserve Bank has indicated in the last few minutes that they'll be leaving rates on hold at 4.35%. Australians would understand that this outcome today is not a surprise. It was an outcome that has been flagged well in advance by the Governor of the Reserve Bank. And what this means is that rates haven't gone up since last Melbourne Cup Day. So it's been a year now since rates last went up. And that reflects, I think, Mr Speaker, that reflects two things. Firstly, the impact of rate rises already in the system. Australians are already doing it tough enough when it comes to dealing with these higher interest rates. And secondly, it reflects the progress that we are making together in the fight against inflation. And we saw that in last week's inflation numbers. Inflation is back in the target band for the first time since 2021. It means that the inflation that we inherited at 6.1% is now 2.8%, at the same time as underlying inflation is coming down, monthly inflation is coming down in welcome and encouraging ways. When we came to office, inflation was much higher and rising. Now it's much lower and falling, but we know that people are still doing it tough, and that's why our cost of living help is so important. Now, Mr Speaker, the outcome today is not a surprise, but I direct the House to the new forecast released by the Independent Reserve Bank today, because what those forecasts show is whether it's headline inflation or trimmed mean inflation, they have lowered their forecasts for inflation over the next little while, Mr Speaker. So if you take inflation overall, Mr Speaker, headline inflation, they have downgraded it from, for the end of this year, from 3% to 2.6%. for the middle of next year from 2.8 to 2.5, the middle of the band. And they've downgraded inflation even out in 2026, Mr Speaker. And for those opposite who asked me about trimmed mean inflation, they should also recognise that trimmed mean inflation, they have lowered their forecast for trimmed mean inflation across all of the forecast period, Mr Speaker. So what this shows is that we've been able to fight inflation without ignoring risks to growth and without sacrificing the gains that we've made in the labour market. We have struck the right balances by taking the right economic decisions for the right economic reasons. And because of that, we are confident but not complacent about a soft landing in our economy. We would much prefer a soft landing than to clean up after the hard landing that those opposite would prefer for political reasons, Mr Speaker. What these new forecasts show is that we continue to make welcome and encouraging progress in the fight against inflation, and the new forecasts released by the Independent Reserve Bank in the last few minutes go to that point.
Call to the Honourable the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Minister for Skills and Training. Of the government-funded fee-free TAFE courses that have been commenced since this government was elected, with a duration of 2 years or less, how many have been completed?
Call to the Minister for Skills and Training.
Thanks, Speaker, and I thank the Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party for her question. We know that when they were in government, they cut $3 billion from TAFE, $3 billion, and left our government with cleaning up the mess. The worst skills crisis in 50 years, the second worst across the OECD. And they've asked a few questions about reckless spending, and the Prime Minister detailed quite a few examples, but 3 minutes...
The Minister's going to pause. He's entitled to a preamble. He wasn't asked about previous government. He wasn't asked about... Order. Order. Just the Deputy Leader of the Opposition. We're just going to come to order. The Minister's been asked a question. It's a fairly direct question regarding current figures, not previous. He's entitled to some compare and contrast. I'm just going to draw him back to the question to make sure he is being directly relevant. He's had his preamble. The member for Latrobe will leave the chamber under 94A. When we're dealing with matters, interjections are highly disorderly. Order. So give the call to the Minister for Skills and Training.
Thank you, Speaker, and I think that may have been the first contribution by the member for Latrobe in this parliament, just as these have been the first questions from the Shadow Minister in this portfolio. As the Prime Minister made very clear, fee-free TAFE has been in existence since 2023. Many of the courses, as the Shadow Minister is well aware, even if taken full-time, take a longer period of time than we have been in government. Every single day, people are enrolling in fee-free TAFE, getting the opportunity to gain a skill or to retrain. The majority of them women. Many in... What was that?
Order. The Minister will pause. I'm not sure what happened there. I was looking at the Minister, but... OK, we'll just keep going. The Deputy Leader on a point of order.
The point of order is on relevance, Mr Speaker, and the question is not about commencements but about completions and about 2-year or less vocational education courses done through TAFE and the number completed. And I understand the Minister doesn't have the answer.
Resume your seat. Yeah. Because once a point of order is taken on relevance, it's not an opportunity to simply be able to give further explanations or directions. Order. The Minister has been already called to order regarding his answer. The member has asked and raised a point of order which he's entitled to do. So the Minister is going to be directly relevant to the question. May not give a figure that the member would like. We've been through this before. If he is not going to be directly relevant and talk about the government policy that he is responsible, he'll be sat down. The Minister has the call.
Thanks, Speaker. Just today at CIT in Bruce, I met 2 students studying diplomas of nursing who excitedly told me they were 10 hours away from completing. These are stories that go right across
members
the
on my
program.
left.
And again, members opposite seem to think it's funny. It is very clear, Speaker, that there's going to be a big choice at the next election between our commitment to fee-free TAFE and the opportunities it is giving more than 500,000 Australians around the country, or a return to Hamburger University, $72 million to McDonald's, $30 million to Grills.
The Chief Government Whip. There has already been a point of order on relevance, so the Leader of the Opposition will be given some latitude, but I'm asking him not to abuse standing orders.
Mr Speaker, there is a tremendous sense of déjà vu with this minister, but my question to you is, whether, given your direction to the minister and his defiance of it, he can continue with this answer when he's clearly refusing to answer a very simple question.
Resume your seat. Member for Moreton is warned. The Leader of the House.
Speaker, on 2 things to the point of order. First of all, your warning against abuses of a point of order were followed immediately by an abuse of a point of order. And secondly, in terms of direct relevance, the question asks about completions and the Minister is talking about completions.
If the Minister wasn't talking about people completing TAFE, if he wasn't talking about people graduating from TAFE, he was talking about another topic, he wouldn't be directly relevant. So everyone needs to understand when it comes to direct relevance, he has been cautioned. If he strays off that, the Leader of the Opposition is also correct that he won't be given any more chances. So he's got 1 minute remaining to make sure that his answer is being directly relevant about the question he was asked about TAFE, free TAFE and completion. Order. The Leader of the Opposition, the Leader of the Opposition is now deliberately disrupting, and everyone needs to understand that for question time to operate, everyone needs to show some restraint, just to ensure that we get through the business and order of the House. With that said, and those directions to the Minister, he now has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. I was talking about completions. What we have seen over the 20 months that fee-free TAFE has been operating is more than 500,000 Australians have enrolled. They are pursuing their courses, some full-time, some part-time. They are getting skills our economy needs and they want. It is the opposite of the wasteful spending under the BAC and the CAC that was more reckless spending from members opposite. They are continuing to talk down Australians and Australia. It's very clear that they're going to propose a series of cuts when it comes to TAFE and to free TAFE at the next election. And if that's the fight they want to have at the next election, I say bring it on.
The House comes to order. We'll hear from the member for Parramatta.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Communications. How is the Albanese Labor government supporting Australian families to keep young people safer online?
Call to the Minister for Communications.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. The Albanese government understands that parents and communities are concerned about the harmful impacts of social media on young people and they want action. And that's why we are introducing legislation this year for a minimum age to access social media. This legislation will help parents manage the problems of screen overuse and tackle addictive features like infinite scrolling. I was pleased to represent the Prime Minister at the recent social media summit jointly hosted by New South Wales and South Australia. This is a national problem and it requires a national approach. At the summit, I heard about the harms that can arise from excessive screen time and from content that encourages self-harm amongst many others. 2/3 of 14 to 17-year-olds have viewed extremely harmful content online, including drug abuse, suicide or self-harm, as well as violent and gory material. This is unacceptable and must be addressed. Our legislation is intended to support parents in overseeing how and when their children use social media. And this is why we will place the onus on the platforms, not on users. Platforms will be required to demonstrate they are taking reasonable steps to comply with our laws. We are on the side of Australian parents, and we are on the side of Australia's young people. At the summit, I also heard about the importance of online environments for young people to connect and access support or access legitimate children's content. I'm grateful for the feedback and views that have been put forward by young people and mental health advocates. We've been listening to make sure we get this right. And that is why our proposed legislative design includes an exemption framework, which will provide a positive incentive for digital platforms to develop age-appropriate, safe and healthier versions of their services. Exemptions will complement the minimum age, because we know that harmful content doesn't stop when you reach a particular age. Mr Speaker, we've already seen that platforms can do more and they should do more, and we've had very useful discussions with experts across the country on what age we should legislate and how this should be done. And it was instructive to meet with former Chief Justice French and receive his useful reflections on the government's approach. Indeed, this is an issue that governments and regulators around the world are grappling with, and I note that Norway recently announced it would also be setting an age limit for social media. And Mr Speaker, engaging with parents and youth advocates, it's clear to me that there's an understanding of our nuanced and balanced approach. And I note recent research showing an overwhelming majority of Australians support this, and fundamentally that is what this legislation is about.
Give the call to the honourable member for Kennedy.
Treasurer, the ABC reported in October that we're officially a vanishing race. Birth rates halving as families struggle to make ends meet. The cost of starting a family is simply out of reach. Will you implement your own advocacy, a federal overriding of the state's regulatory impositions that strangle home building? Break up the cold and worthless duopoly, delivering a 30% reduction in food prices, and get real leery, enforcing Morris Iema's ethanol initiative, Brazilian petrol prices $1.10 a litre. Treasurer, can you join Red Ted and Blackjack on the Wall of Fame by U-turning Australia off our current highway to extinction?
Order. We'll hear from the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for Kennedy for his question. Birth rates are down. This has been a long-term trend. Australia's total fertility rate fell to 1.5 in 2023. It's down from 1.63. It's also been a trend around the world, though our fertility rate is above most advanced countries. The UK is at 1.44, Canada's at 1.26. This is one of the reasons why our population is ageing, and this is one of the big long-term trends, not just identified in my intergenerational report, but those handed down by predecessors, including those opposite. Now, we don't tell people what to do or make decisions for people when it comes to their own family circumstances, but we do know that cost of living is a big factor, as the member for Kennedy rightly points out. It's expensive to have kids, and people make their own decisions for their own reasons, but we're doing what we can to make it easier for people to choose to have more kids if they want to do that. Our investments in early childhood education, healthcare, extending paid parental leave, paying super on it, lowering student debts, they're all about making it easier for people to have more kids if they want to. And we acknowledge, as the member for Kennedy did, that housing is a big part of the story here. We've got a big, ambitious plan, and I think, as the Housing Minister has herself acknowledged, we do need the states to do their bit as well. And the whole Cabinet is focused on these cost of living challenges, but I particularly wanted to shout out Ministers Rishworth and Gallagher and O'Neill and Clare and Ali for their work. All of our cost of living measures are about taking the pressure off people and making it easier for them to make these kinds of decisions. A tax cut for every taxpayer, energy bill relief, cheaper medicines, childcare, more rent assistance, real wages moving again. And when it comes to supermarkets, we are taking action to ensure a fair go for farmers and for families, and I acknowledge the passion that the member for Kennedy has for that as well. Our focus here is on improving competition, stopping anti-competitive mergers and accelerating mergers that help with competition. So we're coming at this cost of living challenge from every conceivable and every responsible angle. We don't tell people what to do. We don't tell people how to make their own decisions about their own family circumstances. But the number one focus of this government is to ease the cost of living where we can do that, so that people can make their own decisions about whether to have kids and how many kids that they want to have, recognising that the fertility rate in Australia has been dropping, as the member for Kennedy rightly identifies in his good question.
The call to the honourable member for Pearce.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Skills and Training. How is the Albanese Labor government supporting Australians to reach their full potential by removing financial barriers to training? And is there any opposition to this?
Give the call to the Minister for Skills and Training.
Thanks, Speaker, and I thank the member for Pearce for her question and for being an absolute champion of public TAFE. She knows that under our government more than 500,000 Australians have enrolled in fee-free TAFE courses, and that we have put TAFE, public TAFE, back at the heart of training, following a decade of neglect under the Liberals. Now, we are committed to rebuilding our vocational education and training centre, and fee-free TAFE is fundamental to that, supporting key industries that are experiencing skill shortages and those areas of emerging growth and opportunity. We are helping job seekers get a new start and young people to train for a new career, older workers too, as the Prime Minister said, to explore new opportunities. 1 in 3 places, people in the regions, 6 in 10 enrolments have been women. And this is why the Prime Minister announced on Sunday that the Albanese Labor government will be legislating to establish free TAFE as an enduring feature of our skills system. 100,000 places every year from 2027. This is attracting great support, such as from the CEO of SA TAFE, who said this: "This commitment to public education and ensuring all Australians have access to quality vocational education means we will deliver the workforce of the future through the TAFE network, building on the investments of the past to create a prosperous future for all Australians." And the students at CIT Canberra, who I visited with the member for Canberra this morning, when they were asked whether our government should make free TAFE an enduring feature, they said yes, absolutely. Fee-free TAFE is changing their lives. Dan, Giselle and Caitlin, who I touched upon earlier, studying diplomas of nursing, 2 of them just 10 hours away from completing their studies. Caitlin, a veteran and a single mum, with an extraordinary story, seizing an extraordinary opportunity. And Emmental, Kudia and Brandon, studying Certificate 3 in Early Childhood Education and Care. 2 refugees from Sudan and Afghanistan, determined to give something back to this country. Brandon, a young man excited to take on a role in early learning and to be a role model. Now, those opposite, Speaker, reckon fee-free TAFE is wasteful spending. No Labor government will call it that. And the students I met this morning certainly don't. We have opened the door for them to get the skills they need without tuition fees. And now they're on their way to build careers which will help us all build Australia's future. So I'm very pleased to say, Speaker, I'm very pleased to say, and I'm proud, that as long as there is a Labor government, free TAFE is here to stay.
The call to the Shadow Treasurer.
Prime Minister, under your government, interest rates have gone from 0.35% to 4.35%. Interest rates are staying higher for longer because of your reckless spending. Will you apologise to families who are struggling to pay their mortgages?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. If the Shadow Treasurer was honest, he would say that this side of the House is trying to help people doing it tough and they're opposing us. And every time we've tried to help...
Order. The Treasurer will pause and the Manager will have the call immediately.
The Treasurer is a serial offender in using language reflecting adversely on the Shadow Treasurer's honesty, and he should withdraw that.
Order. The Treasurer just needs to ensure that he's not reflecting on members by calling someone that term, but it also goes two ways with what's in a question as well, in terms of the direction of what you're saying about the person, just to assist the House so we can move forward and get back to the answer. I'm just going to ask him to withdraw and to move forward.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I withdraw. If the Shadow Treasurer was being accurate, he would acknowledge in his question that only this side of the House is trying to help people with the cost of living, and every time we try and help people, those opposite oppose us. Now, that is a matter now of public parliamentary record. When we went to give tax cuts to every taxpayer, they called for an election over it. When we said we wanted to give households energy bill relief, they opposed it. On one occasion in the first round, they voted against it. They oppose our efforts for people with student debt to keep more of what they earn. And that's a factual point, Mr Speaker. I don't think it's an especially controversial point to make if I'm being asked about the pressures that people are under. Now, more than acknowledge that Australians are under pressure, this side of the House is doing something about it. And we are making sure that we make room in the budget. When we clean up the budget left to us by those opposite, it's been so that we can make room to provide the kind of cost of living help that Australians desperately need and deserve as they deal with this inflation challenge, which didn't just show up in May of 2022. In May of 2022, inflation was more than double what it is now on our watch. And if the Shadow Treasurer was accurate, he would acknowledge that point as well, Mr Speaker. But he's not very good when it comes to accuracy, and to be fair to him, it's something that afflicts a number of those opposite. The Shadow Finance Minister said today that there were 27,000 taxpayers in Australia when there are 13.5 million taxpayers in Australia. She said that yesterday. Last month she said inflation hadn't gone down in over 2 years when it has more than halved. And yesterday the Shadow Treasurer said next year was 2015. He said next year was 2015, Mr Speaker. He was like that Ron Burgundy character in Anchorman reading out the cue cards that he didn't understand.
Order.
Mr Speaker, that's what we saw yesterday.
Order.
Now, he either fails to acknowledge or he fails to understand that interest rates started rising on their watch, that inflation has come down substantially on our watch, and the budget is in much better nick because of our efforts. That's meant a $172 billion turnaround. It's meant $150 billion less debt. It's meant $80 billion less in debt interest repayments, and it's meant that we are making progress cleaning up the mess that they left us in the economy, in the budget. We know that the job's not finished yet. We know that people are still doing it tough, and that's why it beggars belief that those opposite don't want to help people who are under pressure. And this again goes to the reckless arrogance of this opposition leader and that opposition over there who want to let people who are doing it tough do it that much tougher.
Has concluded. The call to the member for McEwen.
My question is the Minister for Industry and Science. Why is it important for Australian industry to have access to more skilled workers? How is the government bringing down the cost of training for Australian workers, and what are the alternatives?
Call to the Minister for Industry and Science.
Thanks, Speaker, and thanks to the member for McEwen, who, like everyone on this side of the House, wants to see Australian manufacturing move forward, mobilising industry to make more things here, ship them everywhere, and being able to train and grow our industrial workforce. That's a big part of making that happen. We'll always need the riggers, the metal workers, the plumbers, the sparkies and the technicians. And increasingly, industry is also crying out for the new generation of workers, digital tradies, people who can bring in the latest know-how so our businesses can use the latest technology to make them more competitive, more productive. And when we came to government, we set a target of 1.2 million tech workers by 2030, and we're well on the way to meet that. Now, the 500,000 fee-free TAFE places we've introduced in government, they are making a massive difference, bringing down the cost of training. And now that we're extending that program to help even more businesses and workers. For example, last month I was honoured to attend the beginning of work to construct a massive new state-of-the-art data centre being built by CDC in Western Sydney. Now, this huge project is going to directly employ 7,500 workers in the construction phase of this essential piece of digital infrastructure, and they're going to need hundreds of apprentices during construction, apprentices that will be far easier to find and support thanks to the fee-free TAFE places we're providing. Now, Mr Speaker, I'm asked about alternatives. You'll see a lot of hand-wringing about the shortage of tradespeople from those opposite. In fact, just yesterday in the Federation Chamber, we had the member for Hughes, who was name-checking every trade she could think of: boilermakers, fitters, turners, tool makers, steel workers and the like, and then asked the question, where is Labor's plan to address the shortage of manufacturing workers? This is our plan: 500,000 fee-free TAFE places, investing in TAFE. We've come a long way from the years of coalition governments refusing to fund national skills agreements, presiding over funding cuts, refusing to back public TAFE, continuing to do that. We want to revitalise Australian manufacturing and train up Australian workers to help deliver that. The Coalition has spent the bulk of their time this term criticising everything, delivering nothing. No costed actual policies, quick to chip, slow to think, and while they are simply got nothing to offer Australian manufacturing, our government will deliver the skilled workers Australian industry needs.
Give the call to the member for Ryan.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. As we speak, that big horse race is happening in Melbourne. Many thousands of people, encouraged by advertising, will gamble away millions today. Australia already suffers from the world's highest gambling losses, with $25 billion lost each year, tearing families and communities apart. Why won't your government commit to a total ban on gambling ads?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for her question. I'll make this point. Indeed, the Melbourne Cup, I assume, is being run as we speak here. And we are here working. We are here working. But I tell you what I don't do.
Order.
I don't look down my nose or begrudge people who in workplaces around Australia are watching that race today. I don't do that. I don't do that. They have a right to do that. And since, I'm sure not long after, not sure of all the ancient history, but I reckon that people being on the back of horses and having races has been around a bit longer. Been around a while. Been around a while. And people have a right to enjoy that activity if that is their choice. If that is their choice. Myself, I'd rather be at a footy game. But people have the right to enjoy, and I hope the member was here to listen to the member for Riverina's, whilst the content could have done with some adjustment. The delivery was magnificent, and I give praise to the former Deputy Prime Minister and a former race caller for that. And you know, I'm just surprised he's still here at 3 o'clock. Is the point that I make. But when it comes to gambling, we have done more. We have done more in our short time in office than any government in previous history. More. And we will continue to take further action. I've indicated that over a long period of time. But the premise or assumption in the question was essentially that today's Melbourne Cup should, I assume, not have taken place, or that people should not be allowed. People should not be allowed to have a sweep.
Order.
Or.
Well, the Prime Minister was talking about the race that the member had raised, and that's obviously being directly relevant, but out of respect for the member for Ryan, I'll give her the call.
Point of order, the question was about gambling, not this specific race. Thank you.
Order. Order. The member for Ryan is entitled to raise her point of order just like any other member. If the member wishes to do so, she is allowed to do so under the standing orders, and everyone should understand that. but mentioning part of the question, obviously that's going to invite some comment, and that's being directly relevant. If you don't wish that to be raised, perhaps in future maybe not mention that in part of the question. Order. The Prime Minister has 44 seconds remaining.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Literally, that was what most of the question was. That was the whole context of the member's question. And
Order.
I've addressed that. I've also said that a number of times when I've been asked questions that gambling is a major problem affecting Australian families, and we take it seriously, which is why our responses are considered, thought through, including any unintended consequences which are there. We'll continue to introduce measures to back up the measures that we've already put in place that have been more extensive than any government since Federation.
The call to the member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Housing and Homelessness. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to ensure we have the skills needed to reach the ambitious target of 1.2 million new homes after being left the biggest skill shortage in 50 years?
Call to the Minister for Housing and the Minister for Homelessness.
Speaker, the member for Bennelong has a really long record in delivering better housing for his constituents. While he served on council, 17,000 new homes were approved for his local area, 11,000 in the 5 years that he was mayor of his local community. Now he's here in federal parliament making a national impact on this problem, and we are so lucky to have him on our side of the chamber, Speaker. Speaker, we are in a housing crisis that's been a generation in the making, and today this problem is affecting the lives of millions of people that we represent around this chamber. For the decade before we came to office, the Commonwealth had effectively washed its hands of this problem. In fact, I'd remind those in the House that for most of the period of the previous government, there was no Commonwealth Housing Minister, Speaker. That's how tapped out they were on this critical problem for the country. Now, Speaker, Labor is taking a very different approach to this issue. Big picture, the answer to this problem for our country is that we need to build more homes more quickly, because more homes means more affordable housing for all Australians. Now, Speaker, as the member for Bennelong has said, we've set an ambitious goal with the states to try to build 1.2 million homes over the coming 5 years. And he also mentioned, Speaker, the unfortunate reality that we came to office in the midst of the biggest skills shortage since the Second World War, Speaker. One of the reasons that we are in such strife with housing in our country today is because of that decade of neglect, not just in housing, Speaker, but to our critical TAFE and training system. Now, our government introduced fee-free TAFE in 2023. Since then, Speaker, 500,000 Australians have taken the opportunity to get a qualification and benefit from this. 500,000 people have sought to change their lives through this policy, Speaker, and there is not a single person on this side of the chamber who would describe that as a waste, Speaker. Something I cannot understand about the attacks that are coming at us today is this fundamental difference about how we perceive education and skills in our country. Education and skills is not just about the individual. We are opening the doors of opportunity to 500,000 people through this policy. It changes not just their lives, Speaker, but the lives of their family and the lives of our broader community, Speaker. Who could be against that but the divisive, negative opposition that sits opposite us? Now, Speaker, of course this policy is critical to our desire to build more homes in our country. 35,000 people have already trained in housing and construction skills through fee-free TAFE. We've added another 20,000 to that in our last budget, and of course the Prime Minister's just announced this policy is now going to be permanent. This is a really good and important thing for our country, and a big contrast, Speaker. The Liberals want to cut funding to housing, reduce your choices and saddle you with more debt. Labor wants to invest in housing, give you options and make things fairer for the next generation.
To the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I ask for the questions to be placed on the notice paper.
Give a call to the Leader of the House with papers.
Speaker, these documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to the honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
As members leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as If possible, we shall move to the matter of public importance. I have received a letter from the honourable member for Deakin proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely, this government's failure to deliver the new housing that Australia needs. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places, and I give the call to the honourable member for Deakin.
Well, Mr Speaker, what an utter embarrassment we are seeing from this government in housing. We just had the Housing Minister up talking about the terrible 10 years of the coalition, yet in those 10 years we built more homes, we had more first home buyers, we had lower rents, and we had a migration program that was in touch with the number of houses that were being built. So if the answer is this Housing Minister, who is not going to come within cooee of their so-called 1.2 million home promise, well, Australians don't want that. They do not want that. They still are keeping up this charade, this mistruth, that they are going to get anywhere near 1.2 million homes. No one really believes it, I must say, to take that interjection, but the fact that the government is keeping up the charade is quite outrageous, because we have the following quotes in relation to this so-called 1.2 million home promise that even today they continue to perpetuate. The Master Builders Association have said, the chief economist Shane Garrett has said, if building continues at the current pace of this government, we'll be in for less than 800,000 new homes. The Business Council of Australia are a little more generous. They think they're only going to miss it by about 300,000. So just a bit closer. The UDA in New South Wales think that they're running about 350,000 homes short. The Property Council of Australia have said, just a few months into the national target window of 1.2 million homes by 2029, we know we will fall short by a third. By a third. So again, just another 400,000 homes short. So the government should not perpetuate this mistruth in this House again. 1.2 million homes will not happen. They will be lucky to reach 800,000 homes. And let's compare their 800,000 homes to those terrible 10 years of the coalition where we built nearly 1.1 million homes. Those terrible years of the coalition where we built more homes than this government will ever hope to achieve. What have we also seen from this government? We hear about their $32 billion housing pipeline and programs. $32 billion. Now, we're about 2.5 years into this government. You can't say it's a brand new government. They're on to their second housing minister, a minister who was shunted out of another portfolio because of her failures. So 2.5 years in, and a so-called $32 billion housing program. How many homes do you think $32 billion should have delivered for Australian people? If it's true, if you take them at face value that $32 billion has been invested into housing, and we'll take the minister at face value, I think $32 billion should get you a few homes. Well, 2.5 years into this government, we have zero homes. Zero homes delivered under a program outlined by this government. Now, you might wonder why. That's the case. Well, they announced. Yes, we saw the skills minister had two people. The skills minister had two people who had completed a course. Well, we also hear the minister in question time, and it's quite fortuitous that the minister had the last question, because the minister was talking about skills training. And the other great thing that this minister is known for is her distinguished time in the Home Affairs portfolio. Well, we hear about more than 1 million migrants to this country in 2 years when we're not building enough homes for the existing Australians who are here, let alone 1 million new Australians. We also see the fingerprints of the now housing minister on the Home Affairs portfolio, because we hear about the need for more trades to build homes. So you would think that the migration program would be directed at the sort of people who need to build homes, like bricklayers. Let's use bricklayers as an example. Now, this financial year, we've had 9 bricklayers brought in. 9 bricklayers. But to everyone who's watching this, wondering how they're going to get their home built, I can assure you, in the same time they brought in 25 fitness instructors. So we've got a shortage of fitness instructors now. We all need to get a bit fitter, and I will attest to that. However, this idea that we've got a shortage of fitness instructors but don't worry about the bricklayers says everything you need to know about this government, and that's why we're going to deliver fewer homes this year than we have for many years. The latest round of approvals had approvals at 158,000. Now, to put it into some context, the government's targets are saying that they will meet 240,000. So they're already 80,000 short in the first year alone. We see not a single home built under their so-called $32 billion program. And guess what? The only policy this housing minister can proudly talk about, the only policy this housing minister can proudly talk about is the Coalition's Home Guarantee Scheme that's now supporting 1 in 3 first home buyers. A scheme that the government called socialism when we first announced it, and that I delivered as housing minister, helping 1 in 3 first home buyers buy a home with a 5% deposit, because we know the deposit hurdle for young Australians is so difficult at the moment. And that's why it's also perplexing that the government opposes the ability of Australians to get a portion of their superannuation to help them get a deposit together to buy a home. And the big mistruth from this government is they claim that there's a choice between superannuation and owning a home. Under our policy, you get to use your superannuation when you need it for that deposit to buy a home, and then you're required to recontribute it after you've sold that home down the track. So guess what? You enter retirement with retirement savings and owning your own home, because we know if you enter retirement without owning your own home, your outcomes on every single form of financial and social measurement is worse if you don't own a home when entering retirement. But we know why they oppose that, because the rivers of gold from the union super funds and the CFMEU continue, and they don't want that money leaving the system because they know better, because they know how to control your money better. Now, to go through the greatest hits of the housing minister, in an earlier question, and to we asked the housing minister about the impact of the CFMEU, who are big donors to the Labor Party, presumably big donors to all of their campaigns over there, why they are supporting the CFMEU, who increased the cost of homes by 30%. So for young Australians who are trying to get that deposit together, the contract price is 30% more, 30% more because of the CFMEU, the rorts, the rackets, the rip-offs, the mafia tactics of the CFMEU on our building sites. And the housing minister said, well, there are some economists who don't believe that the CFMEU puts up prices in the construction industry. So we invited the housing minister to provide an example of who is this mythical economist. Name them, provide them a name. Well, we're yet to hear a response from the housing minister. The housing minister has very studiously avoided answering that question. Well, I hope in this MPI, the housing minister can finally demystify for us on this side of the House who this mythical economist or economists are who say that the CFMEU has not driven up costs in the construction and the residential building industry in this country. The truth is, the Labor Party have a vision for corporate ownership in this country. They want Blackstone and Vanguard and any other foreign corporate fund that's willing to invest here to put their money into Australia, to have corporate landlords owning tens of thousands of homes. Meanwhile, if the housing minister had her way, we'd abolish negative gearing, we'd get double capital gains tax, but we'd only do that for Australian mum and dad investors, not foreign corporates. Foreign corporates, we want to reduce their tax rates. We want them to have the most competitive tax rate possible, while mum and dad investors who provide housing and rental stock for the third of people who rent in this country. They want to drive them out of the market and replace them with large corporate fund holders, presumably people who, just like the CFMEU, will become really trusty friends, will become trusty donors in future elections, because we know that's what's driving policy at the moment. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government on every measure has failed Australians on housing, and they should be ashamed.
Time's expired. I ask members to leave the chamber quietly if you're doing so, please, and I give the call to the Minister for Housing and Homelessness.
Thank you so much, Speaker, and it's a real pleasure to be able to make a contribution to a debate as important as this, because, of course, Speaker, housing is an issue which is affecting the lives of millions of people around our country. What I wish, and what I think most Australians wish, is that we could come into the chamber, yes, from different sides of politics, but as colleagues, and respect each other and have a real debate about the issues here. And what I find so regrettable about the issues that the member for Deakin engages with is the sense of nastiness and personalness about every possible policy area he debates. Now, Speaker, I'm not going to fire back at that, because I don't want to get down in the gutter, because that kind of politics is not taking us anywhere. It is not taking us anywhere on housing. It is not taking us anywhere on the cost of living. Attacking each other personally is not taking the country forward, and so I'm not going to engage in it. I'm actually going to take the chance, Speaker, to do something quite radical and talk about housing policy, this very important issue that affects my constituents, that affects the constituents of all of us here in this chamber. And if we play this politics as usual, where we just beat each other up and try to tear each other's ideas down, we're not going to make a difference to the lives of the people who elected us to this parliament. I'm just not willing to engage in that. Now, Speaker, let me talk to you a little bit about the things that our government is doing. I spoke in question time about the very regrettable fact that we arrived in office to find the cupboard bare on housing policy. That is just a fact. Speaker, I spoke to the parliament too about the fact that in the decade before we came to office, for most of that decade, there was no Commonwealth Housing Minister. I'm not making it up. The Commonwealth made a deliberate decision to withdraw itself from this area that is so important to the lives of our constituents. And that is why, when we arrived in office, we didn't have a set of policy solutions ready to go that would help us make a difference to this problem. So what have we done? We've rolled up our sleeves like you would expect a big-thinking Labor government to do, and we set out to make a difference to this. And that's where our $32 billion Homes for Australians plan is taking us. Now, Speaker, this is important to us for many different reasons. It's important to us because we speak to people in our electorates who are profoundly affected by this problem. We talk to young people who describe the sense of despair in the pit of their stomach when they get yet another rejection for a rental application. It might be their 10th or 11th, and they are living a life where a lot of young people around this country don't know when they will have secure, affordable housing over their heads. That does not reflect well on the work that's been done in this parliament. We talk to people, Speaker, who have got kids who are having to move their children from one school to another because they're being moved on from a rental property. Now, families like this, middle-income families with children, a generation ago in our country, in all likelihood, would have had the opportunity to buy their own home. Today, they are being denied that opportunity. And this is affecting their lives in very profound ways. Now, Speaker, I'm very lucky to be a homeowner. I've got 3 kids. I never want to face a situation where I can't say to my kids, we're going to get to stay in this house and you're not going to have to move schools and find a new GP and all of the other things that come with that sense of uncertainty of having to shift location. But a lot of people around our country are facing into that, and that's why this is so much core business for us. So, Speaker, the $32 billion Homes for Australian package is about building more homes. We're trying to build 1.2 million homes working with the states. And I want to say a little bit about this target, because the Shadow Minister who spoke earlier derided this target. And he talked about quotes from the Property Council and the BCA and the Master Builders. What he neglected to say, Speaker, is that these 3 groups, who, let's be frank, are not always great friends of the Labor Party, they are fiercely in favour of the target. What they are saying to this parliament is that nothing is going to be achieved if we don't aspire to achieve something. And yet what we hear from those opposite is not only will they walk back the Commonwealth from housing just like they did when they were last in government, but they've said they're not going to have a housing target at all. What they're saying is lower the ambition, lower the strive, lower the drive, and let's see where we get to. No, the master builders and the Property Council and the BCA are all saying the 1.2 million homes is an important and big thing for us to do because it is galvanising action from the states and the Commonwealths to try to help us build more homes, Speaker. It is bold and it is ambitious because boldness and ambition is exactly what we need if we want to make a difference to this problem for the lives of our constituents. Now, Speaker, how are we getting there? We're working with the states and territories to do the gritty work of unlocking land, of improving zoning and building the infrastructure we need to support more homes. We are training more tradies, something we now find the opposition is stridently opposed to for reasons that I cannot possibly imagine. And of course, Speaker, we are building more social and affordable housing through the Housing Australia Future Fund. This is a $10 billion investment in social and affordable housing. And Speaker, we announced the first round of HAF funding, 13,700 social and affordable homes. That will be more homes, more social and affordable homes than the Coalition built in their entire almost decade in office. Speaker, that's what aspiration and boldness and ambition gets you. It gets you results. Speaker, we're also looking after renters because we absolutely recognise that building more homes takes time and our constituents can't wait for too long before getting that assistance. So we're using that National Cabinet process to make sure that we work with the states to improve renters' rights. We are helping renters pay the rent. We have delivered the biggest increase to Commonwealth rent assistance in more than 30 years, and we are providing more Australians with assistance to own their own homes through an expanded home guarantee scheme. Now, Speaker, I want to speak to you about some of the facts because we heard, frankly, just blatant lies be told by the Shadow Minister when he raised some matters before. I talked about $32 billion for our ambitious housing agenda. Those opposite have said that they will cut $19 billion of that spending. I mean, what sort of person would cut housing funding in the middle of an acute housing crisis? Speaker, we've helped 128,000 individuals with lower mortgage deposits. In our 2.5 years in office, that is twice as many people who were assisted under the decade that the Coalition were in office. Speaker, we've invested in 55 social and affordable homes, again, more than the entirety of the Coalition government combined. We've helped 35,000 tradies with fee-free TAFE. They've called fee-free TAFE wasteful spending. We've granted more than 10,000 visas to construction workers, more than any other year that those opposite were in office. We're trying to legislate to build 100,000 rental homes through a build-to-rent scheme and help 40,000 Australians get into home ownership. The barrier to those two things happening, those opposite, who stand in the path of almost everything our government tries to do about housing. We've helped more than 1 million households who have received up to 45% more Commonwealth rent assistance because of the work of our government. They never increased Commonwealth rent assistance above CPI, not 1 year that they were in office, Speaker. We have a housing minister. What a revelation. For most of the time they were in office, they didn't have one. We've convened 9 ministerial councils with state and territory housing ministers. They didn't meet with state housing ministers in the last 5 years that they were in office, Speaker. Can you believe that? When the states control so much about this problem, they couldn't even be bothered organising a meeting so they could sit down and talk about it. And Alan Kohler has said that Labor's Housing Australia Future Fund is, and I'm quoting here, one of the best policies he's ever seen. Sol Leslake says the Coalition's Super for Housing policy would be, and I quote, one of the worst policy decisions of the 21st century. Wow, Speaker. Wow. Now, Speaker, Labor is taking a very different approach for this issue. We recognise that this issue is absolutely critical to the lives of our constituents, Speaker. Now, in the time that we've been in office, we've pushed through a lot of really important things on housing. We've pushed through a lot of really important things on the cost of living. But as we come into the election straight, Speaker, I really want Australians to see that they've got a really clear choice between two approaches. Speaker, we've got a party that sits opposite me that has opposed virtually everything that we have tried to do to relieve pressure on Australians. And almost all of the time we've been able to battle through and deliver that support to the people that we're elected to represent against their opposition. And the same goes for housing, Speaker. And I want Australians to understand what is at risk here. We have a reckless, aggressive opposition that knows one word: no. No to everything that matters to our constituents, and certainly no to everything that matters on housing. So these things that we have built up as a government, these big, bold ideas about how we are going to help Australians with what is, for many people, the most important problem in their lives, that will go away if you elect Peter Dutton as your Prime Minister. Thank you, Speaker.
I give the call to the member for Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the government's failure to deliver the new housing that Australia needs. And I think it's unfortunate now that the Minister for Housing is leaving the chamber and isn't around to hear what we have to say about her failed housing policy. What we've heard from the Minister is the same things that we've heard for 2.5 years from the former Minister for Housing. 1.2 million new homes over 5 years. $10 billion invested in housing. Quote, we have a bold and ambitious housing agenda. We have a bold and ambitious plan on housing. Well, Deputy Speaker, I would say that rather than being called the Minister for Housing, perhaps the Minister should be called the Minister for Housing Announcements, but the Minister that cannot deliver housing. The latest Bureau of Statistics numbers shows that building activity has confirmed there is no end in sight to Labor's housing crisis. You know it on that side. They know it on that side. They are saying the same things in those electorates. They are saying the same things. They're saying the same things in Eden Monaro that they're saying in Hughes. This government has failed on housing, whether it's mortgages, whether it's rent. I'm really glad to be getting these interjections from the member for Eden Monaro, because I bet that down there in Eden Monaro they are worried and they know you have not delivered, your government has not delivered. So what we have failed, what the Minister for Housing...
Order. There have been a number of interjections and I don't want to hear them anymore. Thank you.
Deputy
You have
Speaker.
the call, member for Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. So, Labor's promise. We're going to build 1.2 million homes over 5 years. I ask this, who is going to build those homes? Because trade apprenticeship numbers have declined over the past 2.5 years. They've declined to alarming rates. And I think it's important that the Minister for Housing understands that it is tradespeople that build homes. It is electricians, it's builders, it's plumbers, it's roofers, it's tilers. And what are you doing, what is this government doing for those apprenticeships? We've heard 100,000 apparently fee-free TAFE positions from the Minister today that are apparently going to the construction industry. I would really hope that that Minister has the numbers as to how many of those places are going to builders, how many are going to plumbers, how many are going to electricians. Because this morning, Deputy Speaker, I spoke to NECA. This is the National Electrical Contractors Association. And at the moment, on those figures of 1.2 million homes, that means a new home has to be built every 2.2 minutes to keep up with Labor's promises. So let's start first of all with electrical trades. NECA has around 500 to 600 apprentices at their Chullora RTO campus, their registered training organisation. This is a campus that teaches the apprentices. It's a not-for-profit-led charity. It has received nothing from the federal government's supposed 100,000 TAFE-free spaces, because this government is committed to TAFE only. It is not committed to any sort of private education for our trade sector. Under TAFE, around 50% of electrical apprentices complete their training. Under NECA, the number is closer to 90%. Then we turn to plumbers, Deputy Speaker, and I'm really proud because my son James, he's going to love the shout-out. 18-year-olds love that. The master plumbers, he's just received a plumbing apprenticeship to start next year, and I'm really, really proud of him. The Master Plumbers Association has run a similar program. This provides apprenticeships with skills and training, but also pastoral care. This is similarly something that the Labor government does not want to fund because of their commitment only to TAFE products. Now, And I just want to mention briefly, the Labor government has made a bit of noise about trying to clean up the CFMEU, but let's look at what the Labor government in my home state of New South Wales, let's look at its little relationship with the USU, another prize union organisation. And I'm reading from a media release by the Shadow Minister for Skills, TAFE and Tertiary Education. In the last few months, New South Wales has experienced a worrying 21% decline in apprentices and traineeship commencements. Now more than ever is the time to restrict the partnerships that make apprenticeship programs accessible. And what that is the relationship between the USU and local government, Deputy Speaker, which I look forward to speaking on a different time.
Give the call to member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I've often talked about my experience running homelessness services and as the co-chair of the internationally renowned Adelaide Zero project. I've seen homelessness and housing policy across the world, and I've sat and listened to the experiences of people experiencing homelessness and housing stress. Unfortunately, I also saw firsthand the impact of the South Australian State Liberal Government, which cost-shifted administrative burden out of the department and into the homelessness sector, resulting in a system that is more expensive and has worse outcomes for clients. Turns out shuffling costs around the system doesn't work. And here we have a federal Liberal National Party opposition that did nothing positive for housing in the past decade, trying to pretend the housing crisis has miraculously occurred in the last 2 years. This housing shortage, and it is a shortage in all parts of the sector, crisis accommodation, social housing, affordable rent, affordable to buy, family homes and retirement living, this housing shortage has been about 40 years coming. We often talk about Finland as the shining example for housing and homelessness policy. When the rest of the world, Australia included, stopped building social housing and instead started selling it off, Finland kept building. And that's why they are in such a good position, and other Western countries are facing a homelessness and housing crisis. We have a housing shortage. And the solution to the housing shortage is to build more housing, so that's what we're doing. The best time to build more housing was any time in the last decade. It didn't happen, so the next best time is now, and that's what we're doing. With $32 billion worth of housing and housing infrastructure. After inheriting record low rates of building approvals and new builds at a near decade low from those opposite, under Labor, nearly 400,000 homes have already been built across Australia. And there's more in the pipeline thanks to the HAF, the Social Housing Accelerator Program, Safe Places and the Expanded Home Guarantee Scheme and more. They can't be built fast enough, at least in part because of another area neglected by those opposite. We need skilled labour, tradies, to build the homes. Brickies, sparkies, chippies, plumbers, tilers, roofers, and we can't get enough of them fast enough. Those opposite and their state counterparts undermined and neglected TAFEs. They cut $3 billion from TAFE, and now they oppose our fee-free TAFE policies that are attracting more people to train to fill the skilled labour shortages. 45,000 Australians have already taken up construction courses in fee-free TAFE. But that's not the only thing they've tried to oppose and stop us addressing the housing shortage. A coalition of the Liberals, Nationals and the Greens political party held up the Housing Australia Future Fund. My colleagues in the community housing sector said that they specifically told the Greens that the sector does not back their position of delaying housing measures. They told them that any benefits they gain are more than swallowed up by the impact of the delay. That delay is time that they could have started building, but instead we're sitting watching cynical political operatives play games with people's lives for campaign opportunities. And now they're doing the same with shared equity legislation stuck in the Senate. While Australians are waiting to get their hands on secure housing thanks to a shared equity mortgage, they are held captive by cynical political games being played by those opposite and their Greens coalition partners. The fact that shared equity was a Greens policy platform at the last election doesn't seem to hold them back from their hypocritical strategy of delaying wherever they can meaningful strategies to assist Australians in housing stress, all the while telling Australians they care about housing prices and its impact on young Australians, while also campaigning against developments in their own electorates and providing advice to others on how to block developments. And given the topic of today's MPI proposed by those opposite, that cynicism clearly shows no bounds. So as someone who's worked up close with people experiencing homelessness, as a mother of 3 adult sons trying to get into the housing market, and as somebody who's worked closely with the community housing sector that is trying its hardest to build, this MPI leaves a bitter taste in my mouth and a few sour words. Hypocritical, cynical, political, opportunist. Not working for Australia, not working for Australians, only working for themselves and their political game. Do better.
Member for Fisher.
Once upon a time, Australia used to be the place of the great Australian dream, that is to own your own home. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I've been involved in the construction sector all of my adult life, apart from the time that I've come into this place 8 years ago. Whether as a chippy, as a carpenter, as a builder, or as a construction lawyer. Australians want to be able to own their own home, but under this government, that dream has become a nightmare. I was reading this morning in the paper that CoreLogic data has revealed, listen to this, if you want to buy a house in Sydney, you need to have an average income of $238,000. If you want to own a home in Brisbane, you need to have an average of $175,000 to buy a house in Brisbane. That's under this government. Mortgages, rents, everything has gone sky high under this government. So many people. Homelessness used to be a thing that, thankfully, on the Sunshine Coast was just virtually unheard of. Now, sadly, we have many people living in their cars. It is heartbreaking. Let's have a look at some of the promises that Labor have made. Labor has promised to build 1.2 million homes in just 5 years. Now, we've heard that the Building Council of Australia, the MBA, Master Builders Association, and HIA all have said that on current trends, this government is going to fall short somewhere between 300,000 and 400,000 homes. That's falling short by a quarter of what they said they were going to manage. Under this government's signature housing policy, the Housing Australia Future Fund so-called, how many homes have been built? I'll give you a hint, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's zero. It's zero. I've built more homes than this federal government has built. Isn't that hard to believe? Small regional builder has built more homes than this federal government, and they want to spend billions, $32 billion. Zero. Crickets. Donuts. That's what this government is all about. It's all about the promises, never about the delivery. Now, home starts for detached homes over the last 12 months have plummeted by 10%. Labor also promised to build up our skilled workforce, and that was much of the discussion in question time this afternoon. But the number of commencements for apprenticeships has fallen under this government by 12%. The number of completions of apprenticeships has fallen by 8%. Now, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to work out if you want more homes to be built in the future, you need to be training more apprentices today. And yet, under this government, we're seeing less young people being attracted to the trades, and we're certainly seeing less young people complete their trade apprenticeships. Why? Well, because this government and former Labor governments have had a fascination with ensuring that all young people go to university. Now, if you want to go to uni, great, knock your socks off. But this government and its predecessor Labor governments have made doing a trade almost a crime. This is the Labor Party. This is the party of the working people. And yet they have set up this, you're a second-class citizen if you do a trade. I know, because I've been in the industry all my working life, and the hypocrisy that drips from this Labor government about the importance of trades is disgraceful. Now, if you look at why Australians are paying so much for housing today, it's supply, it's supply, it's supply. And under us, under the coalition, if we're elected, we'll invest $5 billion to build another $500,000 by investing.
Member for Robertson has the call.
Deputy Speaker, and we know that housing is a key and core focus of this Albanese Labor government. But, Deputy Speaker, it has not been without obstacle, it has not been without obstruction because, Deputy Speaker, what we can see here, and gather round, folks, what we can see here is that there's a new love story. There's a new love story being forged in this chamber here today, one forged in denying hard-working Australian people the dignity and the right to live in and own their own home. But pray tell, who could I be referring to, Deputy Speaker? I ask the members here, there and everywhere, who could I be talking about? Who could forge such a bond? A bond built on misery, a bond built in despair? Well, Deputy Speaker, we know that it is the Australian Liberal Party and the Greens political party. And look, I'm a fan of rom-coms, ask the member for Hunter. I really am. But this one is a little bit more like a horror movie, and it's absolutely deplorable. The activities of the Liberal Party and the Greens political party, the activities that they take in this chamber and in the other place is putting Australia behind. And I think it is an absolute disgrace, particularly when it comes to housing. But it's not only limited to housing, Deputy Speaker. It's health, it's education, it's wages, you name it. But despite the games, despite the deception, despite the betrayal of those opposite, including the Greens political party, this government is deploying housing policy that is fit for the Australian context. It is deliberate and it is targeted measures to ensure more homes are built and more people can get into their own home. This includes more than 10,000 homes built through Labor's housing programs like the Social Housing Accelerator program and new builds under Labor's expanded home guarantee. We have more than 20,000 homes, Deputy Speaker, in the pipeline through direct Commonwealth investment, including the 13,700 under round one of the HAF. This is all on top of the more than 1 million households we've helped with a more than 40% increase to the Commonwealth rent assistance and the 120,000 homeowners we've supported into home ownership through the government's expanded home guarantee scheme. Now, what I want to share with the chamber today is what Labor governments do and how that makes an impact on families, an impact on working people, an impact on low-income earners, on women, on everyone in our society. On the Central Coast and Lower Hunter, we had multiple dwellings in East Gosford and in Tellera that were in danger of being lost, sold off, gone forever, leaving many without a home, many without a place to stay. And this would have been a huge blow, not only to those people living in these homes, but for our regions. Multiple representations were made by myself, the federal member, but also to the state member for Gosford, Liesl Tesh, in order to save these dwellings. Now, come in the $2 billion Social Housing Accelerator Fund, where over $600 million of that fund was allocated to the great state of New South Wales. With $8 million from the federal government's Social Housing Accelerator Fund via the New South Wales government, our Tier 1 community housing provider Pacific Link was able to acquire these dwellings. Housing saved people being able to continue to live their lives with the dignity and respect that they deserve, because that is what housing provides, Deputy Speaker. This is the power of good policy, and it is only possible under a federal Labor government that we have here today. And so what we've witnessed today from the member for Deakin and others, a spray of Tommy rot, peppered with incomprehensible, disconnected and inarticulate ramble, what we have come to know and expect from those opposite is that the Liberal Party fail to understand the importance of housing, and they fail to understand providing assistance to those that need it. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
And I give the call to member for Cook.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Right now, Middle Australia is breaking under a housing crisis. Rents are up 23%. Home prices around my electorate are up 20% also. Yet all the while Labor is in here filibustering about housing, yet to deliver a single home from their housing package 2.5 years into government, behaving like they're in opposition. Their promise to build 1.2 million homes over 5 years has ground to a halt. Industry leaders now confirming the Coalition's earlier predictions that they will fall short of up to 400,000 homes. The number of loans provided for the purchase or construction of new homes remains at a 15-year low. A 15-year low, going almost back before the time the Coalition was last in government. 2023-24 saw the lowest home building commencements in over a decade. Over a decade in this last year, we've had the lowest amount of starts. A lot of talk, $32 billion being promised as a package, a lot of announcements, a lot of media, a lot of fanfare, but the lowest home building commencements in over a decade, in the middle of a housing crisis. I would invite the next government speaker to address that. How can you preside over a government in the middle of a housing crisis and have the lowest home building commencements over a decade? Well, you know what wasn't the lowest in over a decade? Net migration. Net migration was 463,000 people last year, with only 158,000 new housing commencements. This massive imbalance between immigration and housing has seen prices soar. Home prices are soaring, they're unaffordable. Rent prices are soaring, they're unaffordable. This government is overseeing a reckless immigration boom directly at the time they've made housing unaffordable. And yes, we are not bringing in, amongst this immigration boom, we are not bringing in migrants who can actually help with this construction crisis. 9 bricklayers. There's been well over 1 million immigrants, 9 bricklayers. We're bringing in more than a Canberra, the city we're talking in here now. We bring in more than a Canberra every single year, but only 158,000 more dwellings. Now, while Labor is fuelling housing demand with runaway migration, they are not addressing housing supply at all. The Housing Australia Future Fund, a $10 billion funding mechanism. Well, that sounds good, doesn't it? $10 billion providing availability payments over a 25-year period, but it's still failed to construct a single dwelling. We're gearing up for the next election and a signature announcement. Well, how many, if it's not true, I'd invite the next member to address that directly and tell me how many homes you've built in the last 2.5 years on this. Over this same time, net immigration has increased by 1.15 million people. The $2 billion Social Housing Accelerator Fund, a fund for states to expand housing stock. Well, even the largest recipient of money from that, the New South Wales State Government, are less than impressed, with their official social housing implementation report stating the impact of the 1,500 additional homes from this program is small, given the level of unmet need for the 57,000 people on the social housing waiting list. 1,500 homes for 57,000 people on the waiting list. Again, more than a total of 1.1 million immigrants over this time, but no houses built as as a factor of their $32 billion of announcements. Now, it's important to contextualise this number because, look, right now I read an industry expert estimate that maybe they'll complete 40,000 by the end of their time in government. Well, actually, there was granny flat reforms in New South Wales in 2019 that actually led to a bigger improvement than that. That created 49,000 extra dwellings from granny flat reforms that cost the taxpayer zero. Not 32 billion, zero. What would the Liberal Party do differently? Well, firstly, we'd ensure that infrastructure funding is prioritised, meaning that state governments, councils and local communities aren't left footing the bill of a runaway migration program and population growth. Further, our plan will look to reduce housing pressures by freezing red tape, reducing migration and banning foreign investment.
Expired. I call the member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. The Albanese Labor government knows that Australians are having a tough time at the moment with housing, whether it be trying to buy or rent. That's why we are getting on with the job of building more homes for Australians. Since I've been in this role, I've heard on the doors while I've been out in the community and on the phones that housing is a big issue for our people, from single mothers to families of 4 to those in low-paid work. There is a devastating feeling that comes with yet another rent increase or losing out on another rental application. There is a chronic housing shortage in Australia, which has been decades in the making. The core of the problem is that Australia has not been building enough houses for far too long. And those opposite, when they were in government for nearly 10 years, did absolutely nothing to help this crisis. A growing number of young adults and families with a dream of owning their own home are having to come to terms with the fact that it will take much longer than their parents to buy. So that's why our government is just getting on with the job of building instead of blocking like those opposite. Our Homes for Australia plan will build more homes more quickly in more parts of the country, fulfilling an ambitious goal of building 1.2 million homes by the end of the decade. Nearly 400,000 homes have already been built across Australia since Labor took office. 400,000, Dan. This is a massive number assisted by our fee-free TAFE program, which has supported nearly 1 million people to study and address the failure of the opposition. These homes have been built through programs like our $2 billion Social Housing Accelerator or the Housing Australia Future Fund. This has resulted in more than 20,000 homes in the pipeline through direct Commonwealth investment. On top of this is our $2.7 billion increase in Commonwealth rent assistance, which has given more than 1 million households more than a 40% increase, providing much needed rent relief. This government has invested more in building homes than the opposition have done in an entire decade in office. The opposition have accused the Labor government of failure, but as the opposition well knows, homes cannot be built in a day. 9 years in office is more than enough time to build the homes Australians need, and they have failed. Even now, they raise MPIs like this, yet continue to block 40,000 people from owning a home by teaming up with the Greens to block Help to Buy in the Senate, and through their choice to delay the Housing Australia Futures Fund. There are so many other important housing reforms on the go, including the $9.3 billion 5-year national agreement on social housing and homelessness, which will combat homelessness and provide crisis support and build and repair social housing. Over the past few months, I have met with the Mornington Peninsula Shire, Swan and a range of local community organisations that support people that are homeless and understand the acute need for social and affordable housing in the electorate of Dunkley. With 59.9% of Dunkley on low or very low incomes and homelessness at an all-time high, we need more homes and we need more construction workers. which is how our investment in fee-free TAFE work glove in hand to achieve our goals to ensure more homes can be built. I am committed to supporting the building and construction of more housing, particularly social and affordable homes, in our community, so all locals, no matter their financial or personal circumstances, have a room over their head.
I call the member for Longman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of this very important subject raised by the member for Deakin, this government's failure to deliver the new housing that Australia needs. Deputy Speaker, housing is a basic human right, and in a country like Australia, the only way anyone should be homeless is by choice. And I note that there are people who, for various reasons, choose to be homeless, and in this democratic nation, that is their right. But this cohort is very much in the minority. The majority of homeless people would much rather not be in this situation. Homelessness takes on many forms. We have those who live in tents, some in cars, some go from refuge to refuge, others couch surf with friends and family. The bottom line is, anyone who doesn't have a permanent address is homeless. The electorate of Longman that I serve is part of the City of Moreton Bay. The latest data shows that around 2,500 people in just this one local government LGA alone are homeless. Many of these people have full or part-time jobs, some have families, including small children. There are many reasons why people are homeless, but it all stems back to one core issue, and that is the law of supply and demand. There is simply not enough supply to meet the demand. A quick look at the facts paints a bleak picture, Deputy Speaker. 2003-24 recorded the lowest new home building commencements, the lowest in over a decade despite record demand for housing. Now, all three levels of government have a part to play in solving the issue of supply and demand. The local government's role is around more streamlined, faster and affordable approvals processes on land releases and infrastructure processes. State governments also play a part in the approval processes, the overall planning schemes, but they have responsibility in ensuring that government or social and community housing is part of the solution to supply. Sadly, in my home state of Queensland, this has been neglected, with very few dwellings being built or acquired by the previous state Labor government, despite record funding provided by the former coalition federal government to the states. Now, what about the federal government's role in this, Deputy Speaker? Federally, the impact is more around the demand issue. Our housing stock increases each year by enough to house around 280,000 people. Our population grows within our country by about 100,000 each year, which is why the immigration level has been traditionally around 165,000. The last financial year alone, our population has grown by 656,000. And since Labor came to government, the population has increased by a bewildering 1,426,000 in just 2.5 years. Everyone can see that this reckless policy has disadvantaged Australians, particularly those low-income workers who simply can't compete with those who have more income. The federal government can and should restrict or ban altogether foreign ownership while we are in this crisis. Our first responsibility is to the Australian people, and every home that is purchased by a foreigner is one an Australian misses out on, either to rent to another Australian or purchase for themselves. This would decrease demand and therefore see an easing of the overheated housing market that we are currently experiencing. Another problem we have is this Labor government's obsession with everyone getting a university degree. Now, for students, best pathway is university. I'll always fully support that. However, when I speak to students, many tell me they are being encouraged and almost embarrassed into getting a university degree when they simply have no interest in this pathway. These are the people who want to work with their hands, or they simply don't learn best in a structured classroom setting. They're not wired this way, but so this Labor government can brag that they've increased university enrolment rates, they practically force these young people into a pathway that will ultimately depress them when in most cases they will fail. No, we need to ensure these people are encouraged to take up vocations like trades because, Deputy Speaker, even if we get the funding right, the land release settings right, the infrastructure settings right, and the result is plenty of affordable land ready to build on, there won't be much point if we don't have the tradespeople to build them. Deputy Speaker, We need incentives for employers and prospective apprentices to encourage an uptake in these vital trade vocations. But the results show that in the past 2 years, a decline of 11.8% in people taking up apprenticeships, even though the demand has never been higher. And that is because this government's fee-free TAFE policy has failed, and they have been focused on the wrong priorities, like the failed voice referendum. Deputy Speaker, it's time for a change and to get Australia back on track, because the Australian people and our future generations deserve it.
I call the member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. While the Greens and Liberals try to block progress, Labor is getting on with the job of building new housing. It's fascinating to hear the Liberals lecture us on housing, considering their history on this issue. Let's take a look back at their history. Australia has seen 28 ministers for housing since Federation. The first was appointed by the Chifley government in 1945, but just 6 years later, the Menzies government abolished the role. This back and forth continued, with Prime Minister Fraser abolishing the position in 1980. Labor then reinstated it under Bob Hawke in 1983, only for the Howard government to cut it once more in 1996. When Kevin Rudd was elected Prime Minister, he reappointed the role. Under Liberal leader Tony Abbott, once again it was abolished. I don't know if anyone else sees the pattern here, but it is clear to me every time the Liberal Party takes power, they abandon the federal government's role in housing, just as they did during their last 9 years in government. Labor has a plan for housing, and it's a plan we're putting into action. We asked to deliver 1.2 million homes over the next 5 years, and the impact is already visible in my electorate. The city of Casey, which Holt covers, has the highest number of new housing approvals in this country. Our $1.5 billion partnership with state and territory governments have fast-tracked infrastructure projects to support new housing by clearing bottlenecks in infrastructure. While building sewers may not be glamorous, it is essential for places like Clyde and Cranbourne West, where infrastructure has lagged behind. This plan is effective, so effective, in fact, that the member for Deakin has decided to copy it. But our plan doesn't stop there. Labor is investing $10 billion to build 30,000 new social homes and affordable homes. We're addressing the labour shortage with funding to train 20,000 new construction workers, and our commitment to 100,000 free TAFE places per year means we're preparing a skilled workforce, despite the Liberals dismisses all of these initiatives as a waste. Through our home guarantee scheme, we've helped 100,000 people buy a home with a 5% deposit without needing lender's mortgage insurance. Our $32 billion housing plan addresses every part of the housing pipeline, from infrastructure to affordable ownership. We also want to help Australians to buy homes through our shared equity scheme, reducing costs for 40,000 Australians. So why then is the Frankenstein coalition of the Liberals and the Greens trying to block this plan? Well, the Liberals claim they have their own plan. The first part, to copy ours and fund local infrastructural bottlenecks. Second part, to drain Australians' retirement funds and pushing up house prices by allowing people to withdraw $50,000 from their superannuation at a huge cost to their own future. A 35-year-old drawing $50,000 could lose $400,000 in retirement savings. The Super Members Council estimates that the Coalition's plan would create a budget black hole costing billions of dollars and be economically reckless. So before listening to the Coalition's plan for housing, ask the member for Deakin who will fill the $400,000 hole in your retirement and who will foot the bill to support you in the old age. But I guess the member for Deakin and the Coalition, they do not care. The Coalition always want to destroy superannuation system, one of the best retirement schemes in the world, and this is their plan to do it. Liberal is focused on building homes. We are helping young Australians to buy their own homes. We are building 1.2 million homes by the end of the decade, and we still do this without asking to drain your retirement savings. This is our commitment to the Australian people.
The discussion has concluded. I call the member for Fraser.
Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Standing Committee on Economics, I present the committee's report incorporating dissenting reports entitled Flood Failure to Future Fairness, Report on the Inquiry into Insurers' Responses to 2022 Major Floods Claims, together with the minutes of proceedings, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Thank you. In 2022, floods devastated communities right across Australia. The floods in Queensland, New South Wales, Victoria and Tasmania led to more than 300,000 claims being lodged, more than for any other natural disasters in Australia's history. These floods affected my own community, with over 500 houses inundated above the floorboards. Hundreds of families were rendered homeless and many more had their lives turned upside down. To this day, many are yet to move home and many remain in dispute with their insurer. This was a national issue and a report focused on national dimensions, but I'm very conscious of the human impacts of this issue at a local level in my own electorate. In response to this series of disasters, the House passed a resolution tasking the House of Representatives Standing Committee on Economics with undertaking an inquiry into the insurers' responses to the 2022 floods. The terms of reference included claims handling issues, but also broader issues relating to insurance affordability and accessibility, as well as land use planning. This report outlines the findings and recommendations arising from a year of investigation by the committee. In addition to hearing from insurance CEOs, regulators and leading consumer advocates, the committee travelled to affected communities and heard directly from individuals, small businesses and community leaders about the response by insurers and the impacts of the floods on their lives and livelihoods. The report contains 86 recommendations, most of which were supported by all committee members. The implementation of these recommendations will lead to better claims management, more transparent reporting of insurer performance, lower premiums for households exposed to a high risk of flooding, and improved long-term strategies for flood preparation and resilience. This report examines the 3 Ps of flood insurance: policyholders, pooling and preparation. Policyholders need to be treated better. Pooling mechanisms need to be strengthened, and preparation needs to be given more priority. Policyholders have a right to expect the timely and fair consideration of their claims. While many cases arising from the 2022 floods were handled well, too many were badly mishandled by insurers. Direct witness testimony heard by the committee, as well as case studies referenced in submissions, detailed many instances of poor treatment and a range of systemic problems. Inconsistent decision-making, long delays due to poor communications and disputes over causation resulted in emotional, mental health and financial strains for many families. More than 2 years on from the floods, many people still have not been able to move back into their homes. The committee heard heartbreaking stories of families moving from hotel to hotel at short notice for months, only to end up camping in sheds and backyards after their allowance had expired after 6 or 12 months. A number of recommendations adopted by the committee relate to the General Insurance Code of Practice. The code needs to be strengthened as a priority. The committee recommended that the ICA register the code with ASIC for approval, and further, that the code become a contractually enforceable element of the policyholder's insurance contract. In addition, the committee recommended a number of areas where regulation of claims handling should be strengthened, including legislation standardising key terms across all insurance contracts, that clear guidance material be provided to consumers at emergency hubs, that the code should set out meaningful timelines in relation to communication, clearer regulatory guidance in relation to the preparation of expert reports, a requirement that if insurers fail to make a decision after 12 months, they must automatically pay out the claim in full, stronger regulatory guardrails in relation to final cash settlements, fairer dispute resolution processes, and that key data in relation to claims management performance be provided by insurers to ASIC, and that ASIC publish this data. Pooling is the second P in my own schematic. Pooling underpins both private and social insurance. It generally works well. However, flooding is one of the most challenging forms of natural disaster to insure. Floods can impact the same towns, the same suburbs and the same regions time and time again. This report identifies a number of areas where pooling should be strengthened. At present, insurance policies have varying lengths for the provision of temporary accommodation and often have a maximum guaranteed length that falls far short of the time taken to complete a rebuild. This places a significant and very difficult to manage set of risks on households. In some policies, the cost of temporary accommodation comes out of the sum insured. The committee believes that it would be better for insurers rather than households to manage and bear the cost of temporary accommodation. Another areas where policyholders face considerable risk is where the pre-existing condition of a material aspect of the building is unobservable. A good example of this is stumps. Policyholders often pay premiums for decades where neither the insurer nor the insured knows the state of the stumps. It is understandably frustrating when after a flood the floorboards are taken up and an insured person or family is told they will not be paid out due to the condition of the stumps. This aspect of coverage almost becomes a lottery, and that isn't fair. For the insurer to take on more risk in relation to this would have very little impact in terms of their total cost under the pool as a whole, and is an important improvement in risk allocation. Finally, increasingly granular, high-quality data that insurers generate and rely upon is leading to, in some ways, more actuarially fair prices, but it is also undermining pooling, particularly at the higher risk end of the market. It is increasingly possible to accurately identify individual properties at very high risk of flooding. This results in extremely high premiums for flood insurance for these households. Given that insurers are increasingly moving away from opt-out policies, this creates a risk that a large number of properties will not be insurable at all. Some form of government intervention will be required. This is reflected in the fact that governments intervene in flood markets in most advanced economies. This topic warrants urgent consideration and modelling by government. Our report doesn't settle on a particular model, but rather sets up a set of principles which we believe would govern sensible consideration of possible intervention. The third P is preparation. The best way to reduce premiums in the long run is to reduce the underlying risk. In 2014, the PC found that 97% of natural disaster funding went towards recovery and rebuilding, and a mere 3% to invest in mitigation and resilience. Since 2022, the Australian government has committed to $200 million per year to the Disaster Ready Fund, and it is also partnered with the Queensland and New South Wales governments on resilience authorities. As a result, that ratio has materially improved. However, more is needed, and we need to maintain that over the long term. Property-level mitigation is also important. For high-risk properties, this includes house buybacks and investments in resilience, such as house raisings. Lower-cost measures, such as more resilient flooring and construction materials, can also reduce risk. But there must also be an obligation on insurers to reduce premiums where households reasonably prove that mitigation works have been completed, and this needs to be monitored appropriately. In addition to more mitigation at the community and the household level, we need to stop the building of more homes and businesses in high-risk areas. It simply isn't fair on households to be purchasing in an area which is already at a 1 in 100-year risk or more, and which moreover may often increase in risk over time. The Australian government should publish property-level risk data for developments in newly zoned land. In addition, the government needs to consider cooperating with banks to limit or somehow constrain borrowing to housing developments on newly approved land in 1 in 100-year risk or more. This report contains 86 recommendations that will result in better outcomes for consumers, and in particular for vulnerable consumers and households at very high risk of flood. This is partly a question of better claims management and also partly a question of better long-term settings for reducing the nation's underlying risk of flood. Only if we move forward on both fronts can we truly make progress for Australians at risk of future flood events. Can I just make a couple of thanks in conclusion? Firstly, can I thank the hard-working Secretariat. Their commitment to the completion of this inquiry was truly well above and beyond the call of duty. That included travelling to regional areas, often for days at a time, right across the country, to processing hundreds of survey responses, often with very complex statements and attachments, with processing complex submissions, and with drafting a report that cast a wide net, I might say a 453-page net, but that did so in a coherent and cogent manner. To Jeff, to Dee, who was on secondment from Treasury, to Tessa, Laura, Nicolette and Jasmine, I say a great big thank you from all of the members of the committee. Can I thank my fellow committee members, particularly the 4 members who were added to the House Economics Committee for the purposes of this inquiry. The member for Calare, who indeed seconded the motion by the House for this inquiry to be undertaken, the member for Macquarie, the member for Blair and the member for Page. All 4 of these members attended public hearings in regional areas and, very importantly, they provided the committee with deep and thoughtful insights into their communities that had been devastated by the 2022 floods. The report is much richer for their having participated in this report. To the Deputy Chair, who is in the chamber at the moment, and to all of the other members of the committee, thank you for your diligent, thoughtful and collegiate approach. With 14 members on the committee of this inquiry, it required a lot of give and take to achieve as much consensus as we did. And finally, as Chair, can I thank those who shared their experiences of the floods and their aftermath for this report. For many people, it was difficult to participate in this process, particularly by giving evidence at public hearings. We acknowledge that many people are still recovering from the financial and mental health toll, and we are extremely grateful that so many people found the time and were so generous as to give their valuable insights. They gave their insights so that many will benefit from a fairer system in the future.
I call the member for Groom.
Seek leave to make a short statement in relation to this report.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'd like to start by thanking the Chair for his stewardship of this very difficult report. Speaker, this was an Economics Committee inquiry that went right into emotional statements from people, something that we don't often do. And I think the way you handled that was absolutely excellent, Chair. Speaker, the truth of the matter is the Secretariat did an outstanding job. This was a report right across a broad area of Australia, so I thank them for all their hard work. Join with the Chair in thanking everybody who gave evidence or spoke before the committee. And I do want to thank the engagement of the ICA and the insurers, who I think were very aware, Speaker, of just how important this inquiry was, particularly to those affected. And I would note that in some cases there are actions that they have taken towards some of the recommendations because they engaged so fully. And I think that speaks volumes, Chair, to your leadership throughout this and management of that process. And I think it's important also to echo the Chair's comments, Speaker. It's easy, we have to talk in statistics when we're talking about something as an event as big as this, but it was so crucial that we did hear from the voices of those impacted directly. So I think the work done in that was excellent. I think that the most important issue that I came across and I wanted to prosecute throughout this inquiry was the issue of planning and the role it played in putting, at times, very vulnerable people into housing that was completely unacceptable. I remember very clearly the testimony of the CEO of the Moreton Bay Shire Council, who told us that he had to increase the area by 12,000 people per year. And when we asked, how many of the houses that you're building are on floodplains, he said quite a lot. And it was just this devastating sort of thought that the problem that we're talking about is only going to get worse. And he very well knew it. I commend him on his honesty. But the reality is that this problem will get worse in those areas. So I think particularly recommendations 71 and 72 on planning speak to the heart of the issue. If we want to resolve the responses of the insurers, one of the best things we could do is reduce the amount of people who are being impacted right at the start. There are two recommendations that I flagged, and I I think it speaks to the report in whole of the 86. There's only two that I have real strong concerns on. One was recommendation number 3, and I think whilst we are looking at the response of the insurers, I think it is also important to take a look at the broader context of insurance at the moment, where we've seen increases in insurance costs that have gone through the roof. I have genuine concerns about any actions that a government may take that could push that affordability higher, because the last thing I would want is vulnerable people to be unable to afford insurance, and that this could make the problem worse. So I think that's a step that we have to be very, very careful on in how we manage that process, that any changes we didn't result in people choosing to self-insure and drop out of that cycle. I think that would be the worst possible outcome. Recommendation 70, I think this speaks to government intervention, and I guess Speaker, I've spoken just briefly on the issues of affordability and how they can make things worse in this as well. I'd hate for us to see a situation where we have an issue on availability of insurance in Australia, similar to what we saw in California. And I refer to the study tour that was undertaken. I thank the American Chamber and the ICA for putting that together. So it was very, very insightful to see in a region that is often described as being similar to ours in terms of the events, the climate, the spatial distribution of houses, that their private insurers have walked out of California. And we heard the National Flood Insurance Plan provides only 4% of Americans with that insurance, up to a maximum, I think it was $350,000, that includes the $100,000 top-up from FEMA, and it is just a cheque that is given to people. There is no management, there is no mitigation, there is no improvement of the situation. And I'd hate for us to be in that situation. I really, really would. And that was one thing that really terrified me, the thought that whilst that is an extreme outcome, it is within the realms of possibility, and one that we must avoid at all costs. So I raised that concern. I note that the insurance industry has already come together to put together responses to all of these recommendations. I commend them on that. I think they need to do that. I think for the sake of everyone who gave their testimony, they need to see the insurers responding fully themselves. But I think it would be important for any government, before they took any steps further, to get those responses from industry before proceeding with any policy. Again, I thank the Chair and all the committee members, particularly those who joined the committee, for their inclusion. Thank you.
The member for Clare.
I rise to make some remarks on behalf of...
Are you seeking leave?
Yes, I do seek leave to make remarks in respect to this issue, Deputy Speaker.
Is leave granted, Minister?
It is granted.
You may continue.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to make remarks in relation to this issue and this report on behalf of our constituents in the electorate of Calare in central western New South Wales. The storms and floods that hit central western New South Wales in November 2022 were catastrophic and devastating for our region and its residents. 2 lives were tragically lost in Eugowra, which was the scene of the largest helicopter rescue in Australia's history. Across the communities of our region, including Eugowra, Molong, Kudal, Canowindra, Manildra and Wellington, infrastructure, homes and businesses were destroyed. The stress, fear and anxiety amongst our local residents from not only having survived the ordeal of their lives, but also facing an uncertain future, was palpable. When disaster struck, our residents naturally turned to their insurers for help, and issues arose almost immediately. For example, NRMA had been the insurer of choice for many local residents in Eugowra, yet in the immediate aftermath of the disaster, many residents reported problems in being able to talk to claims personnel. It took the company 10 long days after the disaster to arrive at Eugowra Showground with their mobile claims unit to assist homeless residents. This was a source of anger amongst residents, which grew stronger as the response to the disaster unfolded. As the exhausting days of recovery wore on, problems with insurers just grew and grew. I held public meetings in our electorate of Calare where residents were able to tell and share their stories. It was empowering. Residents noted striking similarities in the way in which insurers were treating their policyholders. These included policyholders not having key provisions in their insurance contracts explained to them, claims processing being unnecessarily dragged out, substandard and inconsistent expert reports, shoddy treatment by contractors and insurance company representatives, claims being unnecessarily knocked back, and policyholders being offered and accepting low-ball cash settlements because they were too exhausted to fight anymore. It was clear that the rebuilding and recovering process was being made much harder and the tragedy much worse by the cold-hearted and shocking response of insurers to policyholders. There were so many issues being raised about insurers that local residents and I began calling for a parliamentary inquiry, and to its credit, the government called one. The Assistant Treasurer and I announced the inquiry in Eugowra in July 2023. This committee then took evidence in Eugowra, Molong and all over Eastern Australia, and for the first time a real spotlight has been put on the industry, and what it's revealed are unconscionable and systemic industry failures that exist at every step of the insurance process. The evidence taken by this inquiry amounts to a damning indictment of the insurance industry. While some in the industry may be ashamed of it, I suspect many are not. Eugowra is a long way from the boardrooms of capital cities. While not every insurance company did the wrong thing, the living hell that a number of these large insurers have put policyholders through should not be sugar-coated. Words should not be varnished when describing it. The narrative put forward to this inquiry by the Insurance Council of Australia and a number of insurers was, in effect, that the floods of 2022 were unprecedented. This and other excuses, such as poor planning decisions since the time of Governor Macquarie and European settlement, COVID, labour shortages and the war in Ukraine, all resulted in some customers having poor experiences. Examples of this attitude and these excuses are littered throughout the written submissions and oral testimonies of insurance industry and company representatives. But as we know, major natural disasters are not new to Australia or insurance companies. There is simply no excuse for what a number of these corporations did to their policyholders, and the Australian public should not let these insurers get away with this arrogant spin. When insurance company representatives came to give evidence before this inquiry, there appeared to be a complete lack of insight on the part of some of them as to the pain and suffering they had inflicted upon their own customers. Notwithstanding that an army of public relations consultants had no doubt prepared many insurance company representatives for their appearances before our inquiry, in some cases getting apologies and acknowledgements for the hell they had put their customers through was like pulling teeth. As I've said, some insurers did do the right thing and some did genuinely try and assist residents in our area, but the fact remains that the industry giants clearly don't like the spotlight being put on industry practices or the healthy profits that they continue to enjoy. And this profitability has come at a high cost to many of their fellow Australians. The reality is that the Australian insurance industry has had a good thing going for a very long time. It's donated to both sides of politics, and it's a strategy that has served it well. In the midst of healthy profits, it's been left to largely self-regulate. Insurance companies don't just answer to shareholders, they also answer to the nation. They don't just have insurance contracts with our residents and businesses, they also operate with a social licence. And the Australian public needs to be vigilant and not be afraid to revoke these licences to operate when egregious behaviour comes to light. And this inquiry has exposed plenty of that. As I've said, profits have been made by these corporations at the expense of customers all around our country. The committee heard evidence from policyholders about their treatment by insurers that is deeply disturbing and disgusting, and this callous treatment was truly shocking. The debilitating effects this has had on traumatised policyholders is tragic, and it must be stopped. The report makes recommendations across a range of issues plaguing the industry. I believe that they can make an important contribution towards fixing the massive power imbalance that currently exists between insurance companies and their customers. I just don't think they go far enough. These insurers need to be held to account. More recommendations are needed, and I was disappointed that more weren't included in the main report, and given the consideration I believed they were due. That's why I filed an additional comments and a dissenting report to supplement the main report. It contains a further 38 recommendations that can make a real difference to insurance policyholders, such as forcing experts and claim assessors to sign up to a code of conduct, the funding of building expert reports for policyholders when complaints reach the Australian Financial Complaints Authority, forcing all insurers to sign up to the General Insurance Code of Practice, properly funding community legal organisations to help disaster-hit residents, stopping the uncontrolled strip-outs of policyholders' homes after natural disasters, which has been described as legalised looting. All of these recommendations are the first steps to fixing a broken industry. The government and the insurers now need to step up and implement the recommendations. Policyholders shouldn't be made to wait for long overdue reform. The government now needs to act on the recommendations and ensure that any necessary legislation can be passed during this term of government. The insurance industry also needs to get cracking because the eyes of the nation are upon it. I wish to thank the Chair, the very hard-working Chair, and the Secretariat staff for their hard work and diligence throughout the course of this inquiry. The committee has worked in a productive and collegiate way. I wish to also thank all who gave evidence to this inquiry. For many, having to relive the trauma they suffered has been very difficult. It's my hope that by telling their stories, collectively, they can be a catalyst for long overdue change and reform to this industry. I also extend a heartfelt thank you to the countless unsung heroes around our nation who risked their own lives to save others during these devastating disasters, and also to those who worked with such care and compassion to help so many to rebuild their lives and recover from such tragic loss, including those who've attempted to help policyholders get through the deeply traumatic process of dealing with insurers. And in that respect, in our area, I make mention of the team from Legal Aid who were there from the first hours of this disaster, but also to many others, including lawyers like Kirsty Evans from Cheney Suthers Lawyers in Orange, who gave up so much time to make submissions to this committee but help our devastated residents right throughout our region, and their work continues to this day.
The member for Fraser.
I move that the House take note of the report.
The debate is adjourned and a resumption of the debate will be made in order of the next sitting day. The member for Fraser.
I move that the order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber for debate.
I will now put the question. All the opinion say aye. All against? Carried. Clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 7. Veterans' Entitlements, Treatment and Support, Simplification and Harmonisation Bill 2024. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
And I call the member for Spence in continuation.
Remarks, having touched on the complexity of departmental processes for veterans and the significant disdain towards them from veterans' communities. A consequence of that overarching sentiment had led to many veterans distrusting government upon their transition back towards civilian life. Regardless of their politics, and to an even greater extent, this mistrust deepens in reference to the Department of Veterans Affairs. Indeed, many veterans have come to feel abandoned by the very country they had spent years of their lives in the service of. And reading through a number of the submissions and feedback provided by veterans and ex-service organisations across the process leading up to the introduction of this bill, I absolutely understand why this is the case. Because walking through the doors of any local RSL when conversing with any of its members, there'll be a good chance that you'll encounter someone who will tell you a story or 2 or 10 about a poor interaction that either they or someone close to them have experienced at the hands of DVA. This is especially apparent within my electorate of Spence, where the pressure of an inadequate system can make usually tough conditions worse for families in our community. My electorate is home to, according to the most recent statistics, 1,316 current serving ADF members and 284 reservists. This is in addition to a veteran population of close to 4,500. And of that population included almost 3,500 persons receiving some form of support from DVA. This is in addition to the 600 eligible dependents receiving a number of different payments, allowances or supports issued through DVA. As such, it is an electorate which is home to one of the largest defence and veteran populations in Australia, the highest in my state of South Australia. The sheer size of the community in the north is in large part why I'm proud to have advocated for the Albanese Labor government to fund a Veterans and Families Hub within my electorate of Spence. It is extremely heartening that these hubs have received further endorsement from the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide as part of one of its recommendations in the final report. It is also heartening to see a significant degree of bipartisanship during this parliament in implementing reforms to assist veterans. This degree of bipartisanship is something I am now used to from all sides of this chamber, and this is no surprise, because we all have, collectively, 350,000 reasons to make sure we get this reform right. And that is the 350,000 veterans and eligible dependents that receive payments, allowances or supports through the 3 acts which have been reformed as part of this bill, who are depending on decisions made in this parliament. And that number of recipients is projected to rise steadily over the next decade. It's through this reform that we fix our system in the present and ensure veteran services are adequate going forward. Back in September, we sat in this place to witness the Deputy Prime Minister table the final report of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide, a report weighing in at over 3,000 pages and roughly 12 kilos all across 7 volumes. And even still, that pales in comparison to the weight of its findings and the weight of the task at hand in addressing the issues raised. As I became one of the co-chairs of the Parliamentary Friends of Veterans, along with the member for Menzies, who has himself contributed significantly to the veteran space in this parliament, I was proud to have hosted the 3 commissioners to share their insights while the inquiry was conducted. Nick Coldis, APM, the Honourable James Douglas, KC, and Dr Peggy Brown, AO, in this place last year in September. Their engagement with the Parliamentary Friends of Veterans was extremely rewarding, as was the attendance of those in the audience. Those such as Vice Admiral Mark Habben, the Chief of the Navy, Lieutenant General Simon Stewart, AO DSC, Chief of the Army, and Air Marshal Robert Chipman, AO CSC, who was at the time Chief of the Royal Australian Air Force prior to becoming Vice Chief of the Defence Force earlier this year. Attending alongside ESOs, departmental officials, and most importantly, our veterans, we saw widespread engagement across the veteran space, determined to bring about a solution to the systemic issues at hand, a solution that many veterans and their families have felt that it has been a battle in and of itself to bring about. In fact, many veterans have expressed that they feel like they are fighting a losing battle against DVA to access entitlements and supports, fighting once again after they have left military service. But this war is fought on a battlefield consisting of distressing phone calls and being inundated by a forest worth of complex paperwork and legal documents. This bill aims to end that battle decisively, cutting through the confusion and delays that have plagued veterans for far too long. We owe them that as a government. We owe them more than this convoluted system. We owe them clarity, dignity, fairness. I say this because the current system is broken. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide confirmed that beyond any doubt. And the sheer complexity of navigating these 3 different acts are causing veterans untold stress and tragedy. In some instances, these systems have contributed to devastating losses of life, as veterans unable to cope with these processes have committed suicide. For those veterans who gave part of their lifetime to serve their country and keep us safe, it is absolutely unfathomable that they've lost their lives altogether soon after. Lost their lives trying to transition back into civilian life. Lost their lives just trying to receive crucial support they are already entitled to. This is a national tragedy. Reform is needed, and this bill is an important step towards that. This bill consolidates the main acts forming part of the legislative framework around veterans' entitlements, comprising of the Veterans Entitlement Act, the VEA, the Safety, Rehabilitation and Compensation Defence-Related Claims Act, which is commonly known in the veteran space as DERCA, and the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act, or MERCA. This framework has evolved since the introduction of the War Pensions Act in 1914, the first of its kind in Australia that legislated military compensation, and has become increasingly complicated. Between the three main acts that form this framework today, MERCA, DIRCA and the VEA, are over 2,000 pages of legislation alone. This is without factoring in any other instruments, SOPs or other documents that must be considered in conjunction with them. And this state of affairs just burdens veterans even more, who might already be recovering in their physical and mental health after service, already dependent on government assistance to support themselves and their families. So there's an urgent need to address the unwildly present state of this framework. And this is a need the Albanese Labor government has listened to, and rightly so. This bill has been fundamentally shaped by listening. Listening not just to the Royal Commission into Defence and Veterans Suicide, but also to veterans and their families, along with ex-service organisations like the RSL and Legacy, who have given broad support to these reforms. This bill is also informed by listening to many components of the reviews and reports, such as the 2017 report of the Senate Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Reference Committee titled The Constant Battle, Suicide by Veterans, through to the 2019 report by the Productivity Commission entitled A Better Way to Support Veterans. That wealth of expert knowledge and lived experience informs this bill, grounding it in the day-to-day lives of veterans across the country. That process started back in October 2022, when the Albanese government started the first of what would be 3 phases of consultation. They commenced not long after the first recommendation of the Royal Commission's interim report, calling on government to simplify and harmonise the veterans' legislative framework, which this bill will achieve. There were 2 additional rounds of consultation after the initial stage, the next beginning back in February last year, the first one that was open to the public. This included a number of webinars and in-person consultation sessions in the community, which saw 246 submissions received by the DVA. These submissions were considered in the lead-up to the final consultation phase, upon the release of the exposure draft of this bill earlier this year. This final stage of the consultation saw the DVA receive over 300 submissions on the exposure draft, many from veterans and ESOs. These submissions would lead to further amendments ahead of the bill that is before the Parliament today. This feedback was extremely important. It goes without saying that the most important and informative sources of knowledge derive from the experience of the system itself, and those sources are the veterans who have navigated its complexities, the Australians that the government will always have a duty to support, advocates and ex-service organisations who have fought for reform over many years also contributed significantly, and I acknowledge their important role in shaping the bill. This is genuine reform from the ground up, with veterans at the heart of it, and rightfully so. In my role as a member of Spence, I was in constant contact with veterans across my community regarding this process of reform. And the message throughout that consultation with veterans and stakeholder organisations, both in my community and across the country, has been received loud and clear. Simplify the system. And that is the very principle at the very heart of this bill. Because on 1 July 2026, all veterans' rehabilitation and compensation claims will be considered under a single piece of legislation, which is MERCA. This will make the system not only simpler, but also fairer and more responsive to the needs of veterans. The bill also goes beyond just consolidating the legislation as it grandfathers past claims in order to ensure a seamless transition to the new framework. Furthermore, the bill introduces a range of additional enhancements as well. This includes the introduction of the additional disablement amount, which provides a new benefit for veterans over pension age who suffer from significant service-related impairments. This new measure will offer additional financial support to those most in need, ensuring that they receive the care and assistance they deserve as they age. This bill also includes a number of provisions aimed at streamlining the claims process through the new MERCA, helping to reduce the time it takes for veterans to receive their entitlements, removing the complexity of the current Tri-Act framework, and working to stop the delays of months, if not years, of bureaucratic congestion, hurdles and denials before claims are even processed. This is what the veteran community wants our government to do, and that's what we are doing. Looking forward, our government is committed to maintaining that ongoing dialogue with veterans and their families. We will continue to listen, to learn and to adapt our approach based on their feedback, with the bill opening the door to further reforms that this engagement will underpin. Reforms that will address remaining gaps and ensure that the mistakes of the past are not repeated. And we do this because we have report after report. Reports coming from committees and inquiries, coming from the media, coming from within our communities and our homes, showing clearly what the tragic consequences of inaction and inertia in the veteran space can lead to and has led to. And we can all take some ownership as the elected representatives of this country of issues this legislation is determined to fix. Just as we all have a role to play in ensuring that our parliament prioritises the well-being of our veterans both now and in the future. I say this because taking ownership of the problem in this space is how we as a nation will arrive at a solution. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Indi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The decision to serve your country is a momentous one. Whether in peacetime or in war, our servicemen and servicewomen put the safety, security and prosperity of our nation before their own. Whether on the front lines or not, Defence service is dangerous. The wounds go far beyond the physical, and we know the significant mental toll our veterans and their families face. So when men and women make that decision to serve, it's fair that their government in turn takes care of them. But as a nation, we are not doing enough to deliver on our end of this bargain. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is a watershed moment in our nation's history. The stories we've heard are harrowing, and the release of the final report is a sombre moment for all Australians. The findings and recommendations of the Royal Commission are a powerful call to action, and we cannot let this moment go to waste. This must be the moment where we say enough is enough and commit as a country, as a parliament, to do better by our veterans, their families and the wider community. That's why the bill before us is so sorely needed. It responds to the first recommendation of the Royal Commission's interim report to fix a veterans' entitlement system that is comprehensively broken. The Royal Commission concluded that the entitlement system is so complex, so convoluted, so prone to delays that it contributes to the distress and suicidality of veterans. How can it have come to this, where the very system designed to support veterans, to help them, is contributing to their anguish, their pain, and in some cases, their death? Excuse me. As one veteran excuse me, in my electorate asked me, how hard can it be to get this right? I agree. While it may be hard, we must find a way to make the entitlement system work better for veterans. Because the stories I hear from veterans in my electorate are distressing. Veterans who feel abandoned within the complex and confusing entitlement system. Connor is a veteran in my electorate living with total and permanent incapacitation. After months of searching, he finally secured the services of a cleaner in his small regional town to help him. But after only 3 visits, the cleaner said they could not continue working for him because of the department's failure to provide payment for invoices that were submitted. Connor says most contractors simply won't work with DVA clients because of protracted and ongoing payment delays. For veterans in regional and rural areas, this often means they simply don't get the care they need and the care that they're entitled to. For service providers like Bluebell in my electorate, a veteran-owned business, the impacts are extending to their employees. Bluebell's directors, Matt and Sarah, say that delays are impacting their contractors' credit scores and contributing to mortgage stress at a time when the cost of living is already making things so tough. They ask my office why veterans and their service providers are forced to beg for money from their government. Madam Deputy Speaker, we need this bill because stories like Connor's and Matt and Sarah's simply cannot continue. Report after report shows that one of the key reasons the Department of Veterans Affairs is failing is because of the complex and Byzantine entitlement system. And that's why I support the Veterans Entitlements Treatment and Support Simplification and Harmonisation Bill 2024. This bill will simplify the Veterans Entitlement system by ensuring that there is only one Act dealing with all veterans' entitlements, not three, which is currently the case. This bill would amend the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act 2004, or MRCA, to ensure it is the only ongoing Act from 2026. The bill would close the Veterans Entitlement Act 1986 and the Safety, Rehabilitation and Compensation Act 1988 to new claims. Where there are currently three different systems, all overlapping and contributing to the distress of veterans, soon there will be only one. This bill would also make several other changes that should be commended. The bill will introduce a presumptive liability mechanism for conditions known to be associated with ADF or other service. The new Section 27A will enable the Minister to approve a list of injuries and diseases known to be service-related. That means veterans won't be required to prove time and time again that their condition is service-related. It will be automatic. And while we don't know what conditions may be included on this list, it could mean that conditions such as PTSD are included. This will make it easier and quicker for veterans to receive support and care and remove a source of distress and secondary trauma for veterans forced to prove, often on multiple occasions, that their condition is service-related. It's also encouraging that more veterans and their families currently receiving benefits under DIRCA will be eligible for gold cards. For many in my community, gold cards are a crucial, indispensable source of support for things like medical treatment and counselling. I support their expansion to more veterans with high levels of impairment. However, RSL Australia raised an important concern about the hurdles veterans may have to jump to access a gold card under the new arrangements. I share their concerns that the current drafting of the legislation may result in a perverse situation where the higher the level of impairment, the more difficult it will be for veterans to access a gold card when transitioning from DIRCA to the MRCA. I hope the government will address these concerns as the bill moves through the Parliament. The bill will also streamline certain administrative processes by merging the Military Rehabilitation Compensation Commission into the Repatriation Commission. The bill would also make it easier for veterans to appeal adverse decisions to the Veterans Review Board, and this would help to create the single review pathway that was recommended by the interim report of the Royal Commission. The bill also harmonises entitlements such as funeral allowances and travel allowances. The introduction of an additional disability amount will ensure consistent compensation is available to all veterans who are age pension age or older with a high degree of incapacity. Changes to the way travel allowances are paid will be particularly important for veterans in my electorate of Indi and across regional, rural and remote Australia. Workforce shortages and the tyranny of distance make it so hard for veterans in my communities to access appropriate services, and ensuring travel allowances are consistently and fairly paid will reduce stress for many in my electorate. This bill is an important step and it will help veterans in my electorate who are being failed by the status quo. However, while this bill will improve the situation, any change will be slow. Implementation of these reforms is delayed until the second half of 2026, 2 years after the Royal Commission recommended. Veterans will still be forced to deal with a broken system for a few years yet. So while I support this bill, it must be improved. The defining feature of this bill is the government's promise that no veterans will be worse off because of the changes, and we must hold the government to account on this, and the government must listen to community concerns and amend this bill where necessary. Having met with and listened to veterans and heard the concerns arising from the inquiry into the bill, I've identified several parts of this bill that could and should be improved. Firstly, the existing definition of a wholly dependent partner needs to be revised. I share the concerns of stakeholders such as Legacy, RSL Australia and Australian War Widows that the term wholly dependent partner is outdated, fails to reflect the reality of modern relationships and does not reflect the care and support dynamic that exists between a veteran and their partner. Secondly, I support a no detriment clause being included in the bill for claims between the passing of the bill and the start of the new single act system on 1 July 2026. While the department has recommended veterans delay their claims until 2026 where possible, this is unreasonable for so many veterans, widows or widowers. A no detriment clause would ensure the government lives up to its commitment that no veterans will be worse off and would ensure that the more beneficial provisions apply when the old and new systems come into conflict. I hope to see these issues addressed in amendments in the Senate. I support this bill because it will make a difference for veterans living in my electorate. I hear too often from veterans at breaking point, forced to deal with a broken system. And while I support the intent of this bill, it alone is not enough and certainly not soon enough. This government and any future government must be prepared to respond to the final report of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide with more action and more funding to help veterans. This bill is just the start. Doing better by veterans cannot happen in 2 years' time and not after the next election, but it needs to happen now. The way we failed to support veterans in this country is to our shame. It's not good enough. If the Minister is right, and this is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to get the system right for veterans and their families, then they should be willing to work with the community to improve this bill further. I want to take this chance to speak directly to veterans in Indi and to those still in service. Indi has many defence connections, most notably Gaza Ridge Barracks and Wadsworth Barracks in Bandiana and Latchford Barracks in Bongilla on the outskirts of Wodonga. We also have defence manufacturing, which employs many, many people in Indi. In the 2021 census, more than 5,000 people in Indi said they had previously served or were currently serving in our defence forces. And knowing these deep links to the Defence Force, when I became the member for Indi, I made a concerted effort to grow my knowledge of what it means to be a serving member of the Defence Force and the issues facing veterans. This includes taking part in the Defence Force's parliamentary program, joining Operation Resolute with the Australian Border Force last year. Throughout my time as the member for Indi, I have worked closely with our veterans organisations, including the RSLs, through the Tim Fisher AC Veterans and Families Hub at Wodonga, the Gurumbat Veterans Retreat, and just to name a few. And I especially want to acknowledge the partners and families of those who serve. The husbands, wives and partners face significant challenges of their own, not just in supporting their partners. The children of ADF members also deserve recognition, many of whom move schools and towns, often as they follow their parents' work. I've attended schools taking part in the Defence School Mentor Program, which is a vital support. Indi is home to 2 units of the Army Cadets in Wodonga and Wangaratta and 420 Squadron of the Air Force Cadets in Wangaratta, and these young people give me great optimism about the future of our nation. In just the last few months, I held an event marking 25 years since Australians served in peacekeeping forces in Timor-Leste, and the stories of those veterans and their families, particularly the mother of 2 of the men who were sent there, taught me so much. And I want to acknowledge the contribution of the member for Solomon here in the House today in making this event happen. He too served in Timor-Leste and he continues to advocate on behalf of veterans in the Parliament, and I appreciate and applaud his service. I also recently met with members of the Wodonga and Rutherglen RSLs to speak about the findings of the Royal Commission. They asked me to talk to them about the findings, but as always, I feel like I learnt so much more from them. And it feels pertinent to give this speech as we approach Remembrance Day. It's a vital role of our RSLs to host ceremonies on Anzac Day and Remembrance Day, managing dozens of volunteers, maintaining local cenotaphs and keeping the memories alive. The work that goes into these days is so valued by our veterans and by the wider community. I thank them and I respect them. As a nation, Australia pays respect to those who served, rightly. We pay that respect with dignity and solemnity. But truly understanding the experiences of servicemen and women is the work of many conversations, of listening deeply. And even then, I'm not sure if we do truly understand if we haven't experienced it ourselves. I would like to say thank you to Indi's serving and veterans community, both for your services and for the experiences and stories you have so generously shared with me. From Vietnam, from Timor-Leste, from Afghanistan, from Iraq, from across the world. I know that sharing these stories is not easy, and I want you to know that my office and I are here to help you. We will always do everything we can at our disposal to give you the support that you so rightly deserve, and we must give so fulsomely.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Veterans' Entitlements, Treatment and Support Simplification and Harmonisation Bill 2024 aims to simplify and harmonise the existing legislative framework governing veterans' entitlement and support. This is in response to the first recommendation from the interim report of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide. Currently, veterans' entitlements are determined under one or more of three primary compensation acts. These acts depend on when the veteran served, which period of service caused or contributed to the condition being claimed. Over the years, it has become increasingly complex to access support through these acts, with their overlapping provisions and inconsistent criteria. This bill represents the most significant commitment towards simplifying veterans' legislation since the introduction of the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act 20 years ago. Imagine a veteran who has dedicated their life to serving our nation, trying to access support and benefits only to be met with a confusing web of rules and regulations. This difficulty can lead to frustration, delays in receiving vital support, and in some cases, veterans not receiving the assistance they desperately need and deserve. In handing down its report, the Royal Commission observed that the current system of veterans' entitlements is so complicated it adversely affects the mental health of some veterans and their families. In the last decade, there has been a significant shift in the mental health space. Previously, mental health issues were often stigmatised, misunderstood and overlooked. Many people struggled in silence due to a lack of awareness and fear of judgment. Traditionally, society have created this stereotype that veterans should be resilient, emotionally strong and self-reliant. This stigma has often discouraged them from expressing vulnerability or seeking help for mental health issues as they may be perceived as weak. As a result, many servicemen and women have struggled with their mental health in silence, leading to untreated conditions and adverse outcomes. However, this narrative is slowly changing as awareness of the importance of veterans' mental health continues to grow. And this is something that I spoke about with my good friend Lachlan Stevens when we walked the Kokoda track in April this year. And I'm really fortunate to have Lachlan and his parents Kevin and Annette up in the gallery today. In my electorate, one charity that has been a huge advocate for veterans and mental health is the Barstool Brothers and Raising the Bar Foundation. Lachlan Stevens and Daniel Chin created the Barstool Brothers in 2019 in Wollongong's best burger bar, his boy Elroy, which I have spoken about in this place over many times before. I have watched Lachlan and Daniel build the Barstool Brothers and Raising the Bar Foundation. They have created a partnership between Raising the Bar Foundation and RSL New South Wales to establish the Walk With Us Kokoda program. The program is funded by the Veterans Support Fund, receiving $70,000 every year for the next 5 years. This program sponsors 8 veterans each year for 4 years from across New South Wales to complete the Kokoda track alongside civilian members of the public. Hearing about their work and wanting to see firsthand what our diggers had to endure in order to protect our country in World War II, and after a lot of lobbying from Lockie, who was pretty convincing, I signed up to walk the Kokoda track. But first, a little bit about Lockie. Lachlan Stevens was a member of the ADF for more than 6 years, where he served as a combat engineer or sapper. A sapper is one of the most hazardous roles in the ADF, often working around live explosives and improvised explosive devices. It is a vital job that protects other Australians from potentially deadly situations. Lachlan was deployed to Afghanistan in 2010 and again in 2012. And while deployed, his job was to detect IEDs.
This role places extreme levels of stress, danger and uncertainty on the sapper and claimed the lives of multiple heroic Australians over the duration of the conflict. Their service shall not be forgotten and we will remember them. Upon leaving the Army, Lachlan realised that many veterans needed support and he diverted his passion and savvy entrepreneurship to his mental health support group, the Barstool Brothers. This group aims to promote conversations around mental health to men in a safe environment at free, accessible events. The second aspect of this group is that it provides an education initiatives for the purposes of providing a mental health training program for people within the hospitality industry. Lachlan continues to support his country as a veteran, a pioneer in mental health services and an innovative and highly motivated small business operator. So Lockie signed me up to walk Kokoda with him and 100% Kokoda, organised by Cam James and Katrina Johnson, and our group of trekkers who were awesome, and our amazing team of porters, and I will acknowledge all of them first. Larry Aitchison, who was our trek leader from 100% Kokoda, and our amazing trekkers, Lachlan Stevens, Maria Murray, Shay McPherson, Tina Boucher and Christy Stroop. Our team of amazing porters, all of whom were descendants of the Fuzzy Wuzzy Angels who helped our soldiers during the war. Akko Babogi, our trek master. Limmy Bow, the lead man who each morning started with a joke and a war cry to psych us all up. My amazing porter, Eddie Pippi. Caleb, Nelvin Whaler, Ben Lalabi, Andy, Junior, Matthew, James Stanley, Alosi, Ben Gay, Jay Kai, Kai Yoki, David Gay, Alex Molu, Garrison, and then also Matthew John, our amazing cook who made our favourite spam and 2-minute noodle phyllo pastry rolls and cut up the beautiful pineapple that we bought along the track. And I have to give a special shout out to Maria Murray, who joined me in fundraising for Lachlan's Foundation during the trek, and we raised $14,000. Maria raised most of this and she is an absolute superstar. And one of the best things about this trip was meeting this impressive young woman who became a partner at Kells & Partners Chartered Accountants at the young age of 30. I'll start by saying that walking the Kokoda track is without a doubt the single hardest thing I have ever done in my life. Firstly, I'm not really a happy camper. And secondly, massive, steep, narrow, dangerous 5-hour hills are definitely not my favourite thing. A fact my amazing porter Eddie will attest to, as he had to suffer many hours of me expressing my displeasure at yet another hill, asking how big the hill was, how hard the hill was, how long the hill would take, and was this the last false summit? I would ask Eddie, is this a big hill? And he would often say, no, not for me, for you, yes. He would often tell me that there was 5 minutes to go, or 3 hours to go, and neither of these would be right, but he did keep me guessing. And thirdly, I did the track with 3 bulging discs and 2 pinched nerves in my back, and it hurt a lot, but this just proves that anyone can do it. Lastly, I wasn't entirely sure that I would make it, and I spent almost every minute of every day counting how much time I had to actually make it through, how many nights I had to camp, and how many hills we had left. Maria and I had a running commentary around the map on her phone trying to work this out. And I also spent a bit of time wondering how I might explain a substantial helicopter cost to my husband if I could not make it. It was really hard, but it was nowhere near as hard as our diggers had it back in 1942 and 43. I still can't quite get my head around thousands of men being on that narrow, rough track, and it would have been much rougher back then. Our porters played games. They would hide in the jungle a couple of feet away and we couldn't see them. This must have been terrifying for our diggers, not ever knowing how close the enemy were and when they might attack. The dysentery, the malaria, injuries, wounds, the mosquitoes, the things that our diggers had to endure during their fight to protect our nation. Before I left, I read Peter Fitzsimon's book, Kokoda, and he outlines in detail some of the horrific conditions that our diggers endured on the track, and everyone should read that. When I returned, I read Reg Shard's biography, The Digger of Kokoda. The book talks about the challenges he faced on the track and his love for his wife Betty and just how much he missed her while he was away. Reg also wrote about his dad, who fought and was gravely wounded in the 1917 Battle of Passchendaele during World War I. He came back with terrible mental health and substance abuse issues that just weren't talked about then, let alone addressed, resulting in a very tough family life for Reg, his mum and his siblings. And soldiers like Reg also didn't have the luxuries that we had today to help us with the tough conditions. Our group had the luxury of great tape for our feet and good quality walking boots, which resulted in absolutely no blisters for me. We had strapping tape, deep heat, physio cream, Nurofen Plus for all of our aches and pains. Our diggers had none of that. Lockie, Larry, Maria and I often spoke about the 4 pillars that really sum up the Kokoda track and are enshrined in a beautiful memorial at Isarava, where we had our second dawn service towards the end of the track. Courage, endurance, mateship and sacrifice. Lockie talks of how these values or attributes have guided him in his business and his charity work. As we walked the track, Lachlan talked about how veterans can often feel a lack of purpose when our servicemen and women leave our armed forces. They feel they no longer have a purpose in life. For years, their life has revolved around the service of their country, moving their homes around our nation and oceans, or being deployed overseas, being away from their family and friends. We also spoke about the difficulties that veterans face in accessing the services that they need to help them through their transition from the Army, Air Force, Navy through to civilian life. For veterans with physical or mental injuries, this transition is even harder. Today, mental health is increasingly recognised as an essential component of overall well-being. There is a growing awareness of how common mental health conditions are, and we have made massive strides in reducing the stigma associated with seeking help. After seeing the conditions firsthand, I had a new appreciation for all who walked the gruelling trail during World War II, and for all the men and women who sign up to serve our country, to protect our democratic society and the life that we love here in Australia. My experience in Kokoda made me even more passionate about fighting for our veterans and ensuring that they receive the support that they need. Through this bill, we are ensuring that veterans and their families who are seeking services and support will be more streamlined and easier to access. The bill also introduces a range of enhancement to the MRCA that will help make access to entitlements easier and fairer for veterans, which have been shaped by feedback provided by the veteran community across 2023 and 2024. And one significant change is the consolidation of funeral expense compensation under the MERCA. This change allows dependents and legal representatives of deceased veterans to lodge claims regardless of which act the veteran was previously covered by. Another key aspect is that several benefits will be moved to the MERCA, including the acute support package, household services and attendant care, the Victoria Cross allowance, ex gratia payments and recognition supplements for former prisoners of war. Additionally, a new payment called the Additional Disablement Amount, or ADA, will be introduced. Similar to the Extreme Disablement Adjustment, or the EDA, this payment will support veterans over pension age with significant service-related impairments. Dependents of deceased ADA veterans will also have access to the Gold Card and other benefits in the event of a veteran's death, ensuring continued support for families. The 2024-25 budget included $222 million in additional funding for veteran and family entitlements and supports to be made available through this new simplified legislation. This will ensure veterans and their families can better understand and access the support that they are entitled to faster. As we move forward, let us continue to listen to our veterans and work collaboratively to address their needs. Together we can build a system that reflects our nation's values of fairness, respect and compassion. This bill is a step forward to providing the support for all of our veterans and their families. We owe it to those who have served our country to provide a strong support system that promotes healing, resilience and well-being, and a meaningful future post-service to our country that gives them a purpose in life.
Question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Wannon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and it gives me great pleasure to be able to speak on this very, very important bill. And I think it's really, really important that as a House, as a Parliament, that we can come together to make sure that we're doing everything we can in an ongoing manner to be able to look after our veterans. And this bill deals with one of the trickiest issues that has been facing governments for decades now, and that is that there are 3 different bills that deal in 3 different ways with the entitlements for veterans, and it seeks to harmonise those bills in a way which doesn't disadvantage veterans. And this is something that I think both sides of the Parliament have been looking to achieve for some time, because it has always been a source of angst in the veterans community. And so following the Royal Commission, the fact that we are here now working through a way to do this in a way which is showing bipartisanship, I think is really, really important, because if we can't do these types of reforms together, then it always makes it very difficult to do very, very important reform. Currently, there are 3 separate acts that operate to provide entitlements, compensation, rehabilitation support to veterans. There's the Veterans Entitlement Act, or VEA, the Safety, Rehabilitation and Compensation Defence-Related Claims Act 1988, which is called the DIRCA. Don't ask me why, but it's called the DIRCA. And then the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act 2004, which is called MRCA. The 3 acts are over 2,000 pages and include more than 850 legislative instruments. And as a former Veterans Affairs Minister, can I tell you, these 3 pieces of legislation are extraordinarily complex. The Act that applies is primarily determined this is the Act that applies to a veteran, is primarily determined by the period of service which is related to the claimed injury, disease or death, as well as the nature of that service. The 3 acts provide different types of compensation, including pensions, lump sums and periodic compensation payments, healthcare and rehabilitation. In some cases, veterans can have claims under all 3 acts. Now, this bill will amend the MRCA to be a single act for veterans' rehabilitation and compensation from 1 July 2026. So there will be a period of time for implementation, and I think while we all would prefer that this had been done quicker, I think the most important thing is that we get it right. The DIRCA and the VEA will be closed to new liability and compensation claims from 1 July 2026. The MRCA will be open to claims arising from service which would have previously been determined under either the DIRCA or the VEA. The bill does not deliver true harmonisation due to the preservation of disparities of the VEA, the DIRCA and the MRCA. The bill simply harmonises entitlements for new claims from 1 July 2026. And this is an important point because it would have been incredibly complex to try and do that. So in a way, what has been done is a grandfathering process to make sure that we're looking after those who are under these existing acts, or in some instances might be under getting compensation under existing acts. So this is quite a sophisticated way to harmonise the entitlements going forward by making sure that those who already are on existing acts aren't disadvantaged. Veterans receiving benefits immediately prior to the commencement of the new arrangements will continue to do so under the grandfathering arrangements without any reductions in their payments, because it would have been simply intolerable for that to have occurred. The Vets Bill, or this bill, also proposes a range of enhancements for various entitlements, including the introduction of a new additional disablement amount similar to the extreme disablement adjustment available under the VEA. So what we're seeing is some of the benefits, and especially those benefits which are working well for our veterans, are being shifted over to make sure that they continue, and those entitlements from the various acts that are working well are shifting over. The introduction of presumptive liability, consolidation of household and attendant care, an increase to $3,000 for funeral allowances, and the availability of reimbursement of funeral expenses up to $14,062 for all service-related deaths. Higher reimbursement amount for travel when a private vehicle is used to travel for treatment, standardisation of allowances and other payments, and the introduction of an instrument enabling the Repatriation Commission to determine circumstances where a veteran must receive financial advice before receiving a lump sum payment. Now, Deputy Speaker, these are all things which for a long period of time veterans in one form or another have sought. It's dependent on which act or acts they've been getting their compensation from, but often there has always been discrepancies as to why this veteran is getting this payment and this veteran is missing out. So by harmonising and bringing this all together, this is something which is definitely a step forward, and a significant step forward. Now, where did this bill come from? The bill addresses recommendation 1 from the Royal Commission into Defence and Veterans Suicide interim report. And the recommendation was simplify and harmonise veteran compensation and rehabilitation legislation. The Royal Commission recommended the Australian Government should develop and implement legislation to simplify and harmonise the framework for veterans' compensation, rehabilitation and other entitlements. By no later than early 2024, the Australian Government should present to the Parliament and seek passage of its bill for the proposed framework. If the legislation is passed, the Australian Government should by no later than 1 July 2024 begin the process of implementing and transitioning to the new legislative framework. If the legislation is passed, the Australian Government should ensure by no later than 1 July 2025 the new legislation is fully commenced and is fully operational. Now, we have slipped on that time frame, but as I've said before, making sure we get these things right, I think, is of critical importance, and while I think we all would hope that this could have been done by 1 July 2025, the fact that we're here is something that I welcome. Now, what we also need to ensure is that not only are we implementing these changes, but in doing so, we continue to review the changes that have been made to make sure that they continue to deliver what we all want from this Parliament and from this House, and that is that our veterans get the support that they need and the care that they need once they exit the military, or if sadly there is a fatality, that they're getting their support and the families get the support that they need. Now, as a previous Veterans Affairs Minister, the issue in particular about veteran suicide is something that is very dear to my heart. Because when I became Minister, it became very apparent to me that we had no idea as to the extent of veteran suicide. And we put in place the first register to try and get a sense of what was occurring. And by providing the facts, we were able to see, okay, yes, this is a significant issue that we do need to address. Now, there were measures that were taken to try and address this issue and making sure that the issue around providing the support and services that we need for our veterans was there. And there was a wide variety of changes which were made to the department. But one of the big challenges was ensuring that support was there in a very holistic way. Now, we started veteran-centric support and saw a significant investment of hundreds of $millions into the Department of Veterans Affairs to try and ensure that that support was there for our veterans. One of the real challenges, and this became very apparent in the Royal Commission, was making sure that both Defence and Veterans Affairs were talking to each other in the right way, that there was the proper exiting that was taking place and that proper coordination was taking place. And it has taken the Royal Commission to bring all this together in I think, largely a very coherent manner, and in particular bringing these three acts together and moving forward in a way which hasn't disadvantaged our veterans. But it doesn't mean that we can think that the job is done. This is going to take all of us working together to make sure that we continue to monitor, that we continue to make sure that the Royal Commission recommendations are implemented, and that every 12 months we ensure that we're checking to see on the progress that is made. Because one of the challenges that any government or any parliament faces is making sure that once you pass legislation, once you take action, that there is continual follow-up. And when I was Minister, we put in place changes, we put in place monitoring, we put in place yearly reviews to try and ensure that this would continue to happen. And I think we've got to make sure that that continues to be the process that we follow, because we have to ensure that those who are prepared to serve on our behalf, that those who are prepared to put their lives on the line so that we can live in a safe and secure country, so that we can live in the best country in the world because our freedoms are being preserved, because people are willing to sacrifice on our behalf, then we've got to make sure that as a parliament we are there for those people who are prepared to do that. And I think there is no more important test for any parliament than to do that on behalf of those who serve us. Now, there are many ways that we can do it, making sure that there are very good employment pathways for our veterans when they exist, making sure that there is a consistency in the support and the payments that our veterans receive once they exit, making sure that as a nation, that we support everything that those who serve on our behalf are doing on our behalf, having great pride in our armed forces, making sure that we're there for them so that they know that this nation has their back and is supporting them the whole way. These are all the things that we need to be doing to make sure that we're looking after those who serve us, because there is no more important job for us as a parliament than looking after our veterans.
I thank the honourable member for Wannon. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Lyons.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Wannon for his the spirit in which he gave that speech, the bipartisan nature of it, very important. And also like to thank the member for Cunningham, who's left us this afternoon. Terrific speech, telling us about her trip on the Kokoda Trail, and likening that, of course, to the fact that the POWs and the veterans who walked that trail would have been doing it in very different circumstances. So, wonderful contribution from her. and I'd like to thank her for that. It was a delight listening to it. Deputy Speaker, that's probably the closest I'll get to the Kokoda Trail, by the way, is listening to the member for Cunningham. Deputy Speaker, as it currently stands, a veteran wanting to understand their entitlements must navigate and correctly interpret the following compensation acts: the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act 2004, the Veterans Entitlements Act 1986, and then, depending on when the veteran served and if it caused a specific condition, the Rehabilitation and Compensation Pertaining to Defence-Related Claims Act 1988. That's a mouthful, Deputy Speaker. It's a mouthful, it's complicated. You've pretty much got to be a military lawyer to understand it, and that's not good enough for our veterans. Our veterans and their advocates have been calling for the entitlement process to be streamlined for years, and I'm pleased to be speaking in support of a bill that does just that. This bill is the Albanese Labor government delivering the most comprehensive and significant improvement to veteran entitlements in more than 20 years. The Productivity Commission recommended slimming compensation legislation to 2 acts rather than 3. Well, we've gone one better, and we're simplifying it to just 1. This legislation means all claims, new claims for compensation and rehabilitation will be untangled and determined through a single act, the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act, or MRCA, and that's the first one that I mentioned. Under this change, it'll be easier than ever for veterans to understand and receive their entitlements. But this bill does more than just slim down the process. It also builds on key areas, as communicated to us by veterans when we reached out to consult with them. Under this bill, the MRCA gives greater benefit to veterans under a simpler package. All dependents and legal representatives of a deceased veteran can also claim for funeral costs under the MRCA, irrespective of the act under which they'd formerly had coverage. Not only this, but we've raised the cap for funeral costs by 50%. The MRCA now regulates support packages, household services and attendant care, allowances for heroic recipients of the Victoria Cross, ex gratia payments and supplements for former prisoners of war. Finally, the Albanese Labor government will be introducing a whole new payment scheme under the MRCA. The additional disablement amount, or ADA, payment builds on pensions received by veterans if they receive some kind of impairment during their service. It recognises the sorts of difficulties specific to an injured veteran in their old age and provides much-needed relief. Further, any dependent of a recipient of the ADA will have automatic access to Gold Card and benefits when the veteran dies. The ADA provides assurance to our veterans that their loved ones will continue to be supported after they're gone, and that's a really big consideration and matter of security for our veterans. It's important to note, Deputy Speaker, that not a single veteran is worse off under this bill. There are no losers. No one has any benefit reduced. All changes are positive. The intentions of this bill to simplify claims and reporting are an acknowledgement of the Royal Commission's findings that the labyrinthine entitlement process is a significant contributor to poor mental health amongst veterans. It is both astonishing and unacceptable that a male veteran is 42% more likely to commit suicide than a male who did not serve. If a male veteran was discharged on medical grounds, it becomes almost 3 times more likely. If you're a woman who served, you are twice as likely to commit suicide. A female veteran discharged on medical grounds is more than 5 times more likely to take their own life. Between 1997 and 2021, Australia recorded 1,677 suicides of people who had served this nation in uniform. Deputy Speaker, wearing a uniform in defence of this country, having the commitment to serve, the willingness to take up arms and put your life on the line for your fellow Australians and defence of the values of Australia should not result in damage to your mental health so profound that it is potentially lethal. In 2019, I spoke up in this place in support of the Veterans Affairs Legislation Amendment, Partner Service Pension and Other Measures Bill, which was put to the Parliament by the former government and again had bipartisan support. I talked about Eric, a Vietnam veteran living in Bridgewater in my electorate. Eric had complained about the way politicians are very happy to shake veterans' hands on commemorative days and on the campaign trail, but he said we seem to soon forget about them once the cameras are off. And I know that we all in this place have a genuine commitment to our veterans, but I try to look at it through his eyes. He was seeing that we were there for the pomp and the ceremony, but when it came to dealing with the department, when it came to trying to cut through all that, navigate those issues, we weren't there in the same way. So that was an important point to me. He was angry about how difficult it was to access basic entitlements like medical care, services and benefits, and how hard it was to deal with the department. I ended that speech saying we need to do better. Our veterans need the ongoing support of government and of their community. And those words remain just as true today, 5 years later, under a new government. That's what this bill aims to do, make it easier for veterans to access their entitlements. It shouldn't be hard. That's not all this government is doing, I'm proud to say. The Albanese government has allocated more than $290,000 through the Veteran Wellbeing Grants one-off program for Vietnam veterans in Tasmania. This funding fitted out a multi-purpose education and training centre in Lake Sorell in my electorate to support 4,000 veterans. I was proud to be invited to open the Veterans Multi-Purpose Education and Training Facility recently, representing the Minister for Veterans Affairs and Defence Personnel. I'd like to thank Terry Rowe and the Tasmanian branch of the Vietnam Veterans Association of Australia for their advocacy and hard work in making this facility a reality. It's part of a terrific complex that is a terrific healing and respite for veterans and their families. If you know the area at all, Lake Sorell, it's quite isolated, beautiful part of the bush in the Central Highlands. It's just a really nice place to get away and collect your thoughts. Now, Deputy Speaker, earlier this year, the Minister also approved a third round of grants for the Saluting Their Service program. And this grant means veterans groups in every corner of Lyons get the chance to commemorate service and sacrifice. Saluting Their Service is already funding flagpoles for Molesworth Primary School, murals in Sheffield, plaques in Melton Mowbray, and an entirely new cenotaph in the Meander Valley. The RSLs of Sheffield and the Northern Midlands will see existing commemorative structures rejuvenated and ready to serve as focal points of remembrance in the future. In June, in this place, I spoke about Swansea RSL and a flag in their possession. The flag had been kept hidden by Tasmanian Fred Pegg during his captivity in the notorious Changi prison during World War II. That flag bears the signatures of 89 British and Australian servicemen who had been imprisoned there. It bears bullet holes and what looks to be dried human blood. Its very existence in that camp was an act of defiance in the face of extreme adversity, and it has now been gifted by the Pegg family to the RSL. Funding from the Saluting Their Service program will preserve this flag and associated memorabilia in a custom-made housing at Swansea RSL, where it will take pride of place. It's difficult for me to express how moved I was when visiting the RSL and seeing that flag in front of me, and I mentioned in my speech when I spoke in June. And I remember the feeling, seeing this artefact that had been in Changi and written on by men in all sorts of conditions of emaciation and suffering, and yet they'd put their name on this flag, an act of defiance and resilience, saying, I'm here and I matter, really incredible. And I felt like I wanted to touch this flag, and I'm not a religious person, but the reverence I felt, and I just knew this was a national treasure. I believe it had been offered to the War Memorial and they turned it down, but I thought this is a magnificent piece of history, and it will now take pride of place in the Swansea RSL on the east coast of my electorate. It'll be behind a mounted frame with, I think, deoxygenated air. It's quite a setup, and I'm sure that the families and descendants of many of the men who served and who had been imprisoned in Changi, it'll become part of their journey, I think. And I recommend to every member, once it's up, to go and have a look. I think it goes up sometime later this year. Deputy Speaker, the bill before the House offers the biggest improvement, as I said, to veterans' entitlements in 20 years. And I'm very proud to represent a government that continuously demonstrates its commitment to veterans. I acknowledge that this is a bipartisan issue, but the simple fact is that when we came into government 3 years ago, we inherited 42,000 claims from veterans that had not yet been assessed. We got to work quickly. In the 2022-23 October budget, the Albanese government invested $233.9 million in order to hire 500 frontline staff to deal with the backlog. In February this year, Minister Keogh confirmed the number of unassessed claims had plummeted from 42,000 to around 1,700, and the time frame from submission to claim assessment was down to 2 weeks. And I'm sure every member will be pleased to hear that. But we didn't stop there. We've unlocked $186 million towards hiring an additional 141 staff to keep the applications flowing and to keep that backlog down. And in our most recent budget, we boosted veterans' home care and community nursing programs with $48 million. And it's important just to note that, of course, increasing housing for veterans is part of our overall housing package. Deputy Speaker, we know there's still plenty to be done and we're getting on with the job, and there'll always be more to do to improve this area. But as Eric told me in Bridgewater 5 years ago, veterans deserve so much more than a handshake and a platitude. This government is demonstrating by the actions it's taking, by the practical improvements that it is implementing, that Australia's veterans can count on this Albanese Labor government to make the meaningful decisions that will make a difference, lest we forget.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Lyons. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As all speakers have commenced their remarks, can I begin by saying that we all inherently come to debates regarding supporting our veterans, hoping to have unanimity and complete bipartisanship on looking for ways, always looking for ways to better support and provide the support that is so very much entitled to those who have served our nation and should expect of their government the highest of standards to look after them, not only specific to any issues that come from their service, but also more generally. And can I acknowledge members of this chamber that have served our nation. The member for Spence and the member for Solomon are here with us at the moment, and obviously there are other members that are not in the chamber. Thank you for your service, and thank you for being serving in this parliament. I think having veterans in this parliament from all sides make sure that we are fulfilling what we're meant to as representatives, which is bring together so many different perspectives from the community to develop solutions to the challenges facing this country. And by having veterans who have been elected to this chamber and to the other place, that I think holds us in good stead to ensure that we're always taking every opportunity to reform and to do better by people that deserve such great support from their government in acknowledgement of their service to our nation. I also note, of course, that we are but days away from the 11th of November, a time that we pause as a nation, as so many nations do around the world, at 11 a.m, whatever time zone you're in, to acknowledge what commenced as an acknowledgement of the armistice when the guns fell silent on the Western Front at 11 a.m. on the 11th of November in 1918, something that led, of course, to the peace of 1919 and the end of such a dark and terrible chapter for so many young men of this nation and many, many nations, one of the most awful and horrendous periods of complete butchery, something that was called the Great War and hopefully was going to be the last ever conflict of that scale, and so regrettably it was a mere 2 decades later that the Second World War commenced. But nonetheless, the lessons of history are there for us to continue to learn to this day. and on the 11th of November we all pause happily. The Parliament's not sitting at times we do on the 11th of November, and no offence to the importance of this chamber meeting as regularly as possible, but it's so important to be in our communities on days like the 11th of November, to be particularly with those that are coming to the various ceremonies at the various RSLs who have served, because it's a particularly emotional day for people that have served this nation, and we all look forward to the commemoration, important commemoration that will occur at 11 a.m. on the 11th of November. In my own electorate, I reflect on the many RSL clubs that we all engage in our own electorates. I'd like to acknowledge Mr Don Looker, who I believe is the oldest veteran that lives in my electorate of Sturt. He was in the RAF Bomber Command, an Australian, but nonetheless one of that small cohort that joined up and was sent to the United Kingdom to be part of the RAF efforts in the Battle of Britain, and then continued to serve in the Air Force through the Second World War. Don also happens to be a family friend of my family, and I've known him for my entire life, and we're very lucky that he's still with us. And it's times like the 11th and Anzac Day that we reflect on people like Don, and we'd always all have people like Don in our electorates that we think about the great service that they paid to our nation. So this is a bill that gives us the opportunity to harmonise and improve the way in which we serve people like Don Looker. And of course we've got a young, new, emerging generation of veterans that have served this nation that deserve the highest standards of support from our government. And regrettably, the Royal Commission into Defence and Veterans Suicide laid bare that for a long time we haven't been treating our veterans to the standard that they should expect. And of course the worst manifestation of that is suicide, and of course the horrendous reality that was borne out through the Royal Commission process, that more service personnel of our nation have died through suicide than died in combat. And that's just awful to reflect on the fact that people have returned from serving their nation, and that because the support hasn't been there at times, and that was definitely brought out in the findings of the Royal Commission, that in the worst case, and there are also terrible examples of the lack of appropriate support to veterans and the welfare issues that come from that stop short of suicide, but obviously the worst manifestation of it is suicide. The Royal Commission obviously looked at that bracket of time between 1997 and 2021 and identified nearly 2,000 suicides that they believed they could very clearly attribute to veterans taking their lives, but probably that figure is more towards 3,000, and that's absolutely heartbreaking. So I was in the Parliament, the last Parliament, when we did have a debate about how we could best address the issue of service personnel and veterans suicide, and like I said in my opening remarks, it's great having people that have served our nation in this Parliament, and some colleagues. I remember the member for Herbert in particular was very significantly engaged in that debate, working with then Prime Minister Morrison, and despite the fact that the then government did have a model that was talking about more of a permanent commissioner structure, we did land on the change of heart that saw the Royal Commission engaged. And this is the first recommendation of the Royal Commission, is to pass this bill and harmonise the way in which supports to veterans are provided. Now, other speakers have reflected on the fact that maybe we could have moved a little bit more quickly on having this bill into the Parliament, but I don't cast that as a criticism, obviously, against the government whatsoever. I'm sure everyone would agree that the most important thing whenever we're looking at changes to the way in which we service the support to our veterans, that we get it right. As a member of Parliament, I'm sure everyone has similar experiences to me when, unfortunately, the sorts of matters that we deal with tend to be when we're getting it wrong and when the bureaucracy isn't servicing our veterans to the standard that our veterans deserve and should expect. And a lot of that is driven by the complexity around the applications process and the various very complex set of supports that are in place. And at times I find it quite heartbreaking what we put some people through, I think unnecessarily, to access the support that they're absolutely entitled to and should not have so many challenging issues with the way in which, the labyrinthine way in which we construct access to that support. So as all the previous speakers have highlighted, the purpose of this legislation is to bring about that harmonisation, to bring about that very important first recommendation from the Royal Commission to streamline and simplify the process for accessing support. We need to spend as much money as needs to be spent to support veterans and the entitlements that they absolutely deserve in exchange for the unbelievable significant service that they've given to our nation. This is a demand-driven scheme, and we should always look for opportunities to improve and enhance access to those that are entitled to the supports that they deserve for the services that they've given to our nation. So we approach this with a great deal of bipartisanship, a great deal of goodwill towards working with the government and supporting the government to do everything that we can, not just to pass this legislation and implement this particular recommendation, but of course there are lots of other things that still need to be addressed from the Royal Commission, and this is something that we stand very ready to work with the government and support the government to do whatever can be done to implement those recommendations, and in an ongoing way look for more opportunities wherever we find them to support our veterans in any way, shape or form that we can. So I thank the government for getting this bill into this chamber. I'm assuming that it's the intention to pass it pretty rapidly, certainly to get it through this House this week, and with Remembrance Day next week, it's quite a timely time for us to be doing something that is improving and enhancing the way in which we service those that have given such spectacular service to our nation. With those words, I commend the bill to the House.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Sturt. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And I want to thank speakers before me for the generally bipartisan way in which this has been approached. I think Australians want to see that from us on this issue of looking after those that have served our nation, and Australians generally understand the service and sacrifice of the men and women of our armed forces over the history of our nation. I'm a fourth generation veteran, and I have the honour of being appointed by the Prime Minister as a Special Envoy for Veterans Affairs, and that means working with the Minister for Veterans Affairs, who I met with today, and people like my good friend, the member for Spence, who with the member for Menzies, co-chairs to the Parliamentary Friends of Veterans, and are doing a great job in that role for veterans and making sure that veterans have different points of contact within the Parliament. I want to pay great tribute to our Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, the member for Grainler, who responded to the concerns of the veterans community, including obviously their families, and he fought for a Royal Commission to be announced. I also lobbied hard for that Royal Commission into veteran defence and suicide, and I want to thank the Prime Minister for his support of me. Every day I talk with veterans, as many members of this place do, to share in their achievements and assist with issues that they have, to celebrate, recognise and commemorate them and their families, and to assist them with any difficulties that they have along the way. Also, I note that the final report of this very powerful inquiry, and very needed inquiry, was handed to the government on September 9, and will respond to the full report by the end of the year. For too long, the veterans' entitlement claims have caused unnecessary hardship and worry for veterans and their families. One only has to view the powerful winning entry by Kat Ray of the Napier Waller Veteran Art Prize, named Deathmin, to understand that in stark relief. It is on display in this building, and I encourage members to check it out. A stack of post-death admin the artist inherited after her veteran husband Andrew suicided in 2017. And as Ms Ray said in her artist statement, Deathmin embodies the burden placed on veterans and their families, and it asks bureaucratic institutions to care for the people they say they will. The Veterans' Entitlements, Treatment and Support Simplification and Harmonisation Bill is the Albanese government's response to the first recommendation from the interim report of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide, which was released a couple of years ago in 2022. As it says in the title, the aim is to simplify and harmonise veteran compensation and rehabilitation legislation. The Royal Commission said, and I quote, "The current system is so complicated as to adversely affect the mental health of some veterans and their families. Veterans and their families have been calling for change to the system for years. This bill is the most significant commitment from any government towards simplifying veterans' legislation since the introduction of the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act 20 years ago, full 100 years ago. Currently, veterans' entitlements are determined under one or more of three primary compensation acts. The MRCA, the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act 2004, the Veterans Entitlements Act 1986, or the VEA, and or the Safety, Rehabilitation and Compensation Defence-Related Claims Act 1988, or the DIRCA. This has been further complicated by the extra layer of when the veteran served and the period of service that caused or contributed to the condition being claimed. Now, to say this system is overly complex and difficult is an understatement. And it has been a frustration of mine also when I've tried to assist veterans, in fact former soldiers of mine, who served under multiple acts of this place. In 2019, the Productivity Commission recommended that these three acts, the MRCA, the DIRC and the VEA, be streamlined into two. But our government has taken this a step further. The bill before us streamlines the number from three acts into one. The bill would result in a single ongoing act from 1st of July 2026. This will considerably simplify claims processing and give veterans and their families the support that they need faster. All new compensation claims would be dealt with under a single compensation act, the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act 2004, the MRCA, regardless of when the veteran served or when they were injured or became ill. Now, honourable members in this place, if they've had any veterans come to them with frustrations, you'll know how this simplification is going to greatly assist, particularly older veterans where, again, they had served under several acts. But it's important to note, Deputy Speaker, that there'll be no reductions in entitlements determined under pre-existing arrangements i.e. under the Veterans Entitlements Act, the VEA, or the DIRCA. Under revised arrangements, the VEA and the DIRCA will continue in a grandparented form, but will be closed to new claims for compensation and rehabilitation from 1st of July 2026, as mentioned. This bill also introduces a range of enhancements to the MERCA that will make access to entitlements easier and fairer for veterans. Many of the enhancements have been shaped by feedback provided from the veteran community across two separate consultation periods in 2023 and 2024. These enhancements include compensation for funeral expenses. They'll be consolidated in the MERCA. Legal personal representatives of deceased veterans will be able to lodge a claim under the MERCA, irrespective of the Act that the member previously had coverage from. The cap on funeral compensation, formerly under the VEA, will be moved to the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act and will be increased from $2,000 to $3,000. And all those who have had loved ones, friends and family and working through their funeral expenses know that that'll be a welcome increase. The legislative basis for benefits like the acute support package, household services and attendant care, the Victoria Cross allowance, ex gratia payments and recognition supplements for former prisoners of war will all move to the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act, the MERCA. Some aspects of veteran treatment arrangements will move from the VEA to the MERCA, including the legislative basis for non-liability healthcare and the Commission's powers to determine specific treatment programs and classes of eligible persons. These moves will result in no changes to coverage. A legislative basis for the Repatriation Commission to accept liability based on a presumption that the person's defence service caused their injury or disease will operate by providing the Commission with an instrument-making power to specify the relevant injuries or diseases. A new payment called the Additional Disablement Amount, or the ADA, will also be introduced into the MERCA. And like the Extreme Disablement Adjustment, or EDA, this new payment will benefit veterans over pension age with significant service-related impairment. And knowing a few of those that are affected by that, that is again very welcome. Like the EDA, dependents of deceased ADA veterans will also have access to the gold card and other benefits in the event of the veteran's death. Importantly, no individual veteran will suffer a reduction to their existing payments. As such, compensation previously awarded under the DIRCA or VEA will not be disrupted. Again, they'll be grandparented. Funding for the enhancements delivered through these changes was included in the May budget this year. A commencement date of 1st of July 2026 ensures the veteran community is well informed on what these important changes mean for them and provides enough time for individuals to consider their circumstances. This date also allows for adequate training for advocates and DVA staff ahead of commencement. With that mention of advocates, I just want to give a shout out to all the advocates in my electorate, in fact, across the territory and across the country. As veterans, they do such awesome work to help their fellow veterans. And I just had a coffee catch-up with George Kalakis up in Darwin last week, and he really cares. He's one of those many, many advocates around the country that give up heaps of their own time to help their fellow veterans, and we owe them a great debt. The 2024-25 budget included $222 million additional funding for veteran and family entitlements and supports to be made available through this new simplified legislation, ensuring veterans and their families can better understand and access the support they are entitled to, but faster. Again, faster is the imperative word. It is worth noting another part of the response to the Royal Commission that complements this bill. Our government has delivered additional staff to process the claims backlog. DVA is processing claims at record levels because of the significant additional funding provided to DVA by the government and the dedication of the DVA staff. And again, I give those staff a huge shout out. It is important that you do your work briskly, professionally and with empathy. The backlog of initial liability, incapacity and permanent impairment unallocated claims identified by the Royal Commission has been cleared, and DVA is now managing more business as usual levels of these types of claims. Again, business as usual, but the new usual, where we move with a sense of purpose to look after those that have served our nation. DVA aims to allocate all new claims within 2 weeks for processing by an officer. As at 30th of June this year, 93.9% of the claims backlog of almost 42,000 noted in the interim report of 2022 had been finalised, with the remainder that were being processed. The 2025 budget provides additional funding and staffing to ensure DVA can continue to meet the needs of veterans and their families for high quality services and faster. So again, Deputy Speaker, the onus is being on getting through the backlog. The only way you can do that is if you've got more resources, and this harmonisation will lead to quicker processing in the future. A range of measures and initiatives continue to be implemented to improve the claims process to support the veteran community. My service enhancements are making it easier, for example, for veterans to submit claims. Compensational and medical form review project has now been completed and has resulted in a reduction of 210 medical forms to 84. So that is a significant decrease in the amount of paperwork that was reflected on by Ms Ray in that powerful work. This has also realised a reduction in the amount that needs to be read, filled out, down from 658 pages to 183, and that is a common complaint of veterans, that it is just too much to comprehend, too much to work through. This simplification is definitely going to help. DVA has also updated its claims processing webpage to make it easier for veterans to know how to make a claim and view key data. Deputy Speaker, our government welcomes the findings from the final report of the Royal Commission tabled on September the 9th and will respond to the new recommendations by the end of the year. I want to recognise all those who have served our nation, including those in the chamber, the members on both sides of Parliament who have worked in a bipartisan way to do what the Veterans Covenant says that we will do, and that is to honour those that have served our great nation.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Solomon. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Cowper.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to speak on this bill, the Veterans Entitlements, Treatment and Support Bill. And I'd first like to acknowledge all our veterans. Thank you for your service and the freedoms we enjoy today. And I do note that the member for Braddon at the table next to me and the member for Solomon, thank you both for your service to our country and your contribution to this debate. Deputy Speaker, these types of bills should be above politics. And I think across the board, the submissions and contributions that have been made have been very bipartisan, and so they should. So they should. But, Deputy Speaker, my electorate of Cowper has 9,000 veterans. And if you want to add their families, you could easily triple the number there that would require support. And we know not all veterans, when they come back, are in need of support. Some transition very well into civilian lifestyle. Many don't. And much like the police force or any other paramilitary type organisations, and I've seen many of my friends who don't or didn't transition well from the police. So I understand how difficult it can be for some veterans to find their feet and their place in the world. So in Cowper, we have 9,000 veterans. And one thing that really hurt after the last election was we had fought, myself and a number of advocates, a dozen or so of us had fought for funding for a hub and spoke model. The funding for the veterans hubs was $5 million for one hub. But we put forward a proposition for a hub and spoke model, so there were actually 4 centres. And that was from just north of Coffs Harbour down to Taree. And that money was put aside, we made the announcement, and there was pure joy from these veterans and advocates that there was now going to be places for veterans to go to without having to travel far north 3 hours or down to Newcastle. Sadly, Deputy Speaker, that $5 million, despite the announcement, was reallocated to a seat further north that had half the number of veterans. I'm not going to say what the colour of the seat was, but the numbers didn't make sense. And my veterans and my advocates were shattered. They were absolutely shattered to the point of tears, because they thought that they were going to have those support networks that they were promised by our government, by our people, when they went off to serve. Since that time, $1 million was allocated to veterans advocates down in Taree. Now, if you know Cowper, from Coffs Harbour, if you're a veteran in Coffs Harbour, you're 3 hours away. If you're in Port Macquarie, you're an hour away. Some of these veterans can't get out the front door. They're not going to go and travel for 3 hours. $1 million was allocated to the advocate, Jeff Harrison, and thank you for your work, Jeff. But Jeff went and found a partner, and that was One Church. And One Church said, you come, here's our building, let's transform that into a veterans hub. And it works. But the locals and the builders and some of the veterans had to put their own money into that building. Now, that's not right. That's not a support service. So we have to be above politics. It has to work on the numbers, and the treatment and the support has to be equal for our veterans, regardless of what seat you live in. Having said that, Deputy Speaker, I do support this bill. It is the number one recommendation from the Royal Commission. Just on the Royal Commission, and I know there were 3 commissioners, but Commissioner Nick Caldis is a personal friend of mine. And I know, if you're wondering out there as to whether these commissioners did not give their all, I can tell you he gave everything. His petrol tank was empty when he handed down the findings not long ago. So I would personally like to thank not only Nick, but the other 2 commissioners. You listened to our veterans and you listened to the veterans' families, and that is what they wanted. And you have made those recommendations, and this is the first one to roll out. And it makes complete sense. As to the nature of the bill, the current system and the complexity of the provision of entitlements for veterans is almost impossible. Almost impossible. There's 3 acts covering 2,000 pages, a phone book, and 850 legislative instruments, and it could be described as nothing but dysfunctional, which is why we had to transform this. There is so much miscommunication, frustration, and I've spoken to veterans and advocates about the difficulties and the confusion, and some fall under more than one act. So it's made completely or almost impossible, which is why the implementation of this bill is not only important, but absolutely necessary. And the enhancements that have been proposed under this bill to a number of entitlements will be greatly appreciated and desperately needed. And I completely agree that each is very valid. Firstly, there's the introduction of a new additional disablement amount, similar to the extreme disablement amount adjustment available under the VEA. There will be an introduction of presumptive liability, consolidation of a household and attendant care, an increase to $3,000 for funeral allowance and availability of reimbursement of funeral expenses up to $14,000 for all service-related deaths, higher reimbursement amount for the travel when a private vehicle is used for treatment, and as I said, the nearest veterans hub for my veterans is in Coffs Harbour, is 3 hours away, so that'll be well received. Standardisation of allowances and other payments, the introduction of an instrument enabling repatriation commission to determine circumstances where a veteran must receive financial advice before receiving a lump sum payment. Deputy Speaker, an interim report was handed down in 2022, and this was flagged. And whilst it's good that it is finally in this House today, there was no reason that this couldn't have been done over the last 2 years. So whilst we might be patting ourselves on the back that this bill is coming through today, it should have been done earlier. And that is the point of the Royal Commission, that government and the department have dragged their heels for too long. So we need to make that change. This bill should go through this week, and it will have the support of the Coalition. But I do wish to make a comment about the findings of the Royal Commission. In the recommendations, there are only 2 recommendations that use the word partner support. There are some wonderful veterans in Kempsey, and I spoke to 2 of them over the weekend. Carly Batty, who served, who is the carer for her husband, who did tours of Afghanistan as well as other areas. And also to another lady who was a nurse in the army. And they both said to me, Pat, the reason why we had the Royal Commission, it was being pushed by not only veterans but also families and partners.
Good point.
And whilst the ADF might say, thank you so much for your service, they then turn to the parent, the carers or the partners and say, they're yours. They are now yours. And both of these ladies were saying, there's no support for us. It's been recognised, but one of the recommendations is we collect data. How much more data do we need? We've had the people give the evidence. What we need to do together is put the money where our mouth is and to provide the funding for those support networks. And I'll loop all the way back around to where I started. Those support networks are those hubs. And we should be prioritising. $5 million is a drop in the budget. We shouldn't be fighting over where they go. We should be saying, if you have veterans in your electorate, here's the money, here's the support networks, here's help for you and your family and your partners. Because many of these veterans don't want to go outside and talk to professionals. It's an old school thing. In the cops, you know, a debrief was going for a drink. People don't want to go and talk to professionals. But what they do is they take it out on their partners. When I say take it out, that could be unload, it could be something else. But that partner needs someone to be able to talk to, somebody who will listen and somebody who can say, this is where you need to go, this is what you need to do, this is the help that we will provide for you. So I look forward to the implementation of all 121 recommendations. I thank those people who gave evidence at the Royal Commission. I thank the Parliament for getting this in here today and no doubt pushing it through. And once again, finally, I thank all of our veterans, the service that you gave and the freedom that we enjoy today. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In 1914, Lawrence Binyon penned his famous poem, For the Fallen. The poem is familiar to us all, even if we don't know all 7 verses. The 4th stanza of the poem is recited around the world, especially in Australia and New Zealand, at every remembrance ceremony and Anzac Day, and also at every RSL and Service Club at 7 p.m. It reads, "They shall not grow old as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them." They are powerful words, and indeed I don't think there's ever been a better elegy written. The final words of verse 5 are a powerful instruction, indeed a command for future generations. We will remember them and can never forget their sacrifice. And in remembering those who have fallen, Deputy Speaker, we are also charged with ensuring that those who did come home are cared for. According to the 2021 census, there are around 85,000 people currently serving ADF personnel and over 496,000 ex-serving personnel. Each deserves the very highest level of support from a grateful nation. The welfare of veterans is a very real issue in the electorate of Werriwa. My electorate is home to the now decommissioned Ingleburn Army Base, while on my other boundary is the former Moorebank Army Base and currently in use the Holsworthy Barracks. The presence of these facilities means the welfare of veterans, past and present, their families feature large in my community and in my community engagement. Hence, I'm delighted to speak on the bill before us today. In August 2022, the interim report of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide was released. It was difficult reading and highlighted way too many shortcomings in the way our nation delivers services to its veteran community. The report noted sadly that the current system of veterans' entitlement was too complex, which tragically adversely impacts on the mental health of some veterans and their families. This bill seeks to address this matter, which was the first recommendation of the Commission's report. Under the current model, veterans' entitlements are determined under one or more 3 primary compensation acts. This has created an overly cumbersome and complex system that can be extremely difficult to navigate. The bill addresses this situation by streamlining the number of acts the Department administers from 3 to 1. The end result will be a hugely simplified claims processing system for veterans and their families. To support the single act model, 2 of the current acts, the Veterans Entitlement Act and the Rehabilitation and Compensation Defence Related Claims Act, will continue in a limited form until the 1st of July 2026. At that time, the new provisions of this bill will commence. This timeframe ensures that the veteran community will be well informed about the changes and what it means for them. The bill also introduces a range of enhancements to the veterans' entitlement, which means that no veteran, not one, will be worse off under this legislation. These enhancements include increasing a cap on the funeral expenses from $2,000 to $3,000, introducing a new payment called the Additional Disablement Amount, which will benefit veterans over pension age with significant service-related impairment, forming a legislative base for the Repatriation Commission to accept liability based on a presumption of the person's defence service caused their injury, and will operate by providing the Commission with an instrument-making power to specify the relevant injuries or diseases. Provides a higher travel reimbursement amount regardless of the kilometres when a private vehicle is being used for treatment. The funding for these and other enhancements were included in the May 2024 budget. Later this year, the Royal Commission in September delivered its final report. The government welcomes the report and will respond to the new recommendations as appropriate. In the meantime, we need to do all we can to support those who've done so much for our country. Every day at 4:30 p.m, the Australian War Memorial, there is a last post ceremony. The national anthem is played, followed by the Piper's Lament, then Reed's laid. This is then followed by the sharing of a story of one of the names on the Roll of Honour. The ode is recited, and then finally the ceremony ends with the sounding of the last post. It's a beautiful ceremony, solemn and poignant. It reminds us all, young and old, that the freedoms we enjoy come at great cost. But the ceremony also reminds us of our obligation to care for those who returned, to care for those who continue to serve, and for their families. An anonymous writer once noted, Anzac Day is not just a remembrance of the past, it is a call to action to uphold the values and principles that the Anzacs fought for. A grateful nation owes our veteran community nothing less than the very best support we can offer. Further, it needs to heed the call to action by ensuring those who've served and do serve now know that the government has their back every step of the way. This bill does that and starts an important step to the journey of addressing the Royal Commission's recommendations. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Braddon.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's an honour today to speak, Deputy Speaker, in relation to the Veterans' Entitlements, Treatment and Support Simplification and Harmonisation Bill 2024. In doing so, I want to outline some of the scope of the bill, but I also want to detail some of the other issues, some of the other implications that I see that we could possibly include as we approach our service to our veterans. The objective of the Vets Bill is to simplify and to harmonise the legislation governing the rehabilitation and compensation for veterans. Now, currently, Deputy Speaker, there are 3 separate acts for this, and they all operate to provide entitlements, compensation and rehabilitation support to our veterans. I enlisted in the Australian Army in 1985 and I discharged at the end of 2004, and I am covered by all 3 of these acts. And let me tell you, it's confusing at best. Currently, as I said, there are 3 separate acts. Now let's go through these in more detail. Firstly, we have the Veterans Entitlement Act of 1986, or the VEA. Secondly, the Safety, Rehabilitation and Compensation Defence-Related Claims Act 1988, or the DRCA. And finally, Deputy Speaker, we have the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act of 2004, or the MRCA. Now, these 3 acts are over 2,000 pages. 2,000 pages. They are complex and they include more than 850 legislative instruments. It is confusing at best. And for an advocate, and I take my hat off to all our advocates out there in veteran worlds today, all across the country doing great work with our veterans, not only supporting them and guiding them through this legislation, but they also provide that helping hand. They also provide that mateship that takes that veteran through that process. And I want to acknowledge that, and I want to thank them today on behalf of a grateful nation. Our advocates do a great job. Now, this Act that we're dealing with today applies all of these three to try and simplify the process, to make it simpler for our veterans. And in doing so, and I'm not going into the detail, I think it's already been detailed enough. But instead, Deputy Speaker, what I want to run through is some of the issues that I see that could have been included, possibly missed opportunities or future opportunities, if you like, that we could possibly consider. I consider the Act, even in its revised state, still dealing with illness rather than wellness. And I think if we are to deal and tackle the issue of getting our veterans to make the transition from the big family that is the military into a new family, which is civilian life and maybe a job or another worthwhile vocation, then we need to have that wellness focus. Secondly, as I said earlier, the military, whether it be in the Navy, the Army or the Air Force, it's a big family. And I don't have the words, Deputy Speaker, to explain the bond that we have in the service of arms. That mateship that everyone talks about, well, I can tell you now it's a real thing. And many ask me what I miss from my 20 years service in the Army. What do you miss? Well, I don't miss the Army, and I don't think the Army misses me, Deputy Speaker. But what I do miss is there's a certain look that a digger gives you. And what I mean by that is it's a look of absolute trust. And it can't be replicated, it can't be forged. It's a very genuine look when you know damn well that they've placed their life in your hands. They get that look when you put them in danger, and the stronger the danger, the more acute that is, and the stronger this look is. It's that look that I miss. It's that trust that I miss. It's that bond that I miss. I mean, I was a senior soldier in my unit as a warrant officer. My job was to make sure that they did the right thing. I was the enforcer of the military discipline system. If they did the wrong thing, I kicked them in the backside. I really did. I was hard on them. I made sure that they followed their mission. I made sure that they cleaned their rifle, that they followed their SOPs and all the rest of it. But I was also the bloke that stood in front of them when someone was picking on them, when someone was trying to take advantage of them. I stood in front of them and I protected them. And that's what diggers do. And I can pride myself, Deputy Speaker, honestly, in this place, I can pride myself today on saying that I always stuck up for my diggers. And I will continue to stick up with them, for the rest of my life. And I mean that very sincerely. When it comes to the delineation and the difference between an illness and wellness, I think no better example could be given than a project that we've got up in the northwest coast of Tasmania. It's called the Northwest Veterans and Family Wellness Centre. So it encompasses all those words, and it really does underpin the very viability of this organisation. It's headed up by a bloke I serve with, a guy who's a former major, ammunition technician, bomb expert, called Andrew Clark. When he exited from Defence, they said, "What did you want to do, Mr Clark, Major Clark? What did you want to do as you exit and go into civilian life?" And he said, "I want to be a GP. I want to continue to help people, but in a different vein." So he's now one of the best general practitioners that we have on the Northwest Coast. He heads up that Northwest Veterans and Families Hub, and him and a lady called Jo Lovell, who was a former Navy officer, are doing a fantastic job. Now, the focus at the Northwest Veterans and Families Wellness Centre isn't on illness. Yes, he's a doctor and he treats that and he supports that and he guides the veteran through that, but more so, it's on wellness, it's on prevention. And at the centre of this is family. Now, I talked earlier, and if you recall, I talked about the Defence Force being a big family and the bond that exists, and I gave you an example of that. When a veteran is discharged from the Defence Force, be it of their own fruition or, in my case, I was medically discharged, then you are almost, you feel as if in your heart, in your soul, you feel as if you are excluded from that tribe, from that family. You have no tribe. And some wander aimlessly. Some for the rest of their life if they don't find a new tribe. So our job, Defence's job, Parliament's job, Australia's job, is to reconnect them to a new family. And the only way that we can do that, the best and the most effective way that we can do that, is through their family, their immediate family, Deputy Speaker. And we can bang on about veterans all we like. I get that. I get that. But if we don't include the family, then that's all they've got. Now, to that end, and I'll give you an example of this, there's also another doctor that helps me out. He's a clinical psychiatrist in Hobart. His name is Dr. John Lane. He is, as far as I'm concerned, I'm pretty sure I'm right when I say that he is the only clinical psychiatrist in Australia that has served in combat as a doctor in Afghanistan. Knows what he's talking about. He's been through the ringer, he's been shot at, and he's helping others. We are developing a program down there, and currently our veterans have to leave the great state of Tasmania in order to receive acute care for post-traumatic trauma. PTSD patients need to go to Greensborough Hospital in Ward 17. It's almost, they dread that. They go there without their families. They do a 6-week program, they fill them, they give them drugs to make them sleep. Some of them haven't slept for years. So when they exit that, they're back into their family life again. The family doesn't know where they've been necessarily or what they've been subjected to. So what we want to do is to build a facility, a home, something, I mean, imagine something like a Ronald McDonald House where the families can go. And John Lane has developed a program which deals with the families as well. So those kids need to know why mum or dad feels the way that they do. That intergenerational trauma that's subjected down through into the children needs to be dealt with. And they take the family through that program, and at the end of it, that family is the one that reinforces the skills, the knowledge and the attitude that's learnt on this program, on this treatment program. It's a beautiful system. And that family focus is something that isn't talked about often, but I believe it's the key that will unlock the future for veterans. Along with that, a purpose. I mean, we have a very clear, succinct mission focus in the Army, in the Navy and in the Air Force. That mission focus isn't necessarily there once we exit. We need to reconnect them to a new purpose, to a new way of life, to a new goal. We need to maintain their self-confidence and their pride. Employment will do that, and I think there's not enough focus being put on not only employment for the veteran and acknowledging the unique set of skills, knowledge and attitude that they've developed over their careers in the military and how they can integrate and cross over into civilian life, but also the spouse. So if the spouse isn't happy and employed and has a purpose also, so we need to look also at employment for the spouse and schooling for the children. They may have special needs and all the rest of it, but the family is at the centre of this. And I wish and I pray and I make the point strongly today that families are at the centre of that integration from military families to the new civilian family. So I want to acknowledge today all those veterans that are doing it tough and support is out there. I want to remind people, and one of the things that gets under my skin, Deputy Speaker, is when people often feel sorry for our veterans. They pity them. Well, let me tell everybody today, please, do not pity our veterans. They don't deserve our pity, they deserve our respect. The pity parties have got to stop. Life on the couch has got to end, and you know that individual, be it whomever, needs to get off that couch. There is always support there. There is always someone that will help you, but you need to take that first step yourself. And that support will never go away. It will always remain. A bit like what I said at the very start when I very first stood up here. I said I will never forget them and I'll never stop supporting them. So we need to remember that also, always. That support will always be there, and that takes much of the load away. Can I, finally, as I close, The other thing, I mean, it's not only this one thing that gets under my skin, Deputy Speaker, there are several. The other thing the other issue that I want to raise today is not always do veterans know the path that they need to take. And that needs to be subtly put across, and they need to be guided and they need to be treated with respect. Pity and respect are two things that should never be mixed. And we wouldn't do it in the military, so why would we do it anywhere else? I want to thank all our young Australians. I mean, I've had the unique privilege of working with literally some of Australia's most gifted, most motivated, most professional, smart, driven young Australians. I've worked for some of the best leaders anywhere in the world, military leaders. I'm not going to name them, but that experience changes you. It changes your life, and there's not a day, particularly in this place, even as I stand here, that I'm not using skills that I picked up during my 20 years service. And finally, Deputy Speaker, not every veteran does it tough either. So I don't want the business world out there in Australia, across the country, to think that employing a veteran will cause trouble or give grief. Employing a veteran is good for your business. Employing a veteran will help your business and it will help those around them. So I think we should tell more good stories as well, because there are far more good stories than bad. A young bloke knocked on my door not long ago. I hadn't seen him since I served. He's one of my corporals, my electronic warfare corporals. And I said, Stretty, what are you doing? And he said, well, I've invented a thing called an electromagnetic pulse countermeasure technology for geoorbital satellite technology, and I've got a defence contract. Well, they're the stories that we need to tell, Deputy Speaker. So those transferable knowledges and skills are helping that bloke. And he's had some help along the way. This bill will help them. This bill will simplify the process. We, as a collective, as a parliament, can make that happen seamlessly. But I want to remember and I want to raise those other points that are raised about family, about wellness, about looking forward. And as far as I'm concerned, we can't be looking down, because if you look down, you'll fall over. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We owe a great deal to our current serving men and women and the some 496,000 veterans, just as they have had our collective national back, both in peacetime operations and in combat. We need to demonstrate through our actions that we have theirs. And this starts with a government showing that they care, that the care and the support that they were promised can be accessed with a minimum of difficulty. Certainly the servicemen and women, veterans alike that I meet in Hasluck expect government to take action. I have active RSL sub-branches in Bellevue, Chidlow, Ellenbrook, Kalamunda, Mundaring, and after the redistribution, the Eastern Regional in Bassendean. And these sub-branches advocate strongly for the interests of their members and expect to see the action. I spoke about it in my first speech, and I'm happy and pleased to be speaking about it today because our government has acted. The Minister for Veteran Affairs and Defence Personnel has undertaken many measures over the past 2 years, but I have to say that this legislation is the most important change in veteran affairs in a generation. Australians, of course, all have rights, and knowing what these rights are and being able to access them without the stress or strain or difficulty is fundamental to our citizenship. And our veterans have made their commitments to Australia clear, and we need to make our commitments to them clear. Finding out what you're entitled to receive and what you need to get should not be tedious or complicated. It shouldn't be couched in language that is unclear except to the people who wrote it. It shouldn't produce so much as a sigh or a mutter. When a system of explaining entitlements, treatment and support is so complex that it's having an adverse effect on the mental health of veterans and their families, something is seriously wrong. And indeed, too many veterans have paid a heavy price for the failures on the part of government. Explaining entitlements and the availability of treatment and support must not present a test of any sort to the reader. It should be providing comfort and relief. Certainly it's a relief to me as a citizen and as a former member of the Army Reserve that we now have a bill before us that will streamline the number of acts currently administered by the Department of Veteran Affairs from 3 to 1. Simplifying claims processing is always a good idea. People need to know precisely what they have to do so that they can make their claim quickly, have it processed in a timely manner and receive the support that they and their family need and are entitled to receive. And we acknowledge the unique nature of military service and the special nature of the commitment to defend Australia. And we promise that we will embrace and support all military veterans as respected and valued members of our community. This bill is a part of the fulfilment of that promise. I'm proud to belong to a government that takes its promises seriously. In October 2022, in our first year of government, Minister Keogh called for consultations and public submissions. He invited the Australian people to a discussion with the launch of the Veterans Legislation Reform Consultation Pathway. And then between 28th of February and 28th of April this year, the government conducted the national consultation on the draft of the bill that came as a consequence of the first round of consultations. These consultations were held in every capital city and in Townsville, and over the course of the 2 months of this year, hundreds of pieces of feedback were received. This bill is a result of all that consultation and the discussion. It's not here to save money. It's here to do the right thing, and in some cases, to right wrongs. It's here to harmonise and consolidate processes, funeral allowances, education payments, attendant and household services and vehicle assistance. It's here to make them fit together smoothly rather than being scattered in confusing bits and pieces all over the place. There'll be a single review pathway and timelines that give people the real prospect of hope and resolution. Interim compensation will have to be finalised after 2 years. There's also practical reassurance. No individual veteran will suffer a reduction to their existing payments. Nobody will be worse off. Nobody will receive lower benefits. Funding for the enhancements to be delivered was included in the May 2024 budget. So when will all this begin? The commencement date of 1 July 2026 has been chosen to ensure that the people affected are well informed on precisely what the changes will mean to them. It will also give time for their advocates and the Department of Veteran Affairs staff to be properly informed and ready to assist the smooth running of the new arrangements. We're confident that advocates will find it easier to assist veterans and families and that the DVA staff will be able to process veterans and family claims more simply and quickly. There'll be a new payment, the Additional Disablement Allowance, the ADA, and a higher travel reimbursement when a private vehicle is used to travel for treatment. All this means that there will need to be amendments to legislation in other portfolios like social services, treasury and health, and the bill covers that too. A major review of medical assessment forms has been made to make them easier to understand and quicker to be completed by medical professionals. Any project that can reduce form filling to the necessary minimum is very welcome for everybody. Tackling the problems of homeless veterans is also a priority for the Albanese government. Veterans are 3 times more likely to experience homelessness than the general population. That's a shocking reality ignored by our predecessors. The Albanese government has launched a $30 million Veterans Acute Housing Program to help veterans and their families who have lost their home or are at risk of losing them to get back on their feet. Our Veterans and Families Hub program provides health and wellness support with general practitioners on site and mobile outreach clinics for veterans living in regional areas. We listened and we have acted. We have been listening and paying attention as the transition was made from the Royal Commission interim report to the final report. People who wish to serve should be able to do so with confidence that their rights will be protected while they are in service, and that issues or problems which arise as a result of their service are responded to with respect and compassion. As in so many other portfolio areas in the field of veterans affairs, the Albanese government has to deal with almost a decade of appalling Liberal and National Party neglect and mismanagement, resulting in a royal commission, no less. Successful Liberal and National Party governments were disinterested in solving the issues of the day and complacent in approaching the challenges of Australia's future. By contrast, we are absolutely committed to addressing the backlog of problems that were ignored or brushed aside in every area of our national life. The primary reassurance is this: the Albanese government believes in action, not sitting around hoping that things sort themselves out eventually. Where processes need to be simplified, we simplify them. Where services need to be provided, we provide them. Where training is needed, we offer it. And when problems are identified, we work the problem. We work the problem in consultation with the Australian people, and with them, we find the solutions. I commend the bill to this House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, the introduction of this bill comes at a pivotal moment, particularly in light of the Royal Commission report into veteran suicide. Since 1985, we've lost at least 2,000 veterans to suicide, a tragic reflection of profound gaps in our support systems for veterans in Australia. These losses aren't just statistics. Each veteran lost to suicide leaves behind grieving families, friends, and a community struggling with the weight of that loss. The burden of this crisis spans for generations, and as it stands, much of the heavy lifting is being done by the community, filling the void where government systems have failed. I remember very, very vividly going to the front of Parliament House earlier this year when the report into veteran suicide was released, and speaking to family members and standing outside a shrine to those who had passed away through suicide, those veterans who proudly served Australia. It was heartbreaking, and what they asked and what those family members asked was for this Parliament and our community to do better. We have seen extreme examples of the harm caused by our current system. Some of these stories were shared with us in the Parliament in September, but they're not isolated incidents. They highlight how deeply inadequate the support structure is for veterans. Administrative issues may appear small in the scheme of things and can further compound difficulties accessing support or discourage seeking help at all. I'm pleased to see that this bill seeks to simplify legislation governing veterans' entitlements. For too long, veterans have been navigating a confusing and inequitable system of overlapping legislation. The existing system comprises of 3 different acts that determine veteran entitlements, rehabilitation and compensation arrangements, often creating confusion and leading to different levels of and eligibility for supports for individuals based on factors like age or where an injury occurred. It's a labyrinth. At least 3 public reports, including the Productivity Commission review in 2019, as well as the more recent Royal Commission into Veteran Suicide, highlighted how this structure is contributing to delays, inequity and a lack of clarity for those seeking help. This bill will consolidate acts into the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act, MRCA, which should reduce some of that complexity. And Deputy Speaker, while this bill streamlines some of the inconsistency, it won't fix all the complexity. Many of the Senate inquiry submissions have pointed out that although consolidating legislation is a good first step, it doesn't address the issues of complexity that exist within an amalgamated MRCA. The message to us is this is a good first step, but not the end of the road. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to talk about veterans' families, because this bill will affect veterans' families, and veterans' families are in such an important part of our veterans' community. They are integral to the conversation, yet the support system often fails to adequately recognise the roles that they play. I have sat through, I sat and actually helped organise a workshop with veterans' families as well as current serving members' families. And the feedback that I got loud and clear, is that we are not serving veterans nor current serving members' families adequately. And the lack of service is certainly inhibiting our ability, to hold on to members of the Defence Forces in defence. As one young woman said to me, if you can't make it work for me and for my family, then ultimately, it's not going to work for my husband in this case, who was a member of the Defence Forces. We do not and have not had enough focus on the needs of families of our defence personnel and of families of veterans. And I think this bill, to a degree, goes to address this, but there is much further to go. I have been contacted specifically in relation to this bill by veterans' families, as well as by advocacy groups representing veterans' families who saw this bill as a rare opportunity, an opportunity to update language that they felt was no longer aligned with the modern values and realities of caregiving in many of these families. After all, the MRCA was initially drafted more than 20 years ago in 2004. The Australian War Widows and the Families of Veterans Guild pointed out in their Senate submissions that the term wholly dependent partner, used to describe the partner of a deceased veteran, is outdated. It fails to capture the complex, often interdependent relationships that exist in veterans' families, and devalues the role that families play. Australian War Widows notes that it is no longer appropriate, since most partners and widows work during their marriages on top of fulfilling roles that include home duties. In fact, according to the 2019 census, 79% of partners of ADF personnel are working. These organisations wrote to the Minister to outline their concerns with this terminology and to propose alternative language, such as bereaved partner, where this clause applies. It was suggested to have no impact on the definition or eligibility, but better reflect the reality of families today. Legacy Australia noted similar concerns in their submission. I understand that updates to language can have broad implications and can't be considered lightly, but this is more than just semantics. This is about updating terminology to better reflect and include the nuanced and complex roles that families play in supporting veterans. This is about moving away from language that stereotypes of partners of veterans, 80% of whom are widows. I'm aware of procedures in place within the veteran community to discuss this language, and I'm pleased that these conversations have been tabled for discussion. While this bill may not be the time to press the matter, I would urge the Minister to make these changes central to the next stage of amendments to this legislation. I'd now like to turn to a constituent issue which relates to this. Deputy Speaker, following on, because it really talks again about another issue about language that is out of step. I have a constituent, Major Kathleen Peddle, who has proudly served Australia for 17 years. In 2022, Major Peddle was posted to the United States, during which time she gave birth. As a direct result of her overseas posting, Major Peddle understood that she would fail the residency test for parental leave, as she had been outside of Australia for more than 56 weeks. Major Peddle was wrongfully under the impression that she would be protected under subsection 46(4) of the Parental Leave Act that allows the 56-week period to be extended in circumstances where a member of the Defence Forces is deployed outside Australia. Services Australia rejected her claim, noting that she was posted and not deployed, even though Major Peddle points out pregnant women are prohibited from being deployed on operational deployments. The way I see it is either Services Australia's interpretation of the law is incorrect, or that this exemption is, in practice, only available to men. To add insult to injury, Major Peddle successfully appealed this decision at the Administrative Appeals Tribunal. Yet, as it stands, the Services Australia is seeking to have this appeal overturned. I find this frankly outrageous, that Services Australia would waste public resources in the pointless pursuit of a stringent interpretation of a ridiculous law that does not reflect the reality of families. If this government is serious about equal opportunity and protections for women in the Defence Force, it will stop the legal proceedings immediately and update this legislation to remove all ambiguity surrounding this case. Mr. Speaker, this bill is an important step. But as I've outlined today, at least 3 reasons why there needs to be strong, urgent and systemic changes across not only the veteran support system, but the broader defence sector. One of the most crucial recommendations from the Royal Commission is Recommendation 122, which calls for the establishment of a new statutory entity to oversee reform across the entire defence ecosystem. The new statutory entity is needed to provide independent oversight and evidence-based advice to drive system reform to improve suicide prevention and wellbeing outcomes for serving and ex-serving Australian Defence Force members and their family. It is absolutely critical. While I understand the reviewing and consulting on all 122 recommendations of the Royal Commission will be involved, I believe there is a strong case for expediting this recommendation in particular. Because when I speak to veterans and their families in my electorate of Wentworth, what they're asking for is not more delays or half measures. They're asking for urgent systemic change. I believe external oversight and accountability are essential if we are to deliver the kind of reform that will truly make a difference. Thank you.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak on the Veterans' Entitlements, Treatment and Support Simplification and Harmonisation Bill. This bill is a significant step in addressing the challenges faced by our veteran community, ensuring they receive the care, support and recognition they deserve. The men and women who have served in our Defence Forces have made immense sacrifices to protect our nation's values, securities and freedoms. It's our duty as Australians and as their representatives here in this chamber to ensure that they receive the support they need and deserve in return. However, the existing framework for veterans' entitlements, treatment and support has become overly complex, fragmented and at times difficult for veterans and their families to navigate. The current system, while established with the best of intentions, has evolved into a maze of legislation, regulations and policies that differ depending on when and where an individual served and which act applies to their circumstances. Currently, veterans' entitlements are determined under one or more of three primary compensation acts: the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act 2004, the MRCA, the Veterans' Entitlements Act 1986, the VEA, and the Safety, Rehabilitation and Compensation Defence-Related Claims Act 1988, the SRCA. Depending on when the veteran served and which period or periods of service caused or contributed to the condition subject of the claim, determines which piece or which of all of the pieces of legislation apply. This lack of consistency has caused confusion, delays in delivering services, unnecessary stress and even inequities in how our veterans are treated. This bill seeks to simplify and harmonise the veterans support system, streamlining the three pieces of legislation down to one. And this will make it easier for veterans and their families to access the benefits they're entitled to without having to wade through confusing bureaucracy. First, the bill consolidates entitlements under one simplified framework, removing the confusion caused by multiple overlapping schemes. This means that veterans of different conflicts and eras will no longer be subject to differing rules and processes based purely on their time of service. Instead, there will be a uniform set of entitlements based on need and circumstance, ensuring fairness and equity across the board. Secondly, this bill introduces a streamlined claims process. Prior to the last election, I was surprised to hear from veterans and families about the delays they were experiencing. It was not unusual to be told that they had put their TPI claim in 18 months earlier and heard nothing from the department. And of course, they'd waited until things were really desperate until they put their claim in. So an 18-month delay for someone already in crisis was disastrous for them and their loved ones. RSL advocates told me of veterans who died waiting for a claim to be assessed, never having received the services they needed and deserved. When the Minister was appointed and met with the department, he found that, like so many critical services, it had been hollowed out. Close to 50% of staff were on short-term labour hire contracts, so there was no continuity or corporate knowledge. That resulted in around 42,000 claims that had been received and had not even been allocated to someone to assess. So all those veterans who told me that they'd been waiting 18 months and had not heard anything and couldn't get to speak to anyone in the department about their claim, this was why. Those 42,000 claims and the claims that have come in since then have now all been allocated and are in the process of being assessed or have been finalised. Because Labor values the service of veterans and doesn't think they should be put through the ringer to get the services they need. But to get back to this bill, we are proposing new measures that will further reduce waiting times and improve access to treatment and services even more. This is crucial for veterans suffering from physical or psychological trauma, for whom timely intervention can be life-changing. By cutting through red tape and simplifying the claims process, we aim to ensure that veterans can focus on their recovery, not on fighting bureaucracy. Thirdly, we've listened to the voices of veterans and their families in the crafting of the legislation. The harmonisation of services between the Department of Veteran Affairs, healthcare providers and other support networks will foster a more holistic approach to veterans' care. We want our veterans to have seamless access to services they need, whether it be medical treatment, mental health care, rehabilitation or housing assistance. The bill encourages cross-agency collaboration and data sharing to deliver faster and more efficient outcomes for those who have served. Fourthly, we are increasing transparency and accountability. Veterans and their families have often found the process opaque, with limited visibility into how claims are assessed and decisions are made. This bill introduces measures to improve communication, provide regular updates on claims progress and ensure decisions are explained clearly. While this bill focuses on simplification, it does not compromise the quality or scope of support available to our veterans. In fact, by making the system easier to navigate, we are freeing up resources that can be reinvested into frontline services and direct support. The result will be better care, less frustration, and a system that honours the sacrifices of those who served. Under the revised arrangements, existing claims already submitted under the VEA and the DRCA will be grandparented, but any new claims from the 1st of July 2026 will be assessed under the MRCA. The bill also introduces a range of enhancements that will make access to entitlements easier and fairer for veterans. These enhancements have been informed by consultation and feedback from the veteran community over the last 2 years. The enhancements include compensation for funeral expenses to be consolidated under the MRCA, with the cap to be increased from $2,000 to $3,000. The legislative basis for benefits like the acute support package, household services and attendant care, the Victoria Cross allowance, ex gratia payments and recognition supplements for former prisoners of war will also all move to the MRCA. Some aspects of veteran treatment arrangements move from the VEA to the MRCA, including the legislative basis for non-liability health care and the Commission's powers to determine specific treatment programs and classes of eligible persons. This will result in no changes to the coverage. A legislative basis for the Repatriation Commission to accept liability based on a presumption that the person's defence in service caused their injury or disease will operate by providing the Commission with an instrument-making power to specify relevant injuries and diseases. And a new payment called the Additional Disablement Allowance will also be, amount will also be introduced into the MRCA. Similar to the Extreme Disablement Adjustment, this new payment will benefit veterans over pension age with significant service-related impairment. Dependents will also have access to the Gold Card and other benefits in the event of the veteran's death. Importantly, no veterans will suffer a reduction to their existing payments. Compensation previously awarded under the DRCA or VEA will not be disrupted. A commencement date of the 1st of July 2026 ensures we have time to make sure the veteran community is well informed on what the changes will mean for them and provides enough time to ensure advocates and DVA staff have had adequate training prior to the commencement. Deputy Speaker, this legislation reflects the fundamental principles of fairness, equity and respect for the dignity of our veterans. It's about more than just legislative reform. It's about fulfilling our national obligation to those who have given so much in service to Australia. It's about acknowledging the unique challenges faced by veterans and responding to them with a system that is compassionate, efficient and fit for purpose in the 21st century. I urge all members to support this important bill to ensure that no veteran is left behind. Together we can build a support system that honours their service and provides the help they need to live fulfilling lives post-service. Thank you.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak in support of the Veterans' Entitlements, Treatment and Support Simplification and Harmonisation Bill before the House. Our veterans have given their all in service of our country. They have faced extraordinary challenges and risks, and it is our duty to ensure that their transition back to civilian life is supported by a robust and uncomplicated system. The Albanese Labor Government is committed to implementing the recommendations of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veterans' Suicides interim report, and this bill will do just that. The Royal Commission was established to investigate the systemic issues and risk factors relevant to suicide and suicide behaviours of serving and ex-serving defence members, and received more than 5,800 submissions. The Royal Commission's reports made one thing abundantly clear. For too long, the Veterans' Entitlement System has been too complicated, resulting in too many veterans experiencing adverse effects of mental health. The Australian Government recognises that the current Veteran Entitlement System is overly complicated, difficult to understand, stressful to navigate and complex to administer. This bill is aimed at addressing the first recommendation from the Royal Commission that veteran compensation and rehabilitation legislation should be simplified and harmonised. The Albanese Government is working towards this by merging 3 pieces of legislation into a single ongoing act. For too long, our veterans have navigated a complex maze of entitlements and support systems. Each program, each process, each from often added layers of confusion and frustration to an already challenging experience. Under the current legislative model, veterans' entitlements are determined under one or more of 3 primary compensation acts, depending on where the veteran served and which period of service caused or contributed to the condition being claimed. The Albanese Labor Government has budgeted $222 million in additional veteran funding for veterans and family entitlements and supports to be made available through this new simplified legislation, ensuring veterans and their families can better understand and access the support they are entitled to faster. If passed, the new legislation will commence on July 1, 2026, allowing for ample time to ensure the veteran community is well informed of the changes and have a greater understanding of what they mean to them. Importantly, no individual veteran will suffer a reduction to their existing payments, and as such, compensation previously awarded under the former acts will not be disrupted. They will be grandparented. And those receiving benefits immediately prior to the commencement of the new arrangements will continue to do so under the grandparenting arrangements without any reduction in payments. This will provide financial certainty to veterans and their families. Critical safeguards will be in place, ensuring that there is no change in compensation payments currently being received by veterans, and that the current payment rates are maintained and indexed as they would be under the current system. So all of those assurances have been provided. Since coming to government, we have been hearing again and again that the veterans' compensation system is overly complex, it's difficult to understand and stressful to navigate. The neglect of the former government meant that Labor inherited a chronically understaffed and under-resourced Department of Veterans Affairs and an extensive backlog of claims. We understand the devastating impact this has had on veterans and their families. Those opposite presided over a persistent gap between the needs of veterans and the resources allocated to support them. This underfunding impacted the availability and the quality of services. Thankfully, the Albanese Labor government has cleared that backlog of claims since coming to office just 2 years ago, and we've properly resourced the Department of Veterans Affairs to ensure its viability into the future. We are building on that work, and we're now turning our focus to simplifying the existing veterans' compensation and rehabilitation legislation. In essence, the bill before the House will streamline 3 separate and hard-to-navigate acts into a single ongoing piece of legislation, and in turn ease the stress and anxiety veterans are experiencing under the current model. Funding for the enhanced set to be delivered were announced as part of the May budget, and I hope those opposite will join us in this once-in-a-generation opportunity to get the system right for veterans and their families. This is the biggest improvement of veterans' compensation and rehabilitation laws for more than a century, and it is important that our veterans and their families help guide the decisions that impact them. The government also welcomes the findings from the final report of the Royal Commission, which was tabled in August this year in this House, and will provide a full response by the end of the year. Our veterans deserve the best, and this is important reform. This important reform now will help us deliver on our promise to transform the current system. Finally, I'd like to take this moment to note the strong advocacy from the ex-service men and women in my community of Newcastle who have been raising this issue with me for many years. I want to acknowledge the extraordinary efforts of all our ex-service organisations in Newcastle. In particular, I want to pay tribute to the Totally and Permanently Disabled Soldiers Association in Wallsend, the Newcastle and Hunter Region Vietnam Veterans, and the RSL sub-branches of the City of Newcastle, Merewether, Hamilton, Adamstown, Lambton, New Lambton, Wallsend and District, and Shortland and Stockton. I know the work you do each and every day to honour those you have lost and to care for those who remain. It is exceptional work. I'd also like to acknowledge the Hunter Anzac Memorial Limited, the RSL Coffee Pot Day Club in Merewether, the Gallipoli Legion Club Preservation Group, the Newcastle War Widows Guild Club, the Gulf War Veterans Association, the Families of Veterans Guild Social Clubs for War Widows, the Wallsend Diggers, the RAF Association, the City of Newcastle Anzac Committee, Newcastle Legacy, the Naval Association of Australia, and Newcastle N16, along with Open Arms Veterans and Family Counselling, the Partners of Veterans Association of Australia, the Young Veterans Australia, the Veterans and Veterans Family Counselling Service, Newcastle and Hunter Regions, Defence and Veterans Legal Service. And you can tell from that exhaustive list just what an engaged ex-service community I have in Newcastle. So this is legislation that's going to mean a lot to those veterans and their families, and the support in throughout my community is really very much appreciated. So it's terrific that we have a legislative measure now that's a demonstration of the government's deep and ongoing commitment to those who served and sacrificed so much for our country. Let us embrace this opportunity to make meaningful changes that will enhance the lives of veterans and reflect our enduring respect for their service. I just want to end as saying, as a daughter of a Vietnam veteran and life member of the RSL, I want to assure Australian veterans and their families that this Labor government has you very much at the centre of all our thinking, and we are very much on your side. I am pleased that this legislation is before the House. I call on all members of Parliament now to support it and to do so without delay. Thank you.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, veterans in my electorate of Gilmore are very much loved and play a big part in our communities. Gilmore is home to over 7,000 serving defence members and veterans and their families as well. Gilmore has the highest number of defence members and veterans in New South Wales. So it's fair to say veterans and support for veterans is a very important topic in Gilmore. One of the many things I have really cherished in my role has been building good relationships with all our local RSL clubs, Vietnam Veterans Associations and all our local veterans groups. This has taken time, but it is so important. I have gotten to know ESOs and have heard many of the challenges around veterans' claims. I vividly remember one RSL sub-branch meeting and hearing about the very real impacts of such a high number of veterans' claims that the ESO was supporting that had been ongoing for a very long period of time. Our ESOs play a vital role, but I remember thinking they need more support. It was the time under the previous government that veterans' claims processing had blown right out, and veterans and their families and people supporting them all felt that intolerable pain. Deputy Speaker, Nowra is a proud Navy and Defence town. We are home to HMAS Albatross, the Royal Australian Navy's largest base and the only naval air station in Australia. We are also home to HMAS Creswell, the Royal Australian Navy's Officer Training College. We also have many lodger units at HMAS Albatross, including the Army's Special Operations Command's ADF Parachuting School. We are truly lucky to have such diversity in defence in the Shoalhaven, including the most amazing defence industry businesses. So it is natural when serving defence members retire or conclude their time with defence locally that they stay in our beautiful area that has been home for their families for some time. So the question became, how can we better support our veterans and their families? Deputy Speaker, I was proud to advocate and deliver one of the first veterans wellbeing hubs at Nowra, the Shoalhaven Veteran and Family Hub. I have visited often and witnessed the many different veterans groups and veterans participating in wellbeing activities and accessing support. It is a wonderful centre, funded and supported by the federal government. In fact, just a couple of weeks ago, I joined Invictus South Coast and Bowls Great for Brains at the Warragee Sports Club to bowl with veterans and their families. This is just one of the many wellbeing activities on offer in my area from dedicated workers and volunteers supporting veterans and families. But one thing that has always stayed with me from before we came to government was the issue of that massive backlog of veterans' DVA claims and the impact this was having on veterans and family members. And I'm pleased to say the backlog is an issue we have been tackling, with an additional 500 DVA staff employed to work through the backlog. And I'm also pleased to say that because of the Albanese government's work in this regard, and it has taken time, and full credit to the Minister and his department, DVA claims are now back to within normal processing times. However, adding to the complexity of the claims process is that under the current legislative model, veterans' entitlements are determined under one or more of three primary compensation acts: the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act 2004, MCRA, the Veterans Entitlements Act 1986, VEA, and or the Safety, Rehabilitation and Compensation Defence-Related Claims Act 1988, DRCA.
Order. It being 7:30 p.m, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn. Give the call to the member for Clark.
Elizabeth and Peter Young, the mother and brother of Jade Young, who tragically lost her life at the Bondi Junction tragedy in April. As Elizabeth and Peter shared their deeply painful experience, I was struck by their strength, determination and humanity. In their grief, Elizabeth, a retired English teacher, and Peter, an engineer, told me of their family's very personal and traumatic experience, but all the while emphasising the need for a nationally coordinated mental health system, a system that would meet the needs of people seeking help and support, be that victims of violent crimes or those who present a risk to themselves and others. But, Speaker, while I was heartened to hear that the victim's family living in New South Wales were supported by mental health crisis services, I was shocked to hear that Peter, who lives in Tasmania with his young family, was not. Instead, he was left to navigate a multitude of system challenges to receive the support he needed. For instance, Peter explained how he must pay for his family's trauma support and care, where, if they were in New South Wales, such services would be free. In other words, Peter's experience highlights that while the mental health challenges are not dissimilar between jurisdictions, the gap between the funding and the services available between the states reflects the inequity and inefficiency of Australia's mental health system. Speaker, it is an unfortunate reality that mental ill health will continue to feature in our communities. Indeed, 42.9% of Australians aged 16 to 85 have experienced a mental health issue at some point in their lives. And the situation is particularly dire for young people, with 38.8% of 16 to 24-year-olds reporting they experienced mental ill health within the last year. And these statistics are not merely abstract figures, Speaker. They represent the struggles of millions among us. But in response, the mental health system is thinly stretched and demand is rising. Our hospital system is simply not resourced to address demand, and there is a lack of accessible community-based services. Further, as Peter's experience highlights, there is a lack of coordination between jurisdictions. Obviously, this is a recipe for disaster if left unaddressed. Now, to be fair, Speaker, this is not the fault of our healthcare professionals, and I also do understand that the Joint Health and Mental Health Ministers' session recently met to examine reform, and ministers have reaffirmed their commitment to improving access to mental health services through the National Mental Health and Suicide Prevention Agreement. But frankly, we need more than vague commitments. We need tangible and timely outcomes, and we need a nationally coordinated mental health system underpinned by well-resourced services that are both accessible and responsive, regardless of postcode. An example of a coordinated system would be one where a proactive and responsive service following the horrific events at Bondi Junction would have linked in with Tasmanian services to ensure Peter and his family had support locally. Moreover, and I've been advocating for this for years, we need to improve information sharing between jurisdictions and specifically regarding mental health orders. The fact Australia does not have a national scheme for the mutual recognition of civil mental health orders clearly isn't good enough. Speaker, I'll leave you with some words Elizabeth shared with me, and I'll quote, "While my family and I will never forgive my sister's murderer, the myriad failures of our mental health system are also unforgivable. Without change, events of this manner will likely happen again. Indeed, barely a week passes without a story that makes it clear how utterly broken our mental health system is." And she put the question to me, Speaker, what actions are you willing to take with the power, authority and duty of care you are charged with as a parliamentarian? Well, I reflect on this question with great anguish, frankly, Speaker. Clearly, we in this place must speak out and amplify the voices of Peter, Elizabeth and others who seek to draw attention to the need for a nationally coordinated mental health system. We must support the members of our communities who require assistance, and we must push for change to reform the mental health system to ensure equity and accessibility. In other words, this must be a collective effort, one led by the federal government, working with the states and territories to support those affected, to finally design and deliver the coordinated mental health system this country needs, this country can afford, and this country has the wherewithal to deliver. And I thank you, Speaker.
The question is the House do now adjourn and give the call to the honourable member for Barton.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise tonight to express my alarm. The first acts of the new country Liberal government in the Northern Territory and the Liberal National Government in Queensland have been to take many steps backward and drive First Nations people into more disadvantage. In October, the Northern Territory Government legislated to criminalise children as young as 10. This is barely a year after the previous Labor government had deemed 12 as the age of criminal responsibility. Tough on crime policies can be electorally popular, but most Australians will be surprised to know how far those kinds of policies can go. Yesterday, researchers at Edith Cowan University released a study that found that 94% of Western Australians did not know children as young as 10 can be incarcerated. Many were shocked. A child is just that, a child. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people are one of the most incarcerated people on earth. Prison sentences without rehabilitation won't stop reoffending. Locking children up sets them up for a life in the justice system. The Chief Minister is also promising to drop alcohol policies that are working. We know minimum unit pricing and trading restrictions are changing lives. There's been a 14% drop in alcohol-related assaults in Darwin, a 21% reduction in domestic violence and family violence assaults involving alcohol. In Tennant Creek, purchase limits and reduced trading hours have resulted in a 92% drop in alcohol-fueled family violence and domestic assaults. 92%, Mr Speaker. Instead of improving on something that's working, the country Liberals plan to criminalise public drunkenness, locking people up, not tackling the root problem. I am proud of Opposition Leader Selina Yubo and our Labor colleagues in the Territory for staying up to bad laws. We must call out the harm these policies will do. Abandonment of the truth-telling and treaty process in Queensland by the new Liberal National Premier, David Crisafulli, is disheartening and has caused much distress. Just over a year ago, he voted to support the process. These aren't just symbolic processes, they are practical ways to address the pain of history and find solutions to prevent harm in the future. Participants in both the Queensland truth-telling process and the Victorian New Rock Justice Commission say that it's cathartic to have their experiences on the public record. Many are members of the stolen generations, people who have faced injustice. There is nothing divisive about recognising what has come before. We can't make practical decisions without knowing what brought us to this point. We don't have to choose between so-called practical and symbolic reconciliation. Instead, the Premier and Chief Minister have chosen to present this false choice to Queensland and the Northern Territory. The claim is that truth-telling and treaty divide the community. What is divisive is dismissing those calling out harm as southern do-gooders, ignoring history because it's hard to hear, and backing away from treaty processes that are committing to seeing justice done. But this won't stop Indigenous Australians from speaking up, and I raise my voice here tonight.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to the honourable member for Petrie.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Thank you. Mr Speaker, having a strong Defence Force is the most important thing for Australia. Really important that we have a strong Australian Defence Force. It's one of the core responsibilities of the Australian Government and of our Prime Minister. Australians need to understand that having a strong Defence Force brings peace. No one wants war. No one wants to see people involved in war. We want to see peace and prosperity, just like we have today here in Australia. We're very blessed to live in Australia. It's one of the greatest countries in the world. And Australia is an advocate for stability, security and sovereignty, not just in our region, but right around the world under several governments, many governments in my lifetime. Mr Speaker, I believe the Albanese government budget is failing the country when it comes to defence, particularly around defence industry, from cutting funding to recruitment blunders to union disputes Our defence industry is plummeting. At this time, can you believe that there is only one operational submarine that's currently able to go to sea? One Collins-class submarine. We have 6. Just a couple of years ago, under the coalition government, there was at least 3 at sea and there was always 3 in the docks. But right now, we've got 1 operational submarine. 5 out of 6 are out of action. And we have to ask ourselves, are we prepared? Is our Defence Force the best it can be under this government? I believe the answer is no. We've just seen today that they've cancelled a $7 billion military-grade satellite communication system that the Defence Minister only 18 months ago gave the green light to. 18 months ago. Said, yep, let's proceed. And now we're cancelling that $7 billion. And the reality is that this government is saving funding on defence. They talk a big game in question time and say we're spending a lot, but what they're actually doing is putting it all in the forward estimates or way down the track. So they might be spending a lot in year 4 or 5 or 6 if they get a second or third term, whatever it may be. But today, right now, we're not prepared. And the government will blame the system on rising costs and advances in technology, but right now, this system was ordered, it was good to go. And as a country, we need to do better. We cannot rely just on our security partners, the United States, the United Kingdom and others. And we've seen that in the US, Donald Trump has said that he expects allies to pull their weight, right? We can't just get a free ride off the US when it comes to defence. He expects defence allies, and other Americans as well, by the way, to invest a percentage of our income each year in defence industry, making sure that we have the best defence personnel, making sure that we have the best defence equipment. And I know right now that there's literally thousands of people that apply for the Defence Force, and it doesn't take 1 month or 2 months to get accepted, or 3 months, or 6 months, or 12 months, but it drags on and on and on. And every single person that sits in this country enjoying the freedom that we have, you need to rest assured that the ADF are there for us. But right now we have less than 60,000 people in uniform and others that are in reserves, and we thank them for it. The reality is that the Minister for Defence, the Minister for Defence Industry and the Minister for Defence Personnel need to set KPIs and do better in this space. Mr Speaker, today, the Reserve Bank decided to leave interest rates at 4.35%, which is good news. We don't want them going up any further. I want to say to people in my electorate that you can own your own home, you can get ahead. I know that cost of living is tough at the moment, but there is hope. You will be able to get there, and as your federal member, I want to do everything I can to help you. The reality is that in my time in government under the coalition, there was 1 interest rate rise in 9 years. Right now we've seen 12 under the Albanese government in the first 12 to 18 months. And the reality is that if you're a renter or you've got a mortgage, on a mortgage with about $750,000, that's $30,000 a year extra in interest payments. And that means that you pretty well have to earn $45,000 extra a year gross just to pay the interest. No wonder rents are increasing, no wonder mortgages are increasing. We can do better, and the coalition has a strong plan.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to member for Higgins.
Thank you, Speaker. Education imbued with cultural intelligence links tradition to modernity. This is what King David's School, with its progressive Jewish approach, provides for children from the early years to year 12. Judaism is celebrated in a multitude of ways, teaching children that there are many faces to faith, the Jewish way of life, and that it can be fun. Families and carers are partners, helping students in their journey of inquiry and helping them understand their place in worlds, both physical and spiritual. Watching over them are their teachers, social engineers, helping children discover their talents, delivering an education that is a springboard for independence and independent thinking. In the aftermath of October 7, the school, under the leadership of Principal Mark Light, has navigated grief, trauma and fear, actively bringing our community together in solidarity. It was an honour to open the Garn Hitar Room at the Early Learning Centre. Named after the 7 species of food, hitar represents wheat. Again, a visible link to antiquity, with these foods historically and today sustaining the Jewish people in the land of Israel. The wonder in the eyes of preschoolers is infectious. It rubs off on you like gold dust. I watched tiny hands shaping clay into hamantaschen as they excitedly prepared for the Purim festival. Under the tuition of King David, these tiny hands will grow into strong hands that shape the world for the better. Speaker, the Self-Help Addiction Resource Centre, or SHARC, located in Carnegie, has for over 25 years been a much-needed go-to place for those impacted by alcohol, drugs and gambling. SHARC operates on a powerful belief that people are experts in their own recovery. Addiction is widespread, hidden behind the shadows of stigma, touching families, carers and workplaces. SHARC believes that with the right information, education and support, recovery is always possible. The lived experience of those affected by addiction is at the heart of SHARC's programs. This peer-based approach ensures that every program is inclusive, effective and authentic. There is nothing like being heard and seen by people who have conquered their demons and come out the other side. SHARC offers 4 vital programs: family drug and gambling help, peer projects, a residential program, and membership of the Peak Victorian Body. Thank you, SHARC, for your quality service delivery. I was pleased to see their garden refurbishment thanks to a $4,000 Higgins volunteer grant. SHARC's work continues to make a profound difference to lives affected by addiction, putting our fellow Australians back on the road to recovery. Speaker, I want the community to look and be united, says Chloe, a Year 12 student from Melbourne Girls College. I've just turned 18 and realised the massive influence politicians can have on myself and my fellow Aussies. Politicians not only create policy but also set the standard for how we should treat each other. I have much hope that the next Parliament will, during debate, remember respect and show us how we, even as a nation, made up of people with different backgrounds and beliefs, can unite as one. I live in a multicultural family with clashing cultures and ideologies. In the face of the conflicts that may ensure, we always remember that we are a family and band together for the greater good. We don't have to agree on something, but we can respect the other person and work together to achieve the best outcome for all. Issues that dominate our lives often split us Aussies up into separate groups, but no matter what, our representatives must serve all Australians. No Aussie should be left behind. That's why I wish to see the next Parliament collaborate and unite together for the interest of each other and every one of us. That's the future I see for our community. These are the words spoken by Chloe as part of the Raise Our Voice campaign, and she reaches down into the fundamentals of social cohesion in this speech. She talks keenly about inclusive, respectful leadership. She touches upon the need for mutual respect, something that is sorely lacking in our community, and how we can all learn and must disagree respectfully. And she also touches upon the need for finding common ground, that shared humanity that we are seeking to reach again. Almost like an island in a stormy sea, we need a lifeboat to get us there. Sadly, that ground is uncommon at present, but with leaders, emerging leaders like Chloe, we have hope that we can get there and actually bring our communities together. Thank you, Speaker.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the honourable member for Casey.
Thank you, Speaker. Earlier this year, I held my Community Leaders Forum with local leaders to discuss our vision for Casey. This conversation highlighted important issues for our region, including access to more affordable housing, building stronger communities, increased mental health support, and better disaster planning and preparedness. These are important challenges facing our region, and I have been working with our community to face them together. As I talk to many young people, I listen to them share how the great Australian dream of home ownership has never felt further out of reach. Locally, I'm proud to be working with David and the Warburton Advancement League on a community-led solution to develop social and affordable housing village in Warburton. And recently, Peter Dutton and the Coalition announced a strong plan to boost housing supply. One of the major impediments to new housing projects is the lack of funding for critical enabling infrastructure. Our plan will unlock the essential infrastructure needed that's delaying them, including in Casey. Local leaders also raised the need for increased social connection and cohesion amongst our community, and I'll continue to promote ways for people to get involved locally. In September, I put out a call for volunteers to help knit poppies for a local Anzac display. We had over 100 offers to help from locals across the community. My office has become a wool collection point where people can come and collect their supplies and patterns to help knit over 4,500 poppies for next year's display. This has provided locals with an opportunity to get involved, including for those that may find traditional volunteering opportunities unsuitable. The Poppy project has blossomed into a large community-led project, and it's fantastic that I've been able to use my platform as our local MP to connect our community. Improving mental health support was also a key issue discussed. Young people in particular talked about the need for better services closer to home. Now, recently, I met with Headspace Lilydale, Each and Eastern Melbourne Primary Health Network representatives, along with the Shadow Minister for Health, to discuss the need for improved youth mental health services. With Headspace Lilydale open for limited hours and the Lilydale Youth Hub now closed, our community has become a mental health desert. Our young people deserve support, and I'll continue advocating for improved local services. I've also met with local mental health advocates to discuss the Coalition's commitment to increase Medicare-funded mental health sessions from 10 back to 20. This increased access will support people in Casey, young and old, to get the help they need without the added financial stress. I'm committed to this increase and will keep working to deliver this for Casey. Our region is surrounded by natural beauty, from the spectacular Dandenong Ranges to the scenic Yarra Valley. However, we know all too well that with this beauty comes the need to prepare and plan for natural disasters. The former Liberal government invested $10 million to implement resilient Yarra Ranges to help our communities be better prepared for future bushfires and severe storms. The Liberals listened and acted to deliver a plan for safer, more resilient communities. And we all know that a reliable phone service is essential for emergency services and everyday life. The former Liberal government funded mobile towers to improve connectivity, and since becoming our MP, I've spent the past 2.5 years advocating for improved telecommunications in our community. And I've worked collaboratively across the political aisle with the Minister for Communications to make sure Casey was not overlooked. It was fantastic that Lilydale and the surrounds will benefit from improved telecommunications coverage. However, it's disappointing that the Hills and Upper Yarra have once again missed out, and I'll keep working to improve our local telecommunications connectivity. I'm proud to be working with locals to build an even stronger Casey, and it's only by listening that I can do this. I'm proud to be our community MP and look forward to continuing the conversation with locals so that I can keep delivering for Casey. And I thank those community leaders who volunteered their time for the Community Leaders Forum, but also the ongoing support and volunteer hours they put in to make sure that our community is stronger, is connected and continues to flourish now and into the future.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the member for Cornwall.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In recent weeks, I visited 3 excellent schools in my electorate to help open new facilities made possible with the support of the Australian Government's Capital Grants Program. Hugh Anglican Grammar is an independent co-ed multi-campus school with campuses located in Calcallo, in Mickleham, Mount Ridley and Donnybrook. I was pleased to officially open the Calcallo campus's new Years 3 and 4 learning neighbourhood. The Australian Government's contribution of $1.8 million under the Capital Grants Program meant that this new learning neighbourhood, which comprises 6 general learning areas, 7 flexible learning areas, and offices, amenities and a covered outdoor area, is an excellent addition to the school's growing population. To the Holy Cross Catholic Primary School in Mickleham, the Australian Government contributed $5 million, again under the Capital Grants Program, to build a 2-storey junior learning facility, a beautiful modern new space that will enhance the learning environment for both students and teachers. And finally, I was pleased to take part in the turning of the sod ceremony for a new campus of Colby Catholic College, also in Mickleham. This important new campus is being supported by the Victorian Government, which is also committed to ensuring excellent facilities for all students across the state and in all sectors. The Capital Grants Program provides funding for non-government school communities to improve capital infrastructure, particularly for the most educationally disadvantaged students, and particularly to make provision for needs arising from new demographic and enrolment trends. And like other growth corridors, Mr Speaker, around the country, my electorate of Cornwall is growing very rapidly, with new communities springing up and the demand for new schools constantly growing as well. Many of my newer constituents, the young families who've recently arrived from overseas or moving to new, more affordable homes, are seeking to enrol their children in independent and especially in Catholic schools, which is not to say that the excellent government schools being built in the growth areas are not meeting educational and other needs. However, they certainly are, and they are all having a very valued place in our diverse and thriving community. This government is committed to providing all schools with appropriate funding so that all students get the best possible choice of education. These facilities will provide an environment that will help teachers nurture and inspire students to do the very best they can. This is an important investment for our young people now and into the future. Over the next 4 years, the government will be investing around $959 million on facilities such as these, including over $61.1 million in Victoria this year. We want every child, no matter where they live or which education system they and their parents choose, to have the best schooling possible. The government provides recurrent funding for every student enrolled at a school and is committed to providing fair funding for all schools across Australia. In 2024, recurrent funding for schools is estimated to total some $29.2 billion. Mr Speaker, we know that at the end of the day, it's not the buildings that deliver a great education alone. It's also passionate and well-supported teachers and the wider learning community. But great facilities can certainly help, and the schools in Cornwall are very proud of their facilities and of their teachers. And finally, Mr Speaker, I also had the opportunity to meet with His Holiness Ma Awa III, the 22nd Catholicos Patriarch of the Holy Apostolic Catholic Assyrian Church of the East, who is currently in Australia visiting his parishioners. His Holiness began his visit in Melbourne, where my local Assyrian community were able to rejoice in his presence and share many wonderful moments, as I did, Mr Speaker, when I attended a dinner in his honour hosted by the Assyrian Church of the East, Diocese of Victoria and New Zealand. The Assyrian Christian Church has a significant presence in Cornwall. The community, rather, has a significant presence in Cornwall. It is an established community, one of deep faith, and is well integrated in our broader multicultural community. With the strong leadership of Bishop His Grace Ma Benjamin Elia, the community has built the St Abdicios Assyrian Church of the East in Coolaroo, whose grand opening and consecration I attended in May 2014. Since then, a Sunday school and church hall were also built on the remaining site, and the community now has plans to build St Joseph's Christian College on land it has purchased in Mickleham. In his address at the dinner, His Holiness strongly endorsed these plans and stated that he looked forward to returning to Australia for the opening of the school. I want to wish His Holiness all the very best, and I wish him a safe journey back to Iraq.
It being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
you.